Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Sam Bourquin Show. We are broadcasting live this afternoon from Cara Stadium here on the campus of the University of Mount Union as we get ready for high school football tonight. Canton Central Catholic will take on the Alliance Aviators. And don't forget, today is a what? It's an AWP Football Friday, brought to you by AWP Safety. And don't forget, AWP Safety is hiring now. Paid training, certification, advancement opportunities, and so much more. All you have to do is visit jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. Shout out to Drew and the crew at AWP Safety. All right, we are here. This is my little home away from home. Literally. I should probably pay rent here, get my mail here. Of course, I won't be here tomorrow. There's no Mount Union football tomorrow. They have a bye week. But this is where I spend most of my Saturdays, and the other half I'm on the road with the Purple Raiders. But here it is the home of the Alliance Aviators, and we think this is a big night of football. There's about 4 or 5 really solid games. We're going to be going over those today. We'll get you ready here for Alliance and Canton Central Catholic. We'll get you ready for Perry McKinley, Louisville and Hoover, Massillon, St. Ed's, Jackson and Greene. There's some big ones tonight here in the area. Also, we're going to get you ready for the Packers and the Browns coming up here on Sunday afternoon up in Cleveland. The Packers and the Browns will get together at 1 o'clock. No Buckeyes, of course, this weekend. We told you no Mount Union this weekend. The Guardians play this weekend. You better believe it. You better believe it. Still can't get over what happened yesterday. In a good way. Wow. Now the teams in Minnesota, they'll play the Twins coming up here tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. I was looking at the standings today for the division, and then I was looking at standings for the wild card. This is what we got right now. All right, this is for the division. Detroit 85-68. Cleveland is 81-71. The Guardians are 3.5 games behind Detroit for the division. Okay. The Guards have played 152. The Tigers have played 153. So they've played one more game. And I see Mr. Sunshine has decided to come out, so it's going to have to do a little house cleaning here. I know that made a terrible noise, and I apologize. But it will be 150 degrees in here if I don't pull this down. So there we go. That's better. That's better. Okay. So the wild card. This is what it looks like for the wild card. When we last talked with you yesterday, it was a 2-game separation. Now it's 1.5. All right, the Guards are 1.5 out of the wild card. A game and a half behind Boston, and then Seattle, and then New York. So New York is in. As of right now, Seattle is in right now, and the Red Sox are a game and a half in front of the Guardians. Texas is 2.5 behind Cleveland. I don't think they're going to figure in here. Now, they could if they get going, because remember, Cleveland and Texas will play each other the last weekend of the regular season. So that could still come into play, but as of right now, not terribly worried about what's going on with the Texas Rangers. So My good buddy Nick Camino from Channel 3 Sports tweeted this out today, and I screenshotted it because I wanted to pass this along to everybody as far as who are we rooting for? What do we need to do for tonight anyway? So here's what we need. We need a Guardians win over the Twins. You root for the Braves to beat the Tigers. You root for the Rays to beat the Red Sox, the Marlins to beat the Rangers, and the Mariners to beat the Astros. I mean, we're not asking much, are we? So that's what we're looking for tonight. Guardians win. Need the Braves to beat the Tigers, the Rays to beat the Red Sox, the Marlins to beat the Rangers, and the Mariners to beat the Astros. That's what we need tonight. This could all change tomorrow, but depending on what happens here tonight. So that's what it's looking like for this evening. But again, hats off to Stephen Boat and the Guards, just doing incredible things right now, and playing meaningful games in the month of September, and hopefully in the month of October. And you really can't ask for anything more than that. That's just crazy stuff. What's going on there right now? We're going to be talking to Nick Shook from NFL.com. He's going to join the program today at about 3:35. We'll break down the Packers and the Brownies. We'll take a look at some of the other matchups in the NFL, some of the storylines already, some of the injuries, some of the coaches that already could be feeling a little bit of heat. What's crazy to me is to think that the Kansas City Chiefs, doubtful, but they could start the season 0-3. Again, doubtful. They play the Giants at the Meadowlands, but you never know. You never know. Kansas City doesn't have any wide receivers. They just don't look right. They just don't look right. So we'll see what happens tonight, or we'll see what happens on Saturday. But I mean, I know we're talking Andy Reid, we're talking Pat Mahomes, we're talking Travis Kelce, but there's some guys they just don't have, and the Giants are just kind of waiting there for them. I don't know. I don't know. Put it to you this way. If I was in a Survivor League for the NFL, I probably wouldn't pick Kansas City this weekend. And I know they are desperate. They are desperate for a win. But right now, I wouldn't take. I don't trust them. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them right now. I just don't. The text line is open today, of course, as always, at 330-924-7088. Text line 330-924-7088. You can leave your comments below, your questions below, and we will interact with you here this afternoon. Don't forget, Caleb Norick will be joining me in the 5:30-ish time today. We'll take you up till 6 o'clock, and then we'll take a break and come back at 6:30 for the pregame. And then 7 o'clock tonight, we will have the Alliance Aviators and the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic. So that's kind of how we're going to lay things out here today as far as the show. Our schedule tonight, we've got some good stuff. We got some good stuff tonight. All right, Central Catholic Alliance here on 1310 WDPM. Then on Q92 Radio Sports .com, we've got Green Jackson, we've got Hoover Louisville, we've got St. Thomas and Minerva, and we also have on the Q92 radio tonight on our FM, we've got Massillon and Lakewood St. Anne's. Also Perry McKinley tonight on Q92 Radio Sports .com. But there's other games going on tonight, and we'll have coverage of those here for you as well. Lake is going to take on Glen Oak this evening. Fairless is going to make a trip over to Orrville. Oh, we also have Canton South and Northwest tonight, Q92radiosports.com. Triway Tuslaw, Kenston is in Manchester. Manchester might get a test tonight. We'll see. Garfield at Carrollton, Howland at West Branch, Beaver Local at Salem, East Canton at Ridgewood. There's a battle of 4-0 teams there. This will be East Canton's toughest game so far. Tusky Valley at Malvern, Sandy Valley at Strasburg, and then tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Marlington will play at Warren at JFK. That's at 1 o'clock tomorrow for the Dukes and the Kennedy Eagles tomorrow over in Warren. So that's kind of the scoop for today. Our ball game here tonight, Central is struggling. They're 0-4, I think, for the first time in a long time. They've had some injuries to key personnel. They have a lot of sophomores that are starting, that are going both ways. I think, I'm trying to remember, back at the high school football preview at St. Harlamus when Coach Drucker was speaking, I think he said that they had 24 seniors that graduated. That rarely happens. But so Central's kind of had a tough go. I believe they're going to be on their third string quarterback tonight. Not sure what the status of Brock Bourquin is. Remember, he had the terrible neck head injury against Perry to start the year. Kind of recovered pretty nicely. And then I think he came back. I'm not sure which game he came back for. I don't think it was Mogador. It must have been the game after that. And I think he broke, a wrist issue or something. So there was talk that he might suit up tonight, but maybe play at safety with a big cast on his wrist or something. I don't know. That's just some of the stuff that I've heard. But so the Crusaders are kind of up against it here tonight. But I know one thing: they're going to play hard. They're going to play clean football, and they're going to play, and that's all you can do as far as the Alliance Aviators are concerned. This will be our third time with the Aviators this year. They lost here at Terrace Stadium week 2 against Louisville, which was a 30-13 ball game. And then the following week, they would go up to Streetsboro and put a whooping on previously undefeated Streetsboro Rockets. So Alliance is really they got things going right now. They really do. They're playing really well. And this is a team, I think, that I don't think that they've scratched the surface yet. I really don't. I think there's a lot there still for this football team. I really believe that. And if they stay healthy, I think they're going to be a very, very dangerous team once we get rolling. Looking back at their season so far, they beat Parma Padua 25-3. They lost to Louisville 30-13. They beat Streetsboro 46-13. They beat Ellen on the road last week 26-0. So let's see here. Quick math. 30-43. They've given up 46 points in 3 games, so that's pretty good defense. Then offensively, they've scored 25-13, 46-26. After tonight, this sets up pretty good for Alliance. After tonight, matter of fact, they've got 1, 2, 3. They have 3 games in a row at home. They're going to be here next weekend against Salem. They'll be here the following weekend against Carrollton. Right now, Salem and Carrollton are both 2-2. Then Alliance will go to West Branch. That will be a good one. That's on October the 10th. We'll have that one here on. Matter of fact, we're going to have Alliance 1, 2, 3 the next 4 weeks. Okay, here on 1310 WDPN. So Central tonight, host Salem, host Carrollton, go to West Branch. Then they come back here to host Minerva, which, hey, you never know. That could be something. That's on October the 17th, and then October the 24th, they will play the Dukes over at Marlington, and I believe we are scheduled to do that one as well. And I'm not sure what they've got us down for week 9. I've got it in this mess of paper somewhere. I'm not going to mess around and try to find it. But if Minerva would stay hot and maybe pull an upset, there's a pretty good chance maybe we would be back here on the 17th for Alliance and Minerva. But we'll see how the Lions do here, the next couple of weeks. Meanwhile, for Kenton Central Catholic, they lost to Perry this year, 41-14. They lost to Mogador, 22-7. They lost to Orville, 28-7. They lost to Salem, 49-20. After tonight, they host Louisville. Next weekend, then a couple of road games at, I believe that's Milan Edison, who's very good. They go to Warren JFK, back home against Triway, and then they round things out at St. Thomas on October the 24th. So a couple of opportunities there for Central to possibly pick up a win or two. But they're just very young. I was looking at some of their stuff today, and the two deeps that we get, and then the rosters will show you 9, 10, 11, 12, and you look over and say, oh my gosh, this guy's a sophomore, this guy's a sophomore, that guy's a sophomore. And I know you shouldn't, Trucker's not going to look this far ahead, and the kids aren't going to look this far ahead, but us yo-yos in the media, we look ahead all the time. And I would think, by 27, no, it would be 26. They're going to be really good because they're going to have a huge senior class. Okay. And the keys for Central will be to have some bigger classes now as far as the graduating class of 27 and 28, so they can fill in those. So you're not, when you lose 24 seniors, all of a sudden you don't take that big thud, and then you're like, whoa, where'd everybody go? We got a bunch of sophomores. So I think things are looking up for the Crusaders. I would say in 27, just by looking at the roster of the two deeps, that they will be a very dangerous team in a couple of years, because those kids are getting a ton of playing time this year. They'll get a ton of playing time next year, and then their senior year will roll around, and they'll be ready to go. So that's a cool situation for them. They just have to be a little patient. Today's question of the day, our fill in the blank Friday, pretty simple. What is going to happen first? The Browns will win a game, or the Buckeyes will lose a game? Which one will happen first? The Browns will win a game, or the Ohio State Buckeyes will lose a game? Let us know on all of our social media platforms, on Facebook, on X. You can drop those on our Q92 radio page on YouTube, and we'll follow that progress throughout the afternoon here on the show. You got to think about that. What will happen first? The Browns will win a game, or the Buckeyes will lose a game? It's not as easy as you might think. So give that a little bit of thought, and send us your comments here on our social media platforms. This is an AWP Safety Football Friday, and it's the Sam Bourquin Show. We'll take a break and come back with more here from Kara Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. It's the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
You've always enjoyed an active lifestyle, hiking with family, resort vacations, the occasional trip to the spa, and nights out with friends at your favorite restaurants. You want and need your lifestyle to follow you into your retirement years. Now, imagine a place with peaceful surroundings, resort amenities, and easy access to city life. It's just around the corner at Copeland Oaks. Copeland Oaks has earned a reputation as more than a retirement destination, but also a place to call home. An independent consultant for senior living rated Copeland Oaks with a perfect score, and it's easy to see why. Maintain your lifestyle on the beautiful Copeland Oaks campus with all the amenities you love, and if you need it down the road, assistance is there. Keep living your life to its fullest at Copeland Oaks, your all-inclusive senior living resort. Visit CopelandOaks.com for more information. That's CopelandOaks.com.
America, our military is sacrificing for our freedom. Please take time to remember our men and women fighting overseas. This salute is brought to you by Quick Fix Mobile Welding, proudly serving our area with excellence. For all of your residential and commercial mobile custom fabrication and welding needs, call 330-529-9810. 330-529-9810. That's Quick Fix Mobile Welding on the air, reminding everyone that we live in the land of the free, thanks to our brave.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below. You take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
There's my music. There it is. All right, welcome back. 1310 WDPN. It is the Sam Bourquin Show. The sun is out. It is 84 degrees here in Alliance. Probably a little warmer down there on the turf. As we come to you live from Cara Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union before tonight's high school football game between the Alliance Aviators and the Central Catholic Crusaders. Boy, that sun is wicked right now coming through. Text line is open for you at 330-924-7088. The question today, what happens first? The Cleveland Browns win a game or the Ohio State Buckeyes lose a game? Let us know. That's our fill in the blank Friday. We're not exactly filling in a blank today. It's just our question. That's the way it is today. All right? But let us know. And I mean, if you think, like right away, you think, oh, well, Ohio State's not gonna lose one. Maybe they won't lose. Maybe they won't lose. Period. And then you think, I mean, how many weeks is it going to be before the Browns win a game? There are some, even like expert-wise, that think the Browns are going to beat the Packers on Sunday. I didn't say keep it close. I said they think the Browns are going to win the game on Sunday. I don't know if I quite believe that, but it's interesting to think about. All right, we got the news and weather coming up here at the bottom of the hour. On the other side, we'll check in with Nick Shook from NFL.com. We'll check up on the Browns, the Packers, the NFL, all the big storylines coming up for week number 3. It's all coming up here on the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
Now, the latest area news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. Access to COVID-19 shots is under debate as Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s vaccine advisors reconvened today. Many people have reported difficulty proving eligibility for updated shots, which were restricted by the FDA to those over 65 or at higher risk. CDC advisors must now decide who should get them, a move that shapes insurance coverage and pharmacy access. Today, the group delayed a vote on a newborn vaccine for hepatitis B. They are poised to recommend that hepatitis B shots for newborns be postponed from the day of birth to age 1 month. That idea has drawn criticism from pediatric and infectious disease specialists. A federal judge has struck down President Trump's $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. More from ABC's Peter Haralambos.
Just 3 days after President Trump filed his lawsuit, a federal judge tossed out the case on Friday in a blistering ruling that called the lawsuit, quote, decidedly improper and impermissible. Judge Stephen Meredith said Trump's lawsuit spent too much time praising the president and not enough time justifying why Trump believes he was defamed by the New York Times and Penguin Random House. The judge gave Trump's lawyers 4 weeks to refile the lawsuit in, quote, a professional and dignified manner. Peter Haralambos, ABC News.
The Senate has rejected competing measures to fund federal agencies for a few weeks when the new budget year begins October 1st, increasing prospects for a partial government shutdown on that date. Leaders of the two parties sought to blame the other for the standoff. Democrats accused Republicans of not negotiating with them to address some of their priorities on health care as part of the funding measure. Republicans said Democrats were making demands that would dramatically increase spending and were not germane to the core issue of keeping agencies fully running for a short period of time while negotiations continued on a full-year spending measure. The White White House has released a tribute video days before Charlie Kirk's funeral. It features the remarks of his widow, Erica Kirk, when she spoke for the first time after he was assassinated in Utah last week. There also are clips of the 31-year-old conservative activist giving speeches and media interviews on his wedding day with his wife and 2 children and with President Trump, along with scenes from memorials and vigils that have been held for him. Kirk was one of Trump's biggest supporters. The president is expected to attend Kirk's funeral Sunday in Arizona. It's 84 degrees in Alliance at 3:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, high near 84 degrees. Mostly clear tonight, a low near 54. Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 84. Sunday, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly sunny, a high of 86, chance of rain 20%. Monday, a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly cloudy, a high of 80, chance of rain 50%. That's your WDPN weather.
And we're back 1310 WDPN, and we are streaming. You can check us out. You can watch us live on the WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and, of course, on the Q92 radio page on YouTube. Text line is also open, too, at 330-924-7088. Our poll question today, what do you think happens first? Cleveland Browns win a game or the Ohio State Buckeyes lose a game? What do you think happens first? Let us know on all of our social media platforms. Don't forget, this is an AWP Safety Football Friday. Shout out to AWP Safety, proud sponsors of our Friday shows here all football season long on AM 1310, WDPN, and all across our social media platforms. All right. It is week 3 of the National Football League, and some big storylines are already starting to develop. Of course, we want to see what's going on with the Browns and the Packers and some other big stories around the NFL. Let's bring in our guy, Nick Shook from NFL.com to the Sam Bourquin Show on 1310 WDPN. Shooky, how you doing this afternoon?
Nick has not joined the lobby yet. He said he had another interview first, so he might be a minute or two behind.
Okay.
I will be sure to let you know as soon as he pops on in.
Sounds good. Boy, today is just going swimmingly. Was locked out of the press box today. Couldn't get in until about 10 minutes before the show. So, yeah, okay. I do know that Nick had a prior interview commitment with a station in Toronto. I think that was around 1 o'clock today. I'm sorry, it was around 3 o'clock today.
Yeah,
so he'll probably be a couple of minutes, and then he'll be able to pop in.
Yeah, when I spoke to him, he was setting up to start that interview. So,
okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go back to the high school stuff until we get Nick in here. And I told you a couple of days ago that I think our poll question, I'll give you some time to prepare. I'll give you some time to kind of see what happens tonight, and then kind of look at things over the weekend, do a little homework, and then bring your opinion to me on Monday. Monday's poll question, I'll give it to you now, and I'll let it marinate a little bit. We're going to ask you for your Stark County High School football top 5 on Monday. And I think that could be very, very interesting because of the ball games that are going to be played here tonight. You've got Massillon and St. Ed's. Ed's is undefeated, just whipping everybody. Massillon is 2-2, but 2 of their losses were just, to Glenville and then the Ferrum Gap that was down in Georgia. No shame losing any of those games whatsoever. If
all right, Tigers, he has arrived.
We're good to go? Okay.
All right, ready to go.
Put that conversation back on hold, and let's get into the league, the National Football League. And here he is from NFL.com, our guy Nick Shook, joining us here on the Sam Bourquin Show. And let's welcome him in to 1310 WDPN. Shooky, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on, Sam.
There you are. How'd everything go north of the border, okay?
Yeah. You can call it as such.
You, I know you had what do they call it in the business? You have a hit or something to do with.
Yep.
With the 3 o'clock
You're
today,
number
so-
3 today, Sam.
Oh my God! You got to charge overtime. Holy cow! You're a busy guy, especially on a Friday. I got to ask you, doing the NFL.com stuff, and you got a lot of other stuff going on. I see your stuff on TikTok, and try to comment or drop a like on there or whatever what you got going on. But what do your weekends consist of with covering the league? And are you going different places? You have certain teams, certain areas, or it's just like it's an NFL just buffet for you on the weekends?
The room I am sitting in right now has 4 screens, and we have a 65-inch TV, a 43-inch TV, and 2 27-inch monitors right here. And every screen has one, if not more, NFL games on it simultaneously in each viewing window. So it's all done from here, save for the Super Bowl and the Combine and the Pro Bowl. And yeah, it's probably a 5-6 day a week thing. I spend most of my quote unquote off day on Tuesday getting QB Index done. So watching every play of every game every week. I hit a new record. I watched every play of every game from week 2 by like noon on Tuesday, which is the earliest ever for me.
Oh man, that's a lot of consumption. That's a lot of consumption.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did we learn about this last weekend in the NFL? Some of the teams, some of the big storylines, anything that like just jumps right out at you?
Well, I mean, the Packers, they haven't played since last Thursday, not last night, but last Thursday. So they may have fallen out of consciousness a little bit, but I think they're one of the most impressive teams in the NFL right now. Baker Mayfield, you can't count the Buccaneers out with Baker Mayfield on the field. That's 2 straight comeback victories in the final minutes of a game. He has definitely dominated some of the early talk. We obviously know what happened with Joe Burrow and how the Bengals outlook gets a little bit dimmer without Burrow on the field for multiple months. The questions will remain. We'll continue to monitor the status of Mike McDaniel after the Dolphins dropped to 0-3 last night. The Lions got back on track with a blowout win over the Bears. The Browns are still very offensively limited. Obviously, that's your area right there. And the Chiefs are 0-2, but I caution everybody who's wanting to push the panic button on them. I run a college football league with a bunch of NFL Network employees. So we've been doing it for like 8 years. We operate our communications in a Discord channel, and every year we have a tradition, unprompted, that at one point early in the season, somebody in there will slide in and say, Chiefs aren't winning that division this year. And sure enough, it happened on Sunday, and I said, and somebody else jumped in and said, man, we say this every year. Will you shut up? And that's what I say to everybody. Relax. The Chiefs are 0-2, but they'll be just fine.
They got the Giants at the Meadowlands, I know, coming up on Sunday. Again, we watched enough football. We know that Andy Reid and the boys are going to get things turned around. They got, they're a little bit short at wide receiver now. They got some injuries, the line a little bit. Travis is not off to his best start, but he'll start playing again. Why is it you think that they have quote unquote struggled here the first 2 games? Biggest reason.
Yeah, they spoke all offseason about how they wanted to open up the offense again, and then the linchpin of that whole operation, which is Xavier Worthy, goes out after 3 plays in week 1. So, the other guy that they had in mind to stretch the field was Tyquan Thornton. They did connect with him on a long touchdown on Sunday in the fourth quarter of that loss to the Eagles. But I think that it's been a personnel limitation with what they were trying to shift toward ideologically, and they've had to go back to what they've done before. And the other thing is, they haven't won pretty in like 3 years. They consistently win ugly. But the difference now is they've also played 2 really good teams to start the season. They lost a close one to the Chargers, in which it took them 2 quarters to figure out what they wanted to do offensively. They almost came back in that game. Their defense couldn't get them off the field. And then they lose the close one to the Eagles because of a crushing turnover and a couple of other miscues in that game as well. And if people want to find a reason to pick apart the Chiefs, I would point to their defense and specifically their secondary. It's just not deep. It's been it's kind of like the wart that they've been hiding for the last year or so, year and a half, because a couple of years ago, that defense won them a Super Bowl over the 49ers, but that's not the case with them anymore. And it's also early season stuff. That teams take a while to figure things out. Even teams with, consistency and continuity, they still take a while to figure things out early in the season, especially when you lose a key part of your offense. So I think they'll be just fine, but, they just don't look as strong as they did before because some of the key players are also a year older, and it's going to take them some time to figure out what's going to be, what's going to work best for them.
Nick Shook is our guest, NFL.com. Check him out, Nick Shook, on all of your favorite social media platforms, and does a lot of cool stuff on TikTok as well. All right, I want to pick your brain, Nick, on a couple of QBs, Baker Mayfield and Aaron Rodgers. What do you think about those two and their performances after 2 weeks?
Well, I do the QB index every week. Baker Mayfield made it into the upper reaches of the top 10. He's moved into tier 1 of the quarterbacks, which is obviously a select group, an exclusive group, but he's played like that so far this season. I think that he gives the Buccaneers the juice they need to believe that they can win any game they play. And we know that from when he was with the Browns. That's just who he is. He is a more mature version of that. He is, very talented, and he's tough as nails. I mean, most quarterbacks leave with a knee issue that he may or may not have suffered in that game. He played the rest of the game and didn't let anybody know that he was hurting at all. So I think that he's one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch right now, and he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He is undoubtedly a top 10 quarterback. He is, as it stands right now, after a couple of weeks, one of my tier 1 quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers is a 41-year-old on a retirement tour who can still sling the rock. And
yeah, he can.
Even the interception he threw in the end zone against the Seahawks last week was a great throw. It was an insane throw, but it was a great throw in a tight window that if his intended target Pat Freiermuth comes down with the ball, we're all looking at that as, oh my God, he's still got it. And maybe they win that game. Too often, I think we depend on the overall outcome when judging individual players, but we can all admit that Rodgers was not as good as he was in week 1. Week 1 set a really high bar for him, throwing 4 touchdown passes. I think we're going to have an up and down season for him like that, but he's better than anything the Steelers had last year. And I think that with him out there and working in concert with offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, they're going to be an enjoyable watch for most of the season.
Nick, what about the Cincinnati Bengals? Burrow's got the turf toe now, and could be 2 weeks, could be 3 weeks, who knows? I think they're okay at the backup quarterback position, but man, you'd rather have your number 1 gun out there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. Losing Joe Burrow lowers your offensive ceiling. It slightly diminishes the value of Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, because as great as they are, we talk about like Justin Jefferson being quarterback proof. I don't really think he is. I don't know if any receiver is necessarily quarterback proof, because if they can't put the ball in your catch radius consistently, then what are they doing? Not to say that Jake Browning can't do that, but Jake Browning has experience as a backup. He played a ton of football at Washington before he entered the NFL. He's seen a ton of reps at high levels of the sport. He did a good job as a backup for them the last time he was called into action a couple of years ago. Ultimately, though, they are just not as threatening of a team without Joe Burrow back there. So it's a good thing they started 2-0. Like, it's a manageable schedule. If they could get to December, when was the projected return window for Burrow, because that toe injury is so severe, it's going to knock him out multiple months, and they're still in contention, maybe they get him back and go on a run. But I think it's a real bummer, considering this is the first time they've been 2-0 in the Zach Taylor era, that it came at the cost of Joe Burrow. And I think that it really puts the Ravens in the driver's seat for the AFC North right now.
Yeah, and they looked really good last weekend. And it looks to me, Nick, like they're just starting to get their legs, even though they blew the game against Buffalo. They really took it to Cleveland. We'll see what the Ravens look like here the next couple of weeks coming up. I also wanted to ask about teams like the Cardinals, teams like the Rams, the Broncos. Again, it's so early, but what's the ceiling for those 3 teams, do you think, this year?
I think I saw a couple of interesting characterizations of the Broncos today. Look, they're a team that should probably be better than they are, even though their record says that they're a good team, right? Like, they're 1-1, and they won their they lost their most recent game in heartbreaking fashion. They lost that game because they left the door open for the Colts to win that game, in my opinion, and that is the issue I have with them. You got a young quarterback, you got a good amount of young pieces, you got a stingy defense that hasn't quite been as stingy as I anticipated. They also had a favorable start to the season if you really look at it in total. Like, they played in Tennessee in week 1. They haven't really hit their stride. Like, it took them a while to kind of pull away from the Titans in that game. And I mean, save for a touchdown that was scored on a gifted possession, because the Titans mismanaged the clock so poorly before the end of the first half in that game, could have been even closer. Bo Nix has not been quite the quarterback that we thought he would be. At least he wasn't in week 1. And in week 2, he came out firing and had a really good first half, but also threw the interception that left the door open for the Colts to come back and win that game. So it's just been a lot of uneven play so far for them, but I think that they are good enough roster-wise and have an experienced coach that they'll figure it out. On the other hand, we look at the Arizona Cardinals, and I call them the most fraudulent 2-0 team in the NFL. And it's not really their fault. It's just that the schedule makers gave them New Orleans in week 1 and Carolina in week 2, and they won both those games. They did what they were supposed to do. Win the games in your schedule. Neither were convincing. They were dominating the Panthers and then let them back in that game to the point where it came down to a final drive and their defense had to make a stand in a game the Panthers had no business being in. Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., that relationship, that lack of rapport is going to dominate the headlines, but they had a very good first game together, and then week 2, they just didn't hook up very often. That's going to be the conversation around them until they light it up for a few weeks in a row. They have talent. They defensively are a little thinner in the secondary than they'd like to be because they lost guys like Starling Thomas before the season even started, but they also invested a lot in that front seven, and it is paying off. So it's just a matter of consistency and gelling, because there are so many new pieces gelling and figuring out under Coach Jonathan Gannon. They're fraudulent because of who they played, not necessarily saying that they're fraudulent over the course of the season. I just don't view them in the same light as, a 2-0 team like the Packers, for example.
Yep. Well, that's where we're headed next. Nick Shook is our guest. NFL.com. Check him out. All right. Green Bay is an 8.5 point favorite against the Browns. Cleveland just looked awful last week. Mike Hall Jr. is officially out. Their kicker hurt himself today or yesterday. Andre Schmitz, he's questionable now. Bohorquez is questionable, the punter. This will be Quinshon Judkins' first game, as it looks like he's going to be RB1. Okay. The Browns have a chance realistically against the Packers, and if they do, how?
Defense. It's the same thing that kept him in the game against the Ravens in the first half. I mean, like, if you go back and watch that Ravens game, they had multiple opportunities to put points on the board and just didn't capitalize. I mean, the defense got them extra possessions in the first half that they just simply didn't even come close to capitalizing on. So it's going to come down to defense to keep them in this game and give them a shot. But ultimately, when you look at this team, they can only go as far as their offense is willing to take them. And right now that ceiling is so low. Like, watching the Ravens blitz Joe Flacco and him being too slow to evade and to scramble and to extend the play like we see so many other quarterbacks do in the NFL was really just depressing for somebody who likes watching good football, because the opportunities were there in front of the Browns and they are so limited because of their quarterback situation. They couldn't take advantage of it. Week 1, they lost that game because they didn't take care of the details. They didn't catch passes that were on their hands. Week 2, they never had a shot offensively. The touchdown that they scored before the garbage time touchdown was the product of a minor miracle because it went through Marlon Humphrey's hands before it was caught. So you got to have a better opportunity and a better chance of success than that, and they just don't right now. So against a Packers team that looks like a gang of world beaters, I don't give them much of a shot unless their defense keeps it a low-scoring affair. But again, they're playing a very good defense in Green Bay too. So,
right.
I mean, if the Browns defense had a legendary game, scored a defensive touchdown, I could still see them losing 13-10. Like, it's that sort of low ceiling with the offense. So I think eventually we're going to see something change at quarterback. And that's no knock on Joe Flacco. He's just limited at his age. And I also think the Browns, granted it was against the Ravens backups, they looked better. They moved the ball better with Dylan Gabriel, down in that garbage time drive. Again, it's a garbage time drive, but that's kind of what we saw in the preseason too. And I think eventually Kevin Stefanski's probably going to want to sit back and go, maybe I want to get a look at him over the course of a full game, especially if they continue to lose games, because at that point, this season becomes a developmental season anyway.
Right. And we might already be there. I don't know. That was my next question. How much longer do you go with Joe Flacco? And I asked this, Nick, because what if Joe goes out there and, like, they're in every single game? Maybe they get a win or two over the next 4 or 5 weeks. But if they lose their one possession games, it's their 3-point games. It's like not his fault, so to speak. But do they still make a move then, or do they ride it out and just cross this off and get ready for 2 first-round picks next year and try to get things going?
So Joe Flacco wins the job because he gives you your best chance to win, right? And that's not really debatable entering the season. But at what point do you shift from we want to win games to we want to see what we have in our quarterbacks, and maybe we want to spark in somebody that can, pick up third downs and could extend a play, right? That we could do some different things with mobility wise. I think you get to like 0-5 before you're just like, screw it, we need a spark. So many coaches have done that.
Right.
We need a spark. I made a change because we need a spark. I've heard coaches say that endlessly over the last decade. And if you look at their schedule, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, like that absolute gauntlet first 6 weeks of the season. Cincinnati, Baltimore, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. That's an incredible slate to face.
Yeah.
All but one of those teams was in the playoffs last year. Like,
And you got to go to London. You got to go to London to play
exactly.
It's
brutal. It's brutal. So I think if you get to week 7 against the Dolphins and you're 0-6, it probably happens then.
Yep.
If you get blown out this week and you make a quarterback change earlier than you did against Baltimore, it could happen sooner. You also have a health factor. You know, Green Bay is very good at getting after the quarterback now that they've added Micah Parsons to that defense. You got Edge Cooper on one side, Rashawn Gary on one side, Parsons on the other. You can interchange Cooper and Parsons. You can get a lot of different looks and confuse the Browns' offensive line. You could overload blitz, and they won't have any answer for it, really. And when you consider health and you consider that sort of pressure and constant contact, and you think, well, it's how long could Joe Flacco hold up? Obviously, you don't want to project, expect, or wish for anybody to get hurt, but this is the NFL. So I could see it happening sooner just as a result of that. But if all things stay, safe and happy health-wise, and they continue to lose football games, I can't imagine we get to the second half of October and don't see it change.
Wow. Nick Shook is our guest, NFL.com. One more and we'll let you fly. And I really appreciate you coming on today, and I hope your weekend is awesome and full of good football for you. Coach's hot seats, Mike McDaniel's right there. I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole with the Browns, but is Kevin Stefanski safe at least for this year, or could something happen?
It's interesting. So we did this discussion after our TNF recap last night on NFL Daily, which you can find out on YouTube and all your favorite podcast platforms. Yes, I'm shamelessly plugging that show right now.
Do it.
Check us out.
Shamelessly plug away.
Yes, me and Greg Rosenthal. We discussed this last night, and his first two guys on the list were Mike McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski. And he felt as if, despite everything that we know about the Stefanski situation, the Watson choice not being his, he's playing the hand that he was dealt, all that stuff. If it gets ugly, we've seen changes be made before. I told him this, and I'll tell you this too. I think that the circumstances surrounding this job and the situation they entered this season, they were in when they entered this season at quarterback, gives him a longer runway. It's almost as if ownership understands, look, we know you don't have what you need at quarterback right now, and we're okay with that. We made the trade from 2 to 5 to get another first-round pick to help with that. But the fashion in which they lose these games is pivotal, in my opinion, because any owner of a team, when you have that much money, that much power, that much success in business or otherwise, ego is involved. And if the product that you own in a football team is so bad that you are embarrassed week by week by week, eventually emotions get involved. You get frustrated and you make decisions that are more emotional than logical. And I think that should always be considered as a factor when deciding the fate of a coach. Now, the case for Stefanski, 2-time coach of the year, got into the playoffs twice, won their first playoff game since I was basically a toddler. And has shown that despite all the changes at quarterback, he's been able to coach teams that have quality talent to successful seasons. I mean, let's not overlook the fact that they had 4 and technically 5 starters in the season in which they won 11 games and made the playoffs just a couple of years ago. That's a big feather in his cap. I think it's pretty unquestioned at this point that Kevin Stefanski is a good coach. It's just a matter of, do you feel like time is now for a change, or do you need patience for another year? And that's why fashion in which you lose matters, because again, you don't want to be consistently and routinely embarrassed every week. So they got to be competitive. The defense will keep them competitive. That's why I think a quarterback change will come at some point to kind of put some life into this and some intrigue. And it's got to be really, really ugly for him to lose his job. Otherwise, I think that they survive into next year, and they're given the leash, the runway, the patience necessary to try to rehab this team. Because, Sam, I think you're probably in agreement with me. The draft class that they had this year has played very well so far. Dylan Sampson, Harold Fannin, Mason Graham. You can continue to go down the line. I mean, Judkins looked good in what was essentially a spot start of sorts, considering he just returned to the team and played, which still shocks me. Those are results that, can back a regime, can back an Andrew Berry. Look, I drafted these guys. We're on the right track. Just give us some time. So I think that while he was second on Greg's list, I don't think that he'll be that high on the hot seat list because of all the surrounding circumstances, but it's always in play if you're losing games.
No doubt. Hey, before you go, plug your stuff where people can find you all over the place on social media.
I feel like I need to unroll a scroll here. At the Nick Shook on all platforms. Instagram is Nick Shook NFL. And you can also check me out at NFL.com/Shook. TikTok won't let me change my name, but just search me there because I can't make it match everything else. Twitch as well, the Nick Shook. Come check out. We do Gridiron Podcast over there, my own show. I do some college football live streams on there as well. I'm doing everything in a number of different places, so find that there as well. There and YouTube, I'm everywhere. I don't sleep.
Awesome. It's too bad you're not busy. All right, Nick. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. We love chatting and hearing, getting your knowledge from the league, and we'll do it again soon. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Sam.
You bet. Nick Shook, the Nick Shook. Check him out on all your social media platforms. Does a great job as well on NFL.com. All right, let me take a look at the handy-dandy clock. Okay, we will get you ready here coming up for the news and the weather. Coming up at the top of the hour with Jeff Mears. Just got a little message here, and we are going to be talking with Alliance head football coach Goodman and sensation J.R. Jackson. They will be up here in the booth around 4:30, and we'll talk to them about tonight's game. We'll talk to them about their season, and we'll have some fun with them. Coach Goodman and quarterback J.R. Jackson from the Alliance Aviators coming up here on the show a little bit after 4:30 this afternoon. Okay. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday, and it's the Sam Bourquin Show live from Cara Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. Getting you ready for high school football tonight. Alliance and Canton Central Catholic right here on AM 1310 WDPN. We'll take a break, and we'll come back. Stay with us.
An important part of the Alliance community since 1953. You're listening to AM 1310, WDPN Alliance.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The CDC advisory panel voting on COVID-19 vaccines for children this afternoon. Today, it appears the panel reversed a lesser discussed vote from yesterday's meeting. The group now saying that their new narrowed recommendations for the MMRV vaccines also apply to a massive federal program that provides free vaccines for children. ABC's Steve Osensalmi is in Atlanta.
Everything that's decided by this panel still has to be approved by the director of the CDC before it becomes official. But what they decide matters and affects what vaccines are made available to American children, specifically what vaccines the government provides for free and which ones insurance plans will cover.
Outside an ICE detention facility in Broadview, west of Chicago today. Protests taking place against the federal immigration operations in and around the city. President Trump held a call with China's leader today. It included discussions on TikTok, but no more deals on a tentative plan. This is ABC News.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Super Sale and get 40% off paints and stains September 19th through the 24th. With prices starting at $29.39, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Fall is the season for reinvention, and it's easy to do at Macy's Fall Favorite Sale. Come in and find your new favorite styles, like romantic ruffled dresses, chic trenches, cashmere sweaters, and textural fall layers, which are perfect for mixing and matching. All for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:02. This news a service of Cars Auto Repair. A man accused of kidnapping a woman at knife point at a Jackson Township hotel makes his initial court appearance. 38-year-old Jamie Triplett of Canton was arraigned today in Massillon Municipal Court on charges of aggravated robbery, kidnapping, disrupting public services, and aggravated menacing. He pleaded not guilty. Bond was set at $1 million. Triplett allegedly forced a 31-year-old woman into a vehicle at the Roadway Inn on Sunset Strip Northwest Wednesday night. The following morning, they were found at a hotel in Perry Township. The woman was not injured. Triplett is scheduled to return to court Thursday for a preliminary hearing. He was convicted of rape and kidnapping in 2012 and released from prison in February. A jail cell is now home for an East Canton man who pleaded no contest to one misdemeanor count each of cruelty to companion animals and sexual conduct with an animal. 29-year-old Joseph Domer entered the plea Wednesday in Canton Municipal Court. Judge Mary Falvey sentenced him to 180 days in jail. 60 days were suspended on condition of 2 years good behavior. Domer also is not allowed to own a pet. According to court records, Domer took part in a sex act with a canine in April 2024. The dog nearly suffocated. Domer and 25-year-old Jonathan Cunningham of Alina were sentenced in July after pleading guilty to similar charges involving a different dog. The activity occurred from October 2024 to May of this year. A Stark County grand jury has indicted a man who allegedly shot at an Alliance home. 42-year-old Derek Miller of Alliance was charged with felonious assault, improperly discharging a firearm at or into a habitation, and having weapons under disability. He pleaded not guilty today during his arraignment in Common Pleas Court. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. On July 28th, Miller allegedly shot at a home on East Ely Street. Two people were inside when the residence was hit by gunfire. The grand jury declined to indict 2 other suspects. Kurt Conrad submitted a surprise resignation email to board members August 6th as CEO of the Stark Area Regional Transit Authority. Thursday, the board approved a severance package. The repository reports Conrad will receive about $100,000 over a 6-month period. As part of the deal, he must drop any legal claims against SARTA and not work for a public transit agency in Stark or an adjoining county for 6 months. Conrad's letter said he would be leaving in August 2026. A week later, the sides agreed he would leave immediately. Conrad had led SARTA since July 2009. He did not give a reason for his resignation. A former treasurer of the Carrollton Exempted Village Schools pleaded guilty to theft in office and records tampering. 50-year-old Amy Spears will be sentenced October 7th. She admitted improperly using nearly $28,000 while serving as treasurer between September 2022 and October 2024. Spears wrote checks to herself for tuition reimbursement for college classes she did not take. She also wrote herself a $5,000 check. Spears was placed on paid leave April 1st. She may no longer serve in public office. Charges are pending in connection with a fatal crash in Rootstown Township. Highway Patrol says a car was southbound on New Milford Road September 12th when it failed to yield at a stop sign. The vehicle, driven by a 25-year-old Bristolville man, hit a sewer truck at Talmadge Road. Neither driver was hurt. A passenger in the car, 81-year-old Dolores Chiappini of Aurora, died at the scene. The truck is owned by the city of Kent and was being driven to Edinburgh auctions by a city employee. The patrol says they were not at fault. An East Palestine man is headed to prison after pleading guilty to child pornography charges. 75-year-old Robert Rogers was sentenced to 5 years behind bars today by Columbiana County Common Pleas Judge Scott Washin. He was given credit for 23 days served. Rogers pleaded guilty in July to 17 counts of pandering obscenity involving a minor. He was indicted in January. The charges resulted from a June 2024 incident in which he allegedly possessed child porn. Rogers will spend 5 years on probation and must register as a Tier 2 sex offender. 19 years in prison is the sentence for an East Liverpool man. Investigators say 32-year-old Joseph DeSaro was involved in drug activity throughout last year. He was sentenced this week in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court after more than 8,000 fentanyl pills, over 30 grams of powder fentanyl, and more than 90 grams of cocaine were found during multiple investigations. Investigators also seized $15,000 in suspected drug proceeds. A man is charged after a child is injured in a shooting in Warren. Police responded to St. Joseph Hospital Thursday after a 2-year-old was brought there with a gunshot wound. Officers concluded the child was playing with a gun when it went off and they lost part of a finger. The alleged incident occurred at a home on Prospect Avenue Northwest. Police discovered 5 dogs at the address that had been neglected. 23-year-old Narelle Frank was arrested and charged with endangering children and 5 counts of cruelty to companion animals. He pleaded not guilty during arraignment today in Warren Municipal Court. Frank was ordered to have no contact with the victim or have any animals. His next court appearance is slated for Thursday. It's 84 degrees and Alliance at 4:07. This is the local edition of WDPN News, a service of Cars Auto Repair. Cars with a K. Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100. I'm Jeff Mears.
Since 1996, Kale's Auto Repair Service, Cars with a K, has been the trusted auto repair shop in Alliance. With over 80 years of experience in Stark and Mahoning County, their team provides high-quality auto care and customer service. They offer a range of services from preventative maintenance to engine repair, AC service, and more. The shop features 10 bays, state-of-the-art diagnostic tools, and mechanics ready to get your car on the road again. They accept all makes and models, ensuring top-notch service for every vehicle. Open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5 p.m. and Friday from 8 to 11 a.m., Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100.
This WDPN weather is brought to you by Canterbury Villa of Alliance, where your loved ones become family. Schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000.
This afternoon, mostly sunny skies with a high near 84 degrees. For tonight, mostly clear, a low around 54. For Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 84. Sunday, 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly sunny, a high near 86. Monday, a 50% chance of showers, thunderstorms also possible, and a high near 80. That's your WDPN weather.
Send your loved ones to a place that cares and a place that they can trust. They'll find a place that feels like home at Canterbury Villa in Alliance. They will provide the highest level of care to their residents when it comes to skilled nursing, rehabilitation, long-term care, and Alzheimer's care. At Canterbury Villa, your loved ones become family. Located on Freshley Avenue, schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000 and ask for Samantha Nutter. At Canterbury Villa, they walk the talk.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, Meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hour 2 of the Sam Bourquin Show here on AM 1310 WDPN. Welcome back, everybody. I want to thank Nick Shook from NFL.com for joining us earlier in the program. Don't forget Coach Tim Goodman and his outstanding quarterback, place kicker, punter, defensive back, bus driver, you name it, J.R. Jackson. They are both going to be up here with us around 4:30, 4:35 today, and we'll see what's going on with Coach and J.R. as they get ready for their game against Central Catholic tonight. We'll have it the Crusaders and the Aviators at 7 o'clock tonight right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Don't forget our text line is open. You can see that on the screen right there. You can always text the show, 330-924-7088, 330-924-7088. Q92 Sports Network tonight. Here's your lineup. Q92 Radio, 92.5 on your FM dial. You have Lakewood St. Edwards and Canton McKinley. On Q92radiosports.com tonight, Green Jackson, Hoover Louisville, Canton South, Northwest, St. Thomas, and Minerva. There's some good ball games tonight. There's some really good ball games tonight. Green Jackson is in there as well. Canton South Northwest, I think, is a better game than maybe people think. We'll see if the Fairless Falcons go on the road tonight and then beat Orville, which will be a tall task. But if the Fairless Falcons would go on the road tonight, going to win against what I think is a really good Orville Red Rider team, it'll give Coach AJ and the flock a little momentum as we move forward. Perry McKinley is a big matchup tonight. If the Bulldogs win, they would go to 4-1. Same with Perry. Perry wins tonight, they would go to 4-1. Lake Jackson on paper doesn't look like much of a game, but Glen Oak has to break out at some point. They just have to. Maybe that's tonight. I don't know, but you better be ready to go. Green Jackson, sneaky good game. Green's record, doesn't look the greatest, but they battled Hoover till the end last weekend. Jackson has overcome some adversity with injuries to the quarterback and some other kids. Maybe it looks like they maybe are back on track again a little bit. Eds and Maslin tonight is a huge game in Tigertown. I don't know what I think about this game tonight. Eds has made it look pretty easy. Now, Glenville tested him a little bit. And Eds beat them, I think, 28-16, something close to that. Massillon's overtime win at home to start the year was 2. Cleveland Glenville. Tigers gave up 50 to Ferrum Gap, Georgia, who is a really good team. I mean, really good team. Massillon's won 3 in a row in this series against St. Ed's. So I don't know. I still in my mind, I think Massillon. If they don't win tonight, I do believe they keep it close. I do. I do believe they find a way to keep it close. But if they could get a win, that would give them a ton of first-level computer points, second-level computer points. I don't see Ed's really losing this year. Maybe 1 down the stretch, even if then. I was looking at the high school football computer rankings, and it's early. It's week 5. It's not that early. But Massillon's on the outside looking in right now as far as the playoffs are concerned. Remember, only 12 teams get in this year, but the first 4 get byes. And Massillon has 9 home games. Their last game of the year is on the road at McKinley. They could very well start their postseason on the road if they're, anywhere between, if they're down there between like 8 and 12, the chances of them hosting a first-round playoff game are not very strong. But they do have the opportunity, as far as computer points are concerned, to vault up in their division and in their region. The Tigers, I believe, are Division 2 and Region 7. So they do have a lot of opportunities. It's just, if they would beat a team like Ed's tonight, they've got I think they've got Warren Harding later. Everybody else, I think, is out of town. They're coming in from out of the state of Ohio, outside of it. And then you got the big rivalry game against McKinley week 10, which, as we sit here today, and again, I'm not rushing through these next 4 weeks. Absolutely not. But I think people from the McKinley side are starting to think, hey, maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the year. I think the Tigers have beat McKinley 9 consecutive years. So the rivalry has been very, very one-sided. But there's starting to be a little chatter from Canton that this could be the year. This could be the year that McKinley gets back on track. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be very, very interesting here as we move forward. But looking at the Tigers right now, they lost that tough one to Glenville. They beat Glen Oaks handily. They lost to Rayburn Gap, and then last weekend they beat a team out of New York, Bennett, which I really don't know anything about them at all. The Tigers won that 35-zip. I think it was 35-0 at half. So that was a running clock, and you didn't really learn much there. Tonight, 4-0 St. Ed's. The following week, they will play Clarkson, Ontario, from Canada. They're not bad. Then you play Cardinal Ritter out of Missouri. Don't know anything about them. They're 1-2. Then you play Cornerstone Christian from Texas. They're 2-1. Then you have Harding come in. Right now, the Raiders, the Warren Harding Raiders are 2-2. And then you would go to McKinley week 10. Right now, the Bulldogs are 3-1. McKinley has beaten Harding. They lost to that very good St. Augustine Prep out of New Jersey. Then they would come back to beat the Cleveland Heights, and then they would beat Glen Oak. So I think we probably learned more about McKinley in their loss than we have learned about McKinley in their wins. Now, if they beat Perry tonight, which the Panthers are 3-1, then they host Green. They go to Hoover. That's setting up to be a dandy on October the 3rd. Then they're home to Lake. Lake could be undefeated by then. Then they go to Jackson, and then they are home to the Tigers. So that's kind of how that looks right there. As far as the Lake Blue Streaks are concerned, and a lot of people ask me, okay, what's the deal with Lake? They're 4-0. Tied to George got hurt. He's probably not going to come back this year, which really stinks for them because that would have given them another added layer. You know what I mean? So they're going to miss him. Of course they are. I think that might have put them over the top with most of their matchups coming up, maybe outside of the game against McKinley. But you look at Lake; they beat South Range, who was Division 5. But South Range is a very good Division 5 team. They went to South Range. They beat them 49-13. Then they beat Boardman, who's kind of middle of the road. They handled them pretty good, 49-20. Then they beat Rocky River, who is decent. They're 3-1. They beat them 34-28. Had to hang on at the end for that. And then they beat Perry in a very physical game last weekend, 31-15. So the Blue Streaks have proved that they can what? Score. 49, 48, 34, 31. That's a pretty high-octane offense. Now, tonight they're at Glen Oak. Then they've got 2 games in a row at home. Northwest, so the Blue Streaks will step out of the Federal League on September 26th. Then they host Jackson. Then they go to McKinley, home to Hoover. So that 3-game stretch there of home to Jackson, at McKinley, home to Hoover, that's going to tell us a lot about Lake. They end the season with their game on the road at Green. Perry, 3-1. But their first 3 games, Central Catholic, who is 0-4, St. Vincent St. Mary, 0-4, Warren Harding, 2-2. So Perry went up against Lake, got beat by 16. Tonight, they've got McKinley, who's 3-1. Then they have Jackson, home to Fitch. That'll be tough. Then they go to Hoover, home to Green, home to Glen Oak. Right now, Perry is 3-1. Boy, right now, I said a couple of months ago that Hoover was going to be like my dark horse team, and I thought they would hit their stride about week 7 or 8. Well, they're playing pretty good right now, and I just wonder what they're going to look like now, week 7 and week 8. And I'm not saying they came out, on fire and they're not going to have any juice left in the tank. I'm not saying that at all. But you got Louisville tonight. You got McKinley down the road, Perry down the road, Lake down the road, and Jackson down the road. So we probably won't really learn about North Canton Hoover till about week 7 or 8. McKinley, to me, is the wild card here. We'll see what they do against Perry tonight. And then we'll see how they do against Hoover and Lake back-to-back on October 3rd and 10th. And then that'll tell me whether they're, and not just that they win those games, but if they would win them, how they would win them. Would they be dominating? Would it be like, winning at the last second? Would they just go out and take it from them? I'm anxious to see how McKinley does there. To me, they're the wild card. They could be the best team in the Federal League. But Hoover's undefeated. Lake's undefeated. Perry only has a loss. So you better be ready to buckle them up here as far as the Federal League goes in 2025. And yes, it always seems to be that way. And it's that way again this year. Stick around. Coming up here in about 15 minutes or so, we're going to talk to Coach Tim Goodman of the Alliance Aviators. He's going to bring up his Mr. Everything, J.R. Jackson. He'll be joining us here in the broadcast booth as well. That'll be coming up around 4:30, 4:35 today. 6:30 pregame tonight, and then Caleb Norick will join me for all the action beginning at 7 as the Crusaders take on the Alliance Aviators tonight right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Guardians will be in action against the Twins tonight. Game 1 of a humongous 3-game series. The Guardians just a game and a half out of that third wild card spot in the American League. Buckeyes are off tomorrow. The Purple Raiders are off tomorrow. Of course, we got the Browns and Packers coming up here on Sunday. So we'll take a break. We'll cat back with more here on the Sam Bourquin Show. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday on 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
Music and intelligence for your life.
No matter what anybody tells you, words and ideas can change the world.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room. Join me for Music and Intelligence for Your Life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
You heard it on the John Tesh Radio Show.
You've always enjoyed an active lifestyle, hiking with family, resort vacations, the occasional trip to the spa, and nights out with friends at your favorite restaurants. You want and need your lifestyle to follow you into your retirement years. Now, imagine a place with peaceful surroundings, resort amenities, and easy access to city life. It's just around the corner at Copeland Oaks. Copeland Oaks has earned a reputation as more than a retirement destination, but also a place to call home. An independent consultant for senior living rated Copeland Oaks with a perfect score, and it's easy to see why. Maintain your lifestyle on the beautiful Copeland Oaks campus with all the amenities you love, and if you need it down the road, assistance is there. Keep living your life to its fullest at Copeland Oaks, your all-inclusive senior living resort. Visit CopelandOaks.com for more information. That's CopelandOaks.com.
Canton's about to get a whole lot more colorful.
Mural Fest is back, and this year, 9 brand new murals are hitting downtown walls.
Be there for the big unveiling, Saturday, September 27th, from 1 to 4 p.m.
Live music, food, and a free downtown art experience you don't want to miss. 9 murals, 1 community, endless inspiration.
Mural Fest Canton, Saturday, September 27th, 1 to 4 p.m. in downtown Canton. Free and open to all. Check out muralfestcanton.com for more info.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
At the University of Mount Union, getting ready for Alliance or Canton Central Catholic tonight at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. A couple of minutes away from the bottom of the hour with all your news and your traffic coming up here with Jeff Mears. It is week 5 of the high school football season, and we've got a great schedule tonight between the AM and Q92 Sports Networks. So make sure you're dialed in tonight. Pre-games begin for all these ball games at 6:30 tonight, and the kickoff will be at 7. Again, our Aviator head coach Tim Goodman and his outstanding player J.R. Jackson will be up here in about 5-10 minutes, and we'll talk to them about tonight's game, their season, what they're looking forward to, how things have gone, and we'll have some fun with the guys here coming up here in just a little bit. Boy. Hey, if you're headed out to a ball game tonight, leave the jacket at home. leave the jacket at home. It is going to be beautiful. 7 o'clock kickoff temperature tonight, 78 degrees. That's what we're looking at tonight, 78 degrees. And then by the time we're done, it'll be around 68, 69, 70. So it's going to be a very comfortable night. Going to be warm tomorrow, 85, warm on Sunday, 85, and then I was just kind of looking ahead the next week. Next Friday night, the temperatures look like we're going to have a high of 74 and a low of 56, and hopefully between now and then, our area gets a little bit of rain. They're calling for maybe some rain on Monday. I'll believe it when I see it. But we really need rain. My goodness gracious. Our poor lawns. I mean, it's like walking on straw. It really is. I know a lot of you are going through the same thing. But hopefully we get some rain here coming up Monday or Tuesday, and but it's so dry right now. It's really not good for anything. We got the Guardians and Twins tonight. That's an 8:10 first pitch, by the way, 8:10. Parker Messick and Lopez, the pitching matchup tonight. Do we have college football tonight? I bet you we do. Yep, we got a couple. Tulsa, Oklahoma State at 7:30, and then a Big Ten game tonight at 8 o'clock as Rutgers will be hosting Iowa. Let's see here. Don't forget now, Guardians and Twins play 2 tomorrow. They play 2 tomorrow, 2:10, and then 7:10. So it looks like, according to what I'm looking at, it's a day-night doubleheader on Saturday for the Guardians, and then they'll play a single game coming up here on Sunday. Some of the college football matchups coming up here this weekend. Not a crazy marquee weekend, but there's some good matchups here. If you look a little closer, Utah, Texas Tech, I think it's going to be a great game. Now the only problem with that I have, the game is in Utah and they're playing it at noon Eastern time. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. They're starting a Division I college football game. Nice job, Fox. Thanks for putting those kids in a pickle. Oregon State, the old Civil War, which doesn't happen as far as the Pac-12 conference is concerned, but Oregon State's still on that Oregon schedule. Ducks are a 35-point favorite in that game. Holy cow. Notre Dame is hosting Purdue. The Irish need a get-good game. Purdue could be just what they're looking for. Nebraska, Michigan, that's a sneaky good game, 3:30 on Saturday. The Wolverines are about a 1.5 favorite there. I'm not just saying this because I don't like Michigan. I like Nebraska to win that game Saturday. I really do. Auburn, Oklahoma, good ball game. The Sooners are given 6.5 to Auburn. That's a 3:30 kick on Saturday. What else is going on here? Saturday, that could be, Miami in Florida. The Gators and the Hurricanes in Coral Gables, Saturday night at 7:30. Canes about a 9-point favorite there. The battle for the Apple Cup, Washington State. That's a 7:30 kick up in the Palouse. Arizona State, Baylor, pretty good. Illinois, Indiana. That's a good game. In Bloomington coming up, the Hoosiers are a 6.5-point favorite there. And what's going on late night? Anything good? Here you go. Here, how about this? Let's all stay up really, really late on Saturday night. Michigan State at USC, 11:05 kickoff on Saturday night between the Spartans and the Trojans. And both teams are 3-0, but I think they're both phony 3-0s. So who knows? USC's an 18-point favorite in that game. But we should all stay up late Saturday night, and we'll get on X or Facebook or whatever. We'll have a chat into the wee hours of Sunday morning. How's that sound? All right, we got the news and weather coming up next, and on the other side, we'll be talking some Aviator football. Coach Tim Goodman of Alliance, and of course J.R. Jackson will be joining as well. We got all that and much more coming up here on an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Berkman Show, live from Carrick Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. All happening right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
The latest news and the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. The CDC's vaccine advisory panel voted to separate the vaccines that fight measles, mumps, rubella, and the virus that causes chickenpox. The decision is not final until the acting CDC director or Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. signs off on it. Dr. Jason Goldman, president of the American College of Physicians, was in the room watching the panel's proceedings. He tells ABC News their decision was not thoroughly vetted.
If they do not recommend a vaccine, they are denying choice and health care for millions of Americans who want their vaccine to protect their health, their family, and their loved ones. Not getting vaccinated can lead to vaccine-preventable diseases and death.
A protest against the Trump administration's immigration enforcement actions in Chicago took place today outside an ICE facility in Broadview. Illinois Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton was there.
Trump said that he wants to go after the worst of the worst. That's not what's happening. He's going into our places of business. He's going into houses of worship. He's going to schools. This is not about public safety. This is about instilling fear, sowing discord.
ICE says it has made 400 arrests in the Chicago operation so far, providing an early gauge on a major deportation effort. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to strip legal protections from hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants. After a phone call with China's president, President Trump says he plans to go to China early next year. In a post on social media, the president says they made progress on many issues, including the ongoing situation with the popular social media app TikTok. Here's ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
We don't have specifics about what this deal looks like to transfer ownership of TikTok to American companies. You'll recall earlier this week, the president had said that there was a framework deal that had been reached, and he would finalize that today during this phone call with President Xi, but still no details yet about what American companies are involved, what would happen to TikTok's algorithm, which is a very critical piece of this. TikTok put out a statement today thanking both presidents for the work they're doing. They said that they're going to ensure that TikTok remains available for Americans through this process.
Authorities in Washington state who have been searching for the father of 3 girls found dead in June are waiting to see if remains discovered this week are those of the suspect. Authorities in central Washington are using forensic tests to confirm the identity of the remains. They said Thursday that preliminary findings suggest they belong to Travis Decker, the father who's suspected of killing his daughters. Law enforcement teams have been scouring rugged and remote terrain for Decker since his truck and the bodies of his girls were found after he failed to return them to their mother following a scheduled visit. It's 83 degrees in Alliance at 432. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Now, the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
The forecast for this afternoon calling for mostly sunny skies, a high of 84. Tonight, mostly clear, a low 54. Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 84. Sunday, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly sunny otherwise, a high near 86. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, a high near 80, chance of rain 50%. That's your WDPN weather.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
WDPN, it's an AWP Safety Football Friday. The Sam Bourquin Show here from the University of Mount Union, Cara Stadium. The Aviators and the Crusaders getting ready to go tonight. All right, we can move this camera out. We don't need me on there anymore. There's the star of the show right there. Tim Goodman, head football coach of the Alliance Aviators. Coach, thanks for coming up. How you doing today?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Good.
Let me turn your microphone. There you go. That will work. Okay, so we were just chatting here a little bit before. You guys are playing some pretty good football. You're winning at home. You're winning on the road. How was practice this week?
Yeah, another good week of practice for us. You know, we have a veteran group of guys that have been 2-3 year starters that have played a lot of football, and they get it. You know, so we've had good weeks of practice. Even last year, we had a below average season. We practiced hard all year long, and I think it's really transitioning now as we get into this season and into the middle of the year.
What is it particularly that you really like the most about this club as we're in the halfway mark of the year?
I just like their leadership first and foremost. I think that's something that we haven't been very strong in the past couple of years. So I think they've really grabbed the bull by the horns. And every coach says that player-led teams are way better than coach-led teams, and we have that this year with our guys leading the way. And I just like how well-rounded we are. I think we're pretty strong at all 11 positions on offense and defense, and we play good complementary football on both sides of the ball.
This is our third game we've done for Alliance. We did the Louisville game, which was probably a good learning tool for you guys. They're playing really well. And then we did your game against Streetsboro. We chatted about that. And what do you think was the biggest difference between week 2 and week 3? Usually week 1 and week 2, you see that big jump. For you guys, it looked like it was week 2 to week 3.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie. When I looked at that week 2 and week 3 coming to the season, I was like, oh boy, we better strap it up. And I hope we get out healthy. Because I knew both those teams were going to be, and they were both physical teams and both physical games. I think, like you said, the Louisville loss was really good for us because it taught us how to approach a big game and how to approach a game against a really good team. I don't know if we came into that game with the right mindset. And we learned, and we talked about that all the way into that Streetsboro game. And we did approach that game with the right mindset, and we beat a good team pretty handedly. So that was really great for us. And hopefully we take those lessons that we learned throughout that week into the rest of the year.
Yeah, and the fact that you guys have won at Akron Ellet, you won at Streetsboro, and playing high school football is hard anywhere you play. But the fact that you guys can get on the bus and you can go a half hour, you can go an hour and 20 minutes, that tells me something about not only the physical prowess, but the maturity, the mental approach of the kids too, because it seems like they know what the job is no matter where they're playing.
100%. Yeah. And that's something you try and do as a coach, because when you get in the playoffs, you're going to travel a little bit. So scheduling some games like Padua, which is an hour away, Streetsboro about 45 minutes away, it gets you ready for those moments. And like you said, having a mature group like this where they've gone on the road not only for football, but in all the other sports they play, and they know the right way to approach it. But I will say we are happy to be home. We played one home game in the first 5 weeks of the year, so we're happy we're going to be home for the next 3 weeks, so we're happy for that.
Yeah, we're going to be here too.
Yeah.
You got tonight against Canton Central, then I think you've got Salem, and then Carrollton.
Yep.
So a little home cooking here at Mount Union for you guys. Coach Tim Goodman of the Aviators joining us here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN, and don't forget all of our social media platforms. What's really fun about this group?
I've been with this group for a long time. I think that's what's fun about it. Is my first year here, they were 8th graders. And I made a lot of trips to the 8th grade cafeteria that year and talking to these guys, and they're a special group. They've won all the way up through the seniors, that is. And I think, it's kind of your first class that you've had all the way through. And we've been a lot of highs and lows together. A lot of these guys played as sophomores, part of some big wins, part of some heart-wrenching losses. So just kind of going on one last ride with these guys. And like I said, it's a well-rounded group. It's a deep group. And it's a group that gets along, and we have a real family atmosphere. So I think that's probably the most fun part for us.
Coach, did you ever get that feeling during that 8th grade year for a lot of these guys that, hey, maybe 2025 could be a year that maybe we shine a little bit?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, you really don't. I don't really look that far down the road. You're not planning for 5 years later, but you do sit there and say, when you have a good class coming through, like, okay, hey, the future's bright here. We got some pieces. Watching JR play quarterback in 8th grade, we had some big guys in that class, even when they were in 8th grade, and we still have some. They continue to grow, which is nice. So we have a good line on both sides of the football. You just kind of see the pieces that are there, and you look down the road and say, okay, we got some stuff coming down the road.
Mm-hmm. What is more fun for you, watching JR play football as a coach, or watching JR play basketball as a fan?
Wow, that is tough. He is special in both arenas. I'll say as a play caller, I always challenge my quarterbacks. I should never have a bad play call. You got to make me right, and having JR does that for you. So that is nice as a play caller. When as a fan in basketball, there's a little less stress on me, more stress on Coach Harper. But he's special in both, so he's fun to watch.
Yeah, he's incredible. Talk about the big guys down in the trenches on both sides of the ball. How many kids are going both ways for you? Who's really standing out? Because they're opening up the holes for the guys like JR and for a lot of these other guys that are they're doing well for you.
Yeah, we're blessed to have a veteran offensive line group. A few of those guys have been 3-year starters, some of them 2-year starters. We thought we were going to be good up front. We had 4 or 5 coming back, 5 or 6 if you include our tight end, and we knew we were going to lean on those guys. We have dynamic playmakers. We just need to give those guys an opportunity when they get the ball. So they've been doing a great job on offense. They've been getting off the ball. They're physical. That's something we want to pride ourselves on. I think Alliance is always known for having really good athletes, but we want to make sure we're a physical football team as well. And then on the defensive line, those guys have really stepped up. We haven't been great defensively the past couple of years, but I think our defensive line is kind of the reason why we turned the corner. Grady Fast and Alex Hartman as 2 senior leaders have really, really stepped up and solidified that unit for us. They allowed Brody Fast and Johnny Belts to run around and make 20 tackles a game. So to see their growth and maturity has been really positive.
How about your special teams?
Special teams has gotten better. It's been a work in process or project the whole way through. We were not very good week one. I think that was a factor we've learned in Louisville, because Louisville, I knew going in that Coach Kappas, those guys pride themselves on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
And you see they still are doing it, probably being a factor in their game tonight. I think it clicked for our kids the importance of special teams. And then thanks to JR over here, he recruited his soccer buddy out to come kick for us. So we were pretty good on PATs last week. Hopefully we continue to improve, because that was something we learned from Louisville. When you play good teams, that can be a difference in the game.
So JR is a quarterback, he's a kicker, he's a punter, he's a bus driver, and he's a recruiter. He recruits for you too.
He can do it all, man.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you what, that's a good world to be living in right now. Tim Goodman is our guest, head coach of the Alliance Aviators. They'll battle Central tonight at 7 here on 1310 WDPN. The couple of minutes that you are able to be with your guys after a game, obviously you've got some media stuff that you have to do after a win. You guys get back into the locker room, or you chat on the field. What are those like for you now, especially with a group like this that you've kind of watched grow the last several years? Do you try to just squeeze every ounce of everything out of those minutes that you have?
Yeah, those are, as a coach, those are kind of your more intimate moments, win or lose, because it's you and your guys reflecting on the game. And you're kind of able to wrap things up before, the media comes out, before the families come out. It's the football family together. And those moments are precious to us, and you can really drive home, some key points in those moments. And again, you thought about the Louisville game. I think our post-game talk after that game was super important to how we rebounded the next week.
Yep.
Same thing with Akron last week. Didn't play our best game. But we found a way to win. We found a way to win convincingly. So, that was something we talked about. Hey, if this is a bad game for us, we'll take it. Just to kind of get their minds right going into that next Saturday and that next Monday as you get ready for the next opponent.
We got a chance to catch up with you at the preview at the St. Barnabas Church several months ago. If I would ask you now, or you thought you'd be where you're at now, are you on course? Are you a little behind? Or are you a little ahead? How do you feel?
I think we're on track. You don't really know. I remember Coach DeMarco said a few years ago, and I was talking to him before the year, the summer's the best time because everyone's undefeated and everyone thinks they're good. And you find out real quick whether that's true or not in those first couple weeks. So I thought we had potential to be good, especially the way we ended last year, how much we had talent we had coming back. And I really like the way we performed the first 4 weeks of the year. But like I said, if we just rest on that won't be good enough. We got to continue to get better. We got a tough Central Catholic team that no matter what their record is, we know they're going to give us everything we can handle, and they're going to play to win tonight. So we got to make sure we answer the bell when the ball's kicked off.
All right, Coach, thank you for coming in. A very special young man out there we're going to bring in, your guy JR. So I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Go get him tonight. Appreciate it. Yep. There you go. Coach Tim Goodman of the Alliance Aviators stopping by here on the program, 1310 WDPN. And Coach always does a great job. And here comes the man right here, J.R. Jackson of the Aviators. Have you slip those on, my friend, and talk a little ball. Hey, you got your Cavs hoodie on?
Yes, sir.
I like that. That's coming up here pretty soon. You big Cavs fan?
Kinda.
Oh, kinda. Okay. Who's your favorite player?
In the NBA or on the Cavs?
Both.
Team? On the Cavs, probably Mitchell.
Donovan.
Probably.
All right. What about the NBA?
I like Shea. I do.
Okay. All right. So I was talking to Coach about, I've been lucky enough to broadcast a lot of your football games and then do a lot of your basketball games too.
Yes,
and I'm trying to figure out which is more fun for me. Which one do you like playing more? Which is the funnest for you?
I do like playing basketball more, but I do enjoy football a lot. Yeah.
What did you enjoy first? Which sport?
Probably basketball still, but
Basketball?
like sometimes I do like to get away from it for a little while, and football is there for that. So yeah.
Okay. As far as this year's concerned, how are you feeling now as you get ready for Week 5? You played a couple on the road. You played a couple here at home. You're home for the next 3 weeks, so that's got to be good. You don't have to get on a bus and go anywhere. How are you feeling after the first 4 weeks?
Feeling good. I mean, the team's coming together really well. We got a lot of seniors here leading us through the way. So yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do outside of playing sports?
I do like my rest. I feel like I do get a lot of sleep at my home. I mean, I play a video game sometimes, but yeah, I like to rest and hang out with my friends.
If you could, how late do you think you could sleep in? We talking noon? What are we talking?
It depends what time I go to sleep, like the night before. If I go to sleep around like 9, 10 o'clock. I'll probably sleep until like 10 o'clock, honestly. So, yeah.
All right, you're getting plenty of sleep. That's
Yeah.
good. Sleep is good, man. Sleep is good. We're talking to J.R. Jackson, outstanding quarterback, kicker, does it all for the Alliance Aviators. They're right here, JR 1310 WDPN, and of course we're streaming all over on our social media platforms. What do you enjoy most about the sport of football? And talk to me about how fun it is to play in the games after practicing hard all week. What's that like for you?
I mean, I like coming out here every night with my guys. I mean, it's my last year. We've been doing this since 2nd, 3rd grade, so I just like being out here with them, making plays everywhere, getting stops on defense. And I like getting hyped for the games. I feel like from basketball and football, I feel like football games are a little more hype. Like a lot more of the city comes out for the football games, so I like that.
Speaking of getting hyped before a game, do you guys is there a team song? You guys got a playlist in the locker room, or if you're on a bus trip, does coach let you crank up some stuff? What's that like as you get ready? What's the routine for you guys to get fired up?
For away games, silent bus ride there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, silent bus ride. We don't usually turn the speaker on until we come in after warm-ups, so we're not getting all the energy out before the game.
Yeah.
But once we win on the way back, we are allowed to crank up the speaker. But for home games, we use our headphones until warm-ups, and then after warm-ups, we turn the speaker on.
Okay. What does your routine say when you get up on a Friday morning, go to school? What's that like for you?
I wake up every morning. Me and my dad talk while I eat breakfast. I go to school, and I actually do leave school at around like 10:30. Yeah, so I come home and take a nap to about 2 to 3 o'clock, and then I get some lunch in me, and then I get ready for the game.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Have you decided on what you're going to do yet? Is after Alliance, or is that still some stuff that's
it's
got to be worked out?
Yeah, it's still some stuff got to be worked out right now.
All right. Let me see. How do I put this? Because I'm real curious. Will it be on the hardwood or will it be on the football field?
I'm definitely gonna play basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Locally, maybe?
Yeah, probably locally.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's what I want to hear. That's good. All right. Also, during the week of practice, how much do you take it upon yourself? As obviously you're a big leader of this team. How do you lead? Do you talk a lot? Do you do it by example? Is it a combination of both? What do you do to get these guys focused in on what you got to get done?
Yeah, it's a combination of both, but I'm more of lead by example. I feel like the other captains beside me, they like to speak up a little bit more, so I let them do that more.
What's your favorite song right now?
So my favorite rapper, his name is Baby Tron. You probably would not know him at all.
No, I don't. Now I'm not completely out of the loop, but I don't know who Baby Tron is.
You know who Drake is?
I do.
I like listening to Drake.
Drake?
Too. Yeah, so
Okay.
known rapper probably Drake.
All right, good stuff. Well, hey, I know your coach is ready for you to get going, but I appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir.
You are so much fun to watch. Stay healthy and go get them. Okay.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
you. Thank you, J.R. Jackson.
Thank you for
from
having
the
me.
Alliance Aviators. Oh, real, you're on X, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's your handle? Put that out there.
Jr.Jackson with 3 N's.
Jr.Jackson.
Yeah, with 3 N's.
3 N's
Yeah.
on X. Give him a follow. Check him out.
Yes,
you on
sir.
Instagram?
Oh yeah.
TikTok?
Yep.
Okay. Follow him.
Yep.
Follow him.
Username.
Good. He's a good guy. All right, JR. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
Appreciate it. There he goes. JR Jackson of the Alliance Aviators, and he'll be in action tonight against Canton Central Catholic. We'll kick it off at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. What do you say we take a break? 9 minutes till the top of the hour. We'll come back here to Mount Union. Stay with us. It's the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN.
Canton's about to get a whole lot more colorful.
Mural Fest is back, and this year, 9 brand new murals are hitting downtown walls.
Be there for the big unveiling, Saturday, September 27th from 1 to 4 p.m.
Live music, food, and a free downtown art experience you don't want to miss. 9 murals, 1 community, endless inspiration.
Mural Fest Canton, Saturday, September 27th, 1 to 4 p.m. in downtown Canton. Free and open to all. Check out muralfestcanton.com for more info.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Exciting high school football Friday night here on AM 1310 as Canton Central Catholic takes on Alliance. Sam Bourquin will have the play-by-play action at 6:45 for the pregame show. Kickoff at 7 p.m. The Vikings against the Aviators this Friday on AM 1310 and streaming live on the Q92 Radio Sports Network.
Small businesses are the heart of America. But you don't have to go it alone. As the nation's largest nonprofit resource of expert business mentoring, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses for free. Get the connections, education, and guidance you need with SCORE. We're ready to help. Find a mentor today at score.org.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday here on AM 1310 WDPN. I want to thank Coach Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators and his outstanding, isn't he a good kid? Isn't he a great kid, J.R. Jackson? That was fun. Kind of made me feel old, though. I didn't know who Tron was.
Sam, I didn't know who that was either.
I mean, I try to pride myself and keep up on, current music and whatever genre it is. But yeah, I didn't know who Tron was. But I know who Drake was. That was easy. I got that one. But good luck to JR. Again, just a great young man. I tried to get it out of him where he's going to go to school. I didn't want to pressure him too much, but I was almost ready just to come out and say, you're going to go to Mount Union, right? And play for the Purple Raiders, but I couldn't. That wouldn't have been fair for me. But he is super.
I think if you're in Karis Stadium, that might be considered entrapment.
Yeah, that would be, right? See, I know how to do it. I know how to put the heat on.
Or something.
Oh my God! Jeff Mears is coming up here in about 5 minutes with all the local news and the weather. That'll be coming up. We got one more big hour here. We have On This Day in Sports History. We will be Caleb Norick will be coming here probably about 45 minutes or so. We'll chat with Caleb up until we wrap things up at 6, and then we'll take a break and come back with the pregame at 6:30 or thereabouts, and then kick off tonight at 7. Alliance Canton Central Catholic. Don't forget Q92 Radio tonight. Massillon and Lakewood St. Edwards, and we got 5 more games on Q92radiosports.com. That schedule looks like this: Canton McKinley and Perry, Green Jackson, Hoover Louisville, and Canton South and Northwest, and of course Minerva and St. Thomas. Those are all available tonight on Q92radiosports.com. Make sure that you are checking us out on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube. Just search up AM 1310 WDPN or Q92 Radio Sports, Q92 Radio. It'll take you wherever you need to go. When you get there, make sure that you hit that subscribe button, give it a share, drop some comments to us. We love to interact with you during the shows. We love to interact with you during the games. So that's an easy way for us to kind of get to know each other a little bit here. It just dawned on me as I was walking in today. My first show was on April the 28th. So we are, what's today? September 19th. So 10 more days, April, May, June, July, August, September. Has it been like 5 months? 6 months?
Good
Doing
Lord,
the
Sam.
show?
No, that can't be right.
It can't be. But is it? So maybe April you really can't count because that was only like a day or two.
Yeah, April 28th, that's basically, yeah.
Yeah. So May, June, July, August, September. It's almost 5 months.
It's almost 5.
Almost 5 months. Man, so we're still kind of new, to some of you maybe that have had been listening before, or maybe you've heard about the show, checked in a little bit, checked out a little bit. Maybe you've called the show, you've interacted with the show. We ask that you just kind of spread the word, tell people about the program, what you like about it. Of course, we love, a little constructive criticism. What do you think we should do better? Well, what else would you like to hear? Because we do the show for you, and we want it to be as good and entertaining and as informative as possible. So when you're checking us out on all the social media platforms, make sure you're giving us a share, a like, a follow, hit the subscribe button, and spreading the word about the show. We love it. We do it every day, Monday through Friday, 3 until 6, right here on 1310 WDPN, all of our social media platforms. We are also the home of Mount Union football, Mount Union basketball here on WDPN, and we want you to listen. We want you to like and love what we're doing, and we'll keep on doing that for you. Again, the news coming up here in about a minute. We just finished up our Mount Union basketball broadcast schedule a couple of days ago. We've got, I think, 11 or 12 games for you this year on WDPN. Looks like we got about 3 non-conference games. I know Worcester is on there, and there's a little tournament around Christmas, I believe. We're going to have the M Club tournament, and then we'll have 9, I believe. Yeah, we'll have 9 OAC games. Then we'll get you ready for the tournament. Coach Feuline bringing back a lot of real good basketball players again this year, so we got that to look forward to. Hopefully, we'll have a nice long football season for you, whether it's high school or Mount Union or both. That would be nice to give us a little lead-in for the basketball season. So we got a lot of good stuff going on here. We hope you appreciate it. We love doing it for you, and we will continue to do that. Right now, we're going to check in with Jeff Mears in the newsroom and get you all caught up with what's going on in your world. AM 1310 WDPN. It's the AWP Safety Football Friday edition here on the Sam Bourquin Show. We'll be right back.
News, weather, sports, local information, and music 24 hours a day. This is AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A new CDC advisory panel voted today to recommend Americans get the shot of COVID based on individual-based decision-making. It comes a day after the panel voted to change the combined MMRV shot for children, separating out the chickenpox dose. ABC's Selena Wang says those changes have sparked backlash and confusion.
There's also been notable pushback from lawmakers, especially from Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who's the chair of the Senate Health Committee. He is telling the American public that they shouldn't trust any of the changes that come from this CDC advisory vaccine panel.
The CDC's director still needs to sign off on the recommendations. The Senate today failing to pass 2 stopgap measures to avert a government shutdown at the end of the month. An earlier bill passed the House. The Pennsylvania State Police is investigating the death of an 18-year-old high school student killed during a joint operation by the FBI and ATF yesterday in Beaver County. This is ABC News.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:02. Bond is set at $1 million for a man who allegedly kidnapped a woman from a hotel in Jackson Township Wednesday night. The amount was set today in Massillon Municipal Court during arraignment for 38-year-old Jamie Triplett of Canton. He pleaded not guilty to charges of aggravated robbery, kidnapping, disrupting public services, and aggravated menacing. A preliminary hearing is scheduled for Thursday. Triplett is accused of forcing a 31-year-old woman at knife point into a vehicle at the Roadway Inn on Sunset Strip Northwest. They were found at a hotel in Perry Township the following morning. The woman was not hurt. Triplett was convicted of rape and kidnapping in 2012. He was released from prison in February. An East Canton man has been sentenced for having sex with a dog. 29-year-old Joseph Domer pleaded no contest Wednesday to one misdemeanor count each of cruelty to companion animals and sexual conduct with an animal. Canton Municipal Court Judge Mary Falvey sentenced him to 180 days in jail with 60 days suspended on condition of 2 years good behavior. Domer also is not permitted to own an animal. He was given credit for 42 days served. Court records state Domer engaged in sexual activity with the dog in April 2024. The animal nearly suffocated. Domer and 25-year-old Jonathan Cunningham of Helena pleaded guilty in July to charges alleging similar activity with another dog from October 2024 to May of this year. A man accused in an Alliance shooting has been formally charged with the crime. A Stark County grand jury indicted 42-year-old Derek Miller of Alliance on charges of felonious assault, improperly discharging a firearm at or into a habitation, and having weapons under disability. He allegedly shot at a home on East Ely Street July 28th. The residence was struck by gunfire. 2 people were inside. The grand jury declined to indict 2 other suspects in the alleged incident. Miller was arraigned today in Common Pleas Court. He pleaded not guilty. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. The Stark Area Regional Transit Authority Board has agreed to a severance deal with Kurt Conrad. The agreement requires Conrad to drop any legal claims against SARTA and not work for a transit authority in Stark or an adjacent county for 6 months. Conrad submitted a surprise resignation email to the board August 6, saying he would leave in August 2026. No reason was given for the move. A week after the email, the sides agreed Conrad would leave immediately. He will receive about $100,000 as part of the severance plan. Sentencing is October 7th for Amy Spears, the former Carrollton Exempted Village Schools treasurer who admitted misusing district funds. Spears wrote checks to herself for tuition reimbursement for college classes she did not take. Spears also wrote herself a $5,000 check. The 50-year-old was placed on paid leave April 1st. She may no longer serve in public office. Thefts totaled nearly $28,000 between September 2022 and October 2024. Spears pleaded guilty to theft in office and records tampering. The Highway Patrol says a sewer truck owned by the city of Kent was involved in last week's fatal 2-vehicle accident in Rootstown Township. The truck was not at fault in the September 12th collision. The patrol says a car driven by a 25-year-old Bristolville man was southbound on New Milford Road when it failed to yield at a stop sign at Talmadge Road. The vehicle collided with the truck, which was being driven to Edinburgh Auctions by a city employee. A passenger in the car, 81-year-old Dolores Chiappini of Aurora, died at the scene. Neither driver was injured. Charges are pending. 5 years in prison is the sentence handed down to an East Palestine man who admitted to possessing child pornography. Columbiana County Common Pleas Judge Scott Washam sentenced 75-year-old Robert Rogers today. He was given credit for 23 days served. Rogers will spend 5 years on probation and must register as a Tier 2 sex offender. He was indicted in January with 17 counts of pandering obscenity involving a minor. Rogers pleaded guilty in July. The charges stemmed from a June 2024 incident in which he possessed child porn. An East Liverpool man is sentenced to 19 years in prison on drug charges. 32-year-old Joseph DeSaro was sentenced this week in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court. Investigators say more than 8,000 fentanyl pills, over 30 grams of powder fentanyl, and more than 90 grams of cocaine were found during several investigations into DeSaro. $15,000 in suspected drug proceeds were also seized. The offenses reportedly took place throughout 2024. A Mahoning County judge has issued punishment to a man convicted of a fatal shooting in Youngstown. Thursday, Common Pleas Judge Anthony Dapolito sentenced 32-year-old Akeem Hargrove of Youngstown to life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 6 years. A jury found him guilty of aggravated murder and murder charges last month. They included gun specifications. In December 2022, 26-year-old Devin Bell was found shot at a gas station on South Avenue. Prosecutors say Hargrove shot him during an ambush. 34-year-old Zachary Bear is awaiting sentencing, which is set for Tuesday. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter. A Warren man has pleaded not guilty to charges resulting from a shooting involving a child. 23-year-old Narelle Frank entered the plea today in Warren Municipal Court to endangering children and 5 counts of cruelty to companion animals. Warren police were called to St. Joseph Hospital Thursday after a 2-year-old child was brought there. An investigation determined the child had been playing with a gun at a home on Prospect Avenue Northwest. When it went off, they lost part of a finger. Officers also found 5 dogs at the home that had been neglected. Frank is set to return to court Thursday. He was ordered to have no contact with the victim or have any animals. Former Ohio State football coach and current Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel says he won't run for governor in 2026. The decision, announced today, helps clear the path toward a Republican nomination for biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, who has been endorsed by President Trump and the Ohio Republican Party. Amy Acton, who led Ohio's health department early in the COVID-19 pandemic, is running as a Democrat. Tressel is a political rookie. Term-limited Republican Governor Mike DeWine chose the championship-winning coach and university administrator in February to succeed John Husted. He was appointed to J.D. Vance's U.S. Senate seat after Vance was elected vice president. Taking a look at Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed today at 46,315, up 173 points. The Nasdaq Composite ended the day 161 points higher at 22,631, and the S&P 500 closed at 6,664, up 32 points. It's 82 degrees and Alliance at 5:09. This is the local edition of WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the latest forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, high near 84 degrees. Mostly clear tonight, a low near 54. Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 84. Sunday, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly sunny, a high of 86, chance of rain 20%. Monday, a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly cloudy, a high of 80, chance of rain 50%. That's your WDPN weather.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
And just like that, we are back here on the Sam Bourquin Show. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday. Welcome in, everybody. 1310 WDPN. Also, you can check us out on all of our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube. We got you covered. Check us out. Spread the word as we come together every day, Monday through Friday, 3 until 6 here on the program. It is an AWP Safety Football Friday. Shout out to Drew and the crew from AWP Safety. And don't forget, if you're looking for a little career change, just maybe a change. You just want to take a different path. Maybe you're just looking for something, maybe something you don't even know you're looking for. Got an idea for you. AWP Safety is now hiring. They are offering paid training. They offer certification. They offer advancement opportunities. And it might be a really good move for you. You never know, right? You never know until you take a look. Do me a favor, get online and check this out. Jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. And it's a great site. They tell you all about their company, what they're looking for as far as hiring, expectations, what you'll be doing, what they're all about, what their mission is. AWP Safety, proud sponsors of the Sam Bourquin Show, each and every football Friday here during the high school football season. And again, if you're looking for some work or you just want to maybe step out of your zone a little bit and try something a little different, jobs at awpsafety.com. That's where it's at. 6:30 tonight, pregame, 7 o'clock kickoff. Alliance and Canton Central Catholic. A lot of big ball games tonight. Massillon takes on Eds. Hoover Louisville is going to be incredible. Let us know what you think about some of the ball games tonight. Drop your predictions on our social medias. You can text your predictions in tonight. If you're going to a game and you got an idea, you think one team might be a little better than another, you can let us know there. Text line is at 330-9247088. You can also drop your comments on our social media platforms as well. Where are you going tonight? You're going to check out McKinley Perry. That should be a great crowd at Perry tonight. Are you going to go to Jackson to see Green and the Polar Bears? Or you're going to be at Louisville? I understand standing room only tonight at Louisville. I told you a couple days ago this game was going to sell out, and it's going to be one of the greatest atmospheres in Ohio tonight. I'm hoping I can see some video at some point of what it looks like over there in Louisville this evening, because that is going to be fantastic. Lakewood St. Ed's at Massillon tonight. I expect a big crowd at Tigertown tonight. I think we have a nice crowd here tonight for Alliance and Central Catholic. It's just such a beautiful night. Mount Union is such a great place to come and watch a game. You get the great scoreboard, two great. It's a great place to watch a game. It's a great place to play. It's a great place to broadcast a game. So I think we'll have a nice crowd here tonight. There's some good ball games tonight. Let us know where you're going. Give us a little shout out. Maybe somebody who's playing tonight. Give them a shout out. Maybe the team, the coach. We'll give everybody a little juice here today here on the Sam Bourquin Show. So we'll start all our stuff up again across the board tonight at 6:30, and our games will kick off at 7 o'clock tonight. The Guardians are going to play ball tonight. That's an 8:10 first pitch in Minneapolis against the Twins. Game one of a big 4-game series. Single game tonight. You got a day-night doubleheader tomorrow, and then you got a single game on Sunday. Guards really need to get 3 out of 4 here. You really need to get 3 out of 4. And then we're kind of hoping the Braves can maybe take 1 or 2 from the Tigers. And we need the Red Sox to lose. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts going on. A lot of stuff going on. As much of an uphill climb as it seems, it doesn't feel that way. And maybe it's because the Guardians are just on fire. What did they won? 7 games in a row, like 12 of their last 13. I didn't see this coming. I don't know if anybody did. I don't know if Stephen Vogt did. But I don't feel like it's completely out of the realm of possibility to happen. I mean, I'm to the point now where I'm gonna be disgusted if we don't make the playoffs. They work so hard to get to where they are now. And the fact that this team was 15 and a half games out of first place. 15 and a half. Do you know how hard it is to make that up? It's not easy. It's not easy. And kudos to the Guardians. And if they could, I mean, a sweep would be really nice, but I will gladly take 3 out of 4. Gladly take 3 out of 4. Parker Messick tonight going for the Guardians. Lopez going for the Twins. 8:10 first pitch. The Guardians are just a real small favorite tonight. That kind of makes me nervous. The total is 7.5. Now, we'll be rooting for the Braves tonight. Braves at Detroit. Elder against Morton at 6:40. We will be rooting for the Tampa Bay Rays tonight against the Boston Red Sox. 7:35 in Tampa. Crochet for the Red Sox. Rasmussen is going for Tampa. Just to be safe, we're going to root for the Marlins against the Rangers at 8:05 tonight. Junick for the Fish. Molly is going for Texas. Now, I'm not sure who are we rooting for here, the Mariners or the Astros? Who are we rooting for there? I think the Mariners. I think we're rooting for the Mariners there. Wu and Brown, the pitching matchup tonight down in Houston. That's an 8:10 first pitch between the Astros and the Mariners. So that's what's going on as far as MLB is concerned, and we'll be We should be. Let's see, when the Guardians start tonight, we'll probably be around halftime of our game here. So we'll have some updates for you on the baseball tonight during our Central Catholic Alliance broadcast here on 1310 WDPN. And then looking ahead to tomorrow, again, one of those weird Saturdays where there's no Ohio State football and there is no Mount Union football, but there are some good games. We talked about a couple of these at the outset of the show. Auburn's going to play Oklahoma, SMU, TCU, the battle for the Iron Skillet. That's always a fun game. South Carolina, Missouri. You've got Florida taking on Miami. Tulane and Ole Miss. That game's not getting any attention at all. I think it's a pretty good game. Tulane and Ole Miss are both 3-0 coming in. Michigan is at Nebraska. That's a 3:30 kick tomorrow. I think that's going to be a really good game. Illinois, Indiana is going to be fun tomorrow night at IU. Illinois is a 6-point underdog against the Hoosiers. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on here as far as the college football is concerned. A lot to talk about over the weekend. I'm sure the top 25 will have a little shakeup, and we'll get together with you on Monday and we'll talk about that. As far as the NFL is concerned, the Browns and Packers at 1 o'clock on Sunday. The last I looked, the Browns were still about a 8.5 point underdog. Let me see here. Ooh, down to 7.5. All right, so there's a little cash coming in on the Browns. Be careful there. Be careful there. Let's see. What about the injury situations? Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels deemed day-to-day with a knee sprain this week. According to Coach Dan Quinn, didn't really practice this week. Today's a big day. If everything goes okay, then he may play Sunday. If not, the Commanders may be going without their main guy at QB, Jaden Daniels. Emeka Ibuka back in practice with the Buccaneers today. He missed this week due to hip and groin problems. How about the rookie out of Ohio State, man? 96 receiving yards, leads the team with 3 touchdown catches so far this year. For the Chiefs, wide receiver Xavier Worthy, limited practice today. It's unclear if he'll return for the game Sunday against the Giants. He suffered a dislocated shoulder week 1 after colliding with his own player, tight end Travis Kelce. And quarterback Justin Fields has already been ruled out for the Jets against the Buccaneers on Sunday. He had a concussion week 2. Justin Fields will not play Sunday for the Jets. So how are we feeling about the Browns on Sunday? Realistically, how are we feeling going into a game against the Green Bay Packers, who I think they're right there with Philadelphia in the NFC East. I know there's some other teams that could make some noise, like the Rams could make some noise. I can't buy the Cardinals. I really can't. Well, Tampa, yeah, I like Tampa. But I think the Packers are probably the second best team, and they're coming into Cleveland. The Browns have had 2 games. One, they get lost by 1. If they had a kicker, they'd have won it. Baltimore embarrassed them, but the Browns defense, we went over the stats yesterday and the day before. I mean, their defense is not that bad. It's not that bad. And is it good enough to keep Green Bay out of the end zone? I mean, Green Bay's not crazy flashy on offense. I mean, they got Jordan Love. But defense is where the Packers make their money, and it's where they spend their money too. But with Micah Parsons there now, taking the heat off some of the other guys that had to kind of like do a lot more than maybe they should be doing, this game, as I sit here right now, this game's got like 20-17 written all over it. It does. I really don't think there will be a lot of points in this game Sunday. Could be wrong, But I just don't see it. I think Cleveland's defense is better than what they get credit for, although they still at times are not getting off the field on third down. That's got to improve. But it's gotten better, but it needs to get a little bit better. Green Bay's like they're pretty suffocating. They're pretty suffocating as far as their defense is concerned. It looks like it's going to be very warm up in Cleveland on Sunday, probably 83, 84 degrees. I don't think the humidity is going to be crazy, but I do think it's going to be kind of warm. So I think Green Bay wins. I think it's close, and I do believe it'll be a very, very low-scoring game. Now, we all know how the NFL is, and don't be surprised if you turn the TV on Sunday at halftime and it's 28-24, okay? We know how that goes. But if things go the way they should, in reality, I think the Packers would win on Sunday, but it would be a very close game. I've seen predictions of 10-7, 13-9, like snooze fest kind of stuff. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, hey, you only needs one more point than the other guy, and if you win 7-6, if you win 8-3, it doesn't matter as long as you get a win. But I do not see I don't see a lot of points here coming up on Sunday. That's a 1:00 kick. I believe that's going to be on Fox. I don't know who the I think Kevin Harlan is so it would be CBS then. It would be CBS. So Kevin Harlan will be on the call. I'm not sure who his Kevin's partner is, but so at least we'll have a good play-by-play team for you on Sunday as the Browns take on the Packers up in Cleveland. Let me see here. I wanted to check a couple of results on our poll questions today. Not questions, but just like who do you think's going to win, so to speak. You can get your vote in right now at Sam Berkwin 16 on X. Give me a follow there while you're at it, at Sam Berkwin 16. We just put a couple of games up on the X today just to kind of, see what you were thinking about. Maslin St. Ed's 63% to win. Maslin at 37% to win. Our next ball game was Perry McKinley. Perry 57% say McKinley will win. 43% say Perry will win. And then Hoover Louisville, wow, this is close. 54% think the Leopards will win. 46% think that North Canton Hoover will win. And our poll question today, kind of our quasi fill-in-the-blank Friday question today, which do you think will happen first? The Browns will win a game or the Buckeyes will lose a game? So far, this is about as one-sided as a poll as I've seen in a long time. 94% say the Browns will win a game before the Buckeyes lose a game. That's only coming in right now at 6%. Give us your vote. Get on there at Sam Berkwin 16 on X. Give me your vote, and we will continue to follow these polls before we wrap things up here coming up at 6 o'clock. Right now, we will step out. We will take a break, and we'll come back with a quick On This Day in Sports History here on the Sam Berkwin Show, broadcasting live from the University of Mount Union, the Dom Capers Press Box at Karas Stadium, right here on AM 1310, WDPN, and all across our social media platforms. We'll be right back.
You've always enjoyed an active lifestyle, hiking with family, resort vacations, the occasional trip to the spa, and nights out with friends at your favorite restaurants. You want and need your lifestyle to follow you into your retirement years. Now, imagine a place with peaceful surroundings, resort amenities, and easy access to city life. It's just around the corner at Copeland Oaks. Copeland Oaks has earned a reputation as more than a retirement destination, but also a place to call home. An independent consultant for senior living rated Copeland Oaks with a perfect score, and it's easy to see why. Maintain your lifestyle on the beautiful Copeland Oaks campus with all the amenities you love, and if you need it down the road, assistance is there. Keep living your life to its fullest at Copeland Oaks, your all-inclusive senior living resort. Visit CopelandOaks.com for more information. That's CopelandOaks.com.
Canton's about to get a whole lot more colorful.
Mural Fest is back, and this year, 9 brand new murals are hitting downtown walls.
Be there for the big unveiling, Saturday, September 27th, from 1 to 4 p.m.
Live music, food, and a free downtown art experience you don't want to miss. 9 murals, 1 community, endless inspiration.
Mural Fest Canton, Saturday, September 27th, 1 to 4 p.m. in downtown Canton. Free and open to all. Check out muralfestcanton.com for more info.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, AM 1310 W. All of our social media platforms. It's a real quick on this day in sports history today. So here we go. 1901. All Major League Baseball games were canceled for the funeral of United States President William McKinley. On this day in 1949, Ralph Kiner of the Pittsburgh Pirates became the first National League player to hit 50 home runs in 2 different seasons. On this day in 1984, Pete Rose reached the 100-hit plateau for the 22nd consecutive year. Holy cow. He also tied the NL record for doubles with 725. On this day in 1997, Mark McGwire became the first Major League Baseball player to hit 20 or more home runs for 2 teams in the same season. It was his 54th home run of the year. 1999, Sammy Sosa, first major leaguer to hit 60 home runs twice. And wow, this was wild. 2002, remember a guy by the name of Tom Gamboa? He was a coach of the Kansas City Royals. He was attacked by a man and his son while he was standing near first base in a game. The 2 fans were eventually arrested and charged with battery. My goodness. That's a wrap. That is on this day in sports history. We'll take a break. News and weather coming up next right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
.30. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new vaccine advisors added confusion today to this fall's COVID-19 vaccinations. For the first time since the shots were developed, the group has declined to recommend their use, instead leaving the choice up to those who want them. The Food and Drug Administration recently put new restrictions on this year's shots from Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax, reserving them for people over 65 or younger ones at higher risk. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention advisors declined to recommend that those people seek a shot, but narrowly avoided urging states to require a prescription for those who want one. A federal judge has struck down President Trump's $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. More from ABC's Peter Haralambos.
Just 3 days after President Trump filed his lawsuit, a federal judge tossed out the case on Friday in a blistering ruling that called the lawsuit, quote, decidedly improper and impermissible. Judge Stephen Meredith said Trump's lawsuit spent too much time praising the president and not enough time justifying why Trump believes he was defamed by the New York Times and Penguin Random House. The judge gave Trump's lawyers 4 weeks to refile the lawsuit in, quote, a professional and dignified manner. Peter Haralambos, ABC News.
The Senate has rejected competing measures to fund federal agencies for a few weeks when the new budget year begins October 1st, increasing prospects for a partial government shutdown on that date. Leaders of the 2 parties sought to blame the other for the standoff. Democrats accused Republicans of not negotiating with them to address some of their priorities on health care as part of the funding measure. Republicans said Democrats were making demands that would dramatically increase spending and were not germane to the core issue of keeping agencies fully running for a short period of time while negotiations continued on a full-year spending measure. The White White House has released a tribute video days before Charlie Kirk's funeral. It features the remarks of his widow, Erica Kirk, when she spoke for the first time after he was assassinated in Utah last week. There also are clips of the 31-year-old conservative activist giving speeches and media interviews on his wedding day with his wife and 2 children and with President Trump, along with scenes from memorials and vigils that have been held for him. Kirk was one of Trump's biggest supporters. The president is expected to attend Kirk's funeral Sunday in Arizona. It's 82 degrees in Alliance at 5:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
This afternoon, mostly sunny skies with a high near 84 degrees. For tonight, mostly clear, a low around 54. For Saturday, mostly sunny, a high near 84. Sunday, 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, mostly sunny, a high near 86. Monday, a 50% chance of showers, thunderstorms also possible, and a high near 80. That's your WDPN weather.
All right, we're back. 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show. It is an AWP Safety Football Friday as we come to you from Karis Stadium here on the campus of the University of Mount Union. I want to thank Alliance head coach Tim Goodman and his sensational quarterback, kicker, he does it all, J.R. Jackson, for spending some time with us today. Pregame around 6:30 tonight. We'll kick it at 7. Alliance, Canton Central Catholic, 1310 WDPN. Don't forget, we'll be broadcasting all of your social media platforms. We have the blinds pulled down here, the big window that's in front of us, and then the window that's behind me. We do have the window popped open at the top. We got our crowd mic hanging out there, but the sun is really beating on the window here, so we had to pull the windows down. But by kickoff tonight, it should be really nice. Going to be about 77 kickoff tonight. It's going to be a beautiful night for football. So if you are out and about, if you're looking for a game to come check out, stop on over and check the Aviators and the Crusaders out. Of course, we got a lot of big games tonight. Massillon, St. Ed's, McKinley Perry, Hoover, Louisville, Green and Jackson. I think the Fairless-Orville game is going to be entertaining tonight, and we'll update you on all the scores tonight. Make sure you are following, liking, and sharing us on all of your social medias, Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. And we got you covered here. It's already week 5 of the football season, and a little looking ahead to games we've got coming up here the next couple of weeks. And we got some good ones. As my partner has just arrived in the booth, Caleb Norick, and another beautiful night to wear shorts, isn't it?
Yeah, who would have thought? This is great.
This is ideal once again. So here we are, week 5, and it looks like this is going to be our spot tonight, next Friday, the following Friday, and this Alliance team is really. They're really cooking. I've got a chance to talk to Coach Goodman, and you could almost sense a little, not wild confidence, but you could tell that he thinks as long as these guys keep doing what they're doing, the coaches keep doing what they're doing, that they could have a pretty special year. Man, they've made a trip to Parma week 1. They had to go to Streetsboro week 3, so they've already been on the bus for a little bit. This will be their. They went to Akron too. They've been to three away games already.
Yep.
So now finally some home cooking for the Aviators here the next couple of weeks. But what's your thoughts on Alliance right now, Caleb, as they get ready to play tonight? Obviously they're jumping out of the league tonight to play Canton Central Catholic, who has struggled. They're starting a lot of sophomores. They're down to their 3rd string quarterback. But to talk about Alliance, what you see out of them, and what do you think their ceiling could be? I think it's pretty high.
Yeah, they definitely have the talent, and we saw week 2 with Louisville. They halftime they were running that game. I think it was 20-13 or something along those lines at halftime. It was close, and really they in the second half couldn't move the ball offensively, or they moved the ball but they couldn't score offensively, and then they had just a lot of mental mistakes, personal fouls, false starts, interceptions. Just they were. So I know Coach Goodman was talking about controlling what you can control and just getting better each week. And so then we saw them. Was it the following week up at Streetsboro? And we've commented going into that we didn't. I hate to say it, but we thought it was going to be a blowout the other way in the sense of just.
Oh, Caleb did. I did. Caleb did.
I mean, I'll be standing on the field pregame. You're looking and you're like, oh my goodness, these are some big boys from Streetsboro. And that opening drive for Streetsboro, they did what we thought they would do. They went right down the field, and Alliance had no answers. And then the script flipped.
Something clicked. I don't know.
I think if I remember, it was 14-14 or something. They both scored a couple times. And then Alliance scored, and then Streetsboro got stopped on fourth down. Then Alliance scored again, and then Streetsboro threw an the half ended. It just kept clicking right for Alliance, and they seem to be rolling since then. Last week at Elliott, and then tonight's a game. On paper, Alliance should control the game. But as we know, it's not just about what's on paper. You got to go out and play.
Go play.
So if you're Coach Goodman, this is a game that you're trying to execute at a high level. You're trying to keep guys healthy, and you're trying to do what you know that you can do to prepare you for the coming weeks. Not that you're trying to look ahead of Central Catholic, but we've mentioned Central's down injury wise, and like we saw at Streetsboro, the papers don't tell the whole story. On paper, Streetsboro was the better football team. They have in the last, I think we commented on the air there that they had won 14 straight regular season games or something like that.
8 in a row at home, some crazy thing.
Yeah, it was.
Lions went up there,
and they were averaging like 300 yards a game on the ground, and this Alliance defense held them. I mean, we don't get the stats for a lot of these games during the game, but I just visually, I want to say they were, at 150 or less rushing yards. I mean, they were flying to the football, and Alliance is young too. I mean, they have some experience, especially in J.R. Jackson and Hawkins, but they got a lot of sophomores and juniors that are seeing a lot of playing time, and that's exciting. If you're an Aviator fan, that's exciting.
Because first of all, you get to play 3 home games in a row. And then I know there's probably a few that are peeking ahead to the October 10th when Alliance goes over to West Branch. And then you've got Minerva, who's surprising so far, and then their rivalry game against Marlington. So, on paper, it's setting up pretty good for Alliance right now. But you got to go out and play. And, this Central team, they've got so many sophomores. They had 24 kids graduate off the football team a year ago, 24 seniors. They've had injuries this year. Quarterback goes down. The backup quarterback goes down. But I'll tell you, I did a game here. This was a while ago. This might be 15 years ago, maybe. And I remember coming in. Central was here to play Alliance, and Central had a couple of just crazy injuries the first couple weeks of the season, and they were given no chance. I mean, no chance to win. They came out and they put 54 points on the board that night and beat Alliance. So, not saying that's going to happen tonight, but sometimes teams get backed into a corner. They haven't won a game yet. You're hungry. You won that 0
for sure.
Out of there. And plus, Central knows next week they've got Louisville, at home. So they know that tonight is one that they want to get, and they want to get that offer off the board. And Coach Linda Smith has done such a great job since taking over for Lowell Kleinfelder. Trucker's been here. Gee whiz,
it's year 12.
It's like 12 or 13
74
already.
Wins. I mean, he's
got a state title.
Yep.
2016, and got close a couple of other times. But we know they'll play hard. Central will play hard. Alliance will play hard. should be a fast track tonight. Should be an interesting game. No elements. No win. I mean, it's going to be beautiful.
Coach Linda Smith, this is a game that you got nothing to lose. You're 0-3. Nobody thinks you can do anything. So as the kid, this is when it is fun. You just go out and you have fun. Nobody's expecting anything, and we've seen crazy things happen. So I'm definitely not counting out the Crusaders. It's an uphill climb, but this is where it's, as a coach, you kind of, not that they make a lot of money in high school, but,
No,
this is where coaches kind of make their living, is just responding to adversity and doing things that people don't think you can do.
Yeah, I want to talk about your school's team, McKinley. They're kind of to me, they're a wild card right now. Their schedule, the game they lost, I think, was a learning point for them. They played great competition that night. The games that they've won, they beat Warren Harding on the road. They beat Cleveland Heights at home. They beat Glen Oak. Their schedule's going to firm up for them a little bit, beginning tonight against Perry. I think McKinley wins tonight. I think they win tonight. But what's your talk on the Bulldogs? Here again, I think is a team that the ceiling is as high as they want it to be. If they just keep grinding away, I mean, their penalties are way down. Coach Renzi is they're buying what he's selling. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think the Bulldogs beat Perry tonight, but then the next 3 weeks, they go Green at home, at Hoover, and Lake at home. And those 3 games, Federal League, anything can happen on any given night, and that's really going to probably tell us the type of team that McKinley is, how deep they are. Once you get in the Federal League, and Perry's a tough team to play against. Now we've commented that they're not the Perry of years past. They look different, but that's a tough team. And then to turn around and play Green next week, has a really good quarterback who does lots of exciting. I know they're winless, but are 1-2. So
They got one
1-2.
Yeah. Well, and you know what though? I think if that game last week against Hoover goes 5 more minutes, I think Green maybe wins that game.
Yeah.
They just ran out of time.
Yeah. I mean, they got the onside kick, and they had a shot to win the game.
Yeah.
And Hunka played he had 3 touchdown passes, played a good game there. But Hoover's undefeated. We'll see what happens tonight at Louisville. So McKinley's got them next. And then Lake is undefeated. And, they're on their backup quarterback, but they found a way to win last week at Perry. And but all that to say, it all comes down to one game for Coach Parnell. And, that's really the measuring rod in the community, whether it's fair or not. But that going into it, just like at Ohio State, you think of John Cooper, you think of Jim Tressel, Urban Meyer. It didn't matter what they did. I mean, Urban will tell you to this day he was 7-0. But nobody else cares what he did. He was 7-0 against the team up north. And
that's right.
It's the same thing with that McKinley-Massillon rivalry. And it's exciting if you're a Bulldog fan. He comes in. Obviously, it helps when you bring a really talented quarterback over with you. But that's the landscape we're in today, and he's got the guys, he's got the staff, and they're playing well, and we'll see. They haven't. It doesn't seem like they've hit that really tough test yet, and I think tonight at Perry, or perhaps in a couple of weeks at Hoover, those are going to be good tests.
Yeah, I would think, and if we were able to talk to Coach Parnell, I think he would tell you we learned a lot against the opponent that they lost to. They learned a lot. They learned more in that loss than they did again in their wins, which is usually the case. But I think the ceiling is. I will share this with you too. For the first time in 9 years, I've heard that the feeling is that this could be the year that McKinley gets it done in week 10. I'm not looking that far ahead. I'm not saying, but I haven't even heard it from like the most ardent dyed-in-the-wool McKinley people. They think they've got a feeling now that things are finally starting to get on track to where not only can they have a good regular season before week 10, but they're not hoping that they can win week 10. They think they can get it done this year. Yeah. And that's good because in a rivalry, you don't really want somebody winning 9, 10, 11 years in a row. You know what I mean? On either side.
It's an interesting thing, too, though, because McKinley, 3-1, and the general feeling is they haven't really been tested yet. Massillon's, 1-3 or 2-2.
And they have been tested.
The general feeling is that they've just played a bear of a schedule. And then tonight they go and play St. Ed's. It's just like, not when do they get a break type thing.
Not for a while. I mean, they've got a team from Canada coming in. But even that's not your typical Canadian team. This team's good.
Yeah.
They won in the States before. It's Clarkson from Ontario. There's a pretty good program. But Massillon's got 9 home games in a row before they go to McKinley. And right now, I was looking at the playoff thing, and they're outside right now looking in.
Yep.
Only the 12 teams make it now instead of 16. So, not to say if Massillon loses tonight that they're done. They certainly are not. There's games down the road that can get them enough points to vault them right back up where they need to be. But man, I can't tell you the last time Massillon would be 2-3 after 5 weeks. I don't know when the last time that happened.
Yeah, we've talked about it. They're a victim of their own success. People don't want to play them, so they're going and getting these
got to fill
blue
the schedule.
bloods, and these are some tough games. Not just Glenville and St. Ed's. They're going and getting teams from Georgia and New York, and they're not just teams from Georgia and New York.
Yeah,
they're scheduling some. I'll give Coach Moore all the credit there for. They are definitely testing these guys, and the thing with Massillon too, though, is they just need to get in. They could be Team 12. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Nobody wants to play Massillon in the playoffs.
No, and if they would fall in that 8 to 12, they start off on the road. But again, that doesn't bother them.
Those
they love.
They
to
travel so well. You'll feel like
travel.
you're at Paul Brown. Doesn't matter where it's at.
Doesn't matter. So yeah, you're right. Doesn't matter if they're 12 or 2. It just doesn't matter. And we talked about Perry McKinley. We talked about Ed's Massillon. 2 very good games. And usually Ed's Massillon would be like the marquee. That would be this Hoover Louisville game to me is the big one.
It is
in the area. And I've flipped 100 coins this week, and heads and tails have come up 50 times. I think this is going to be a fantastic game. I'm leaning Louisville just by a smidge, but I could see Hoover winning that game too by a touchdown or 2.
Yeah, both quarterbacks are playmakers, and really, it's one of those games that it's probably whoever wins the turnover battle and the penalties is probably going to win the game. And I don't know what to expect. Louisville, we saw them last week against Marlington, could put up 45 points, and they pretty much moved the ball at will. We saw them against the Lions kind of do the same thing. I know Northwest is a run-heavy team. They like to control the clock, but 10-7 or 10-3?
Yeah.
So I don't know what to expect other than I think it's going to be really close. And it may be whoever has the ball last wins.
Yeah, I could see a very low-scoring game there. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yep.
But who knows? Could be 21-21 in the middle of the second quarter. You just
both,
don't know.
Both quarterbacks have the ability. Collins has the ability to open it up, and before you know it, it's an 82-yard touchdown pass. And Stouffer is. We saw him last week. His legs. He's just able to create things with his legs.
Yeah. And
extend plays, and in a game like this, that's going to be huge. And it's over in Louisville, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing standing room only tonight. Can you imagine what that would be over there?
It is going to be rocking. I know what it was. I saw videos from their Northwest game. This is only their second home game.
Yeah.
And, man, 2 great games to open up the season with if you live over there in Louisville with Northwest and then Hoover. And, those North Canton fans will travel as well, and it's going to be rocking there.
Yeah, it's going to be. I wish we had our own personal drone over there, and we could watch the game here while we're calling our game. But there's just a little bit of a look around the area. Of course, Kenston is at Manchester tonight. Manchester hasn't been tested yet. They'll be tested tonight. Minerva looking for their 4th win, probably get it, at St. Thomas. Carrollton's hosting Garfield, West Branch, and Howland, Salem, Beaver local. East Canton looking for their 5th win. Now they're 4-0. Ridgewood's 4-0. East Canton's opponents are 0-16. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But best of luck to the Fighting Spiders tonight as East Canton is on the road at Ridgewood. We are going to be here 6:30-ish tonight for the pregame, and then we'll kick it off at 7. Canton Central Catholic will take on Alliance. We'll give you scores of all the other ball games tonight. Don't forget, AM 1310 tonight, Q92 Radio Sports Network. All the games, all night long, beginning at 7 o'clock. We got a great slate, a great schedule. Make sure you're checking us out on all of our social media platforms and letting us know what's going on. Drop us a comment, and we'll get back to you as we love to interact with you here on the program. We are coming up on 5:52 here on the Sam Bourquin Show. Just a reminder, it is an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the show. We'll take a break here from the University of Mount Union, and Caleb and I will come back and put a bow on this edition of the Sam Bourquin Show in just a couple of minutes right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Exciting high school football Friday night here on AM 1310 as Canton Central Catholic takes on Alliance. Sam Bourquin will have the play-by-play action at 6:45 for the pregame show. Kickoff at 7 p.m. The Vikings against the Aviators this Friday on AM 1310 and streaming live on the Q92 Radio Sports Network.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hi, welcome back. 1310 WDPN. It is the Sam Bourquin Show on an AWP Safety Football Friday as we broadcast from Cara Stadium here at the University of Mount Union. Caleb has gone down to get our pregame interviews with Coach Goodman and Coach Linda Smith. That'll be a part of our pregame show that's coming up here just a little bit after 6:30 tonight. I've still got the blinds down. I've been playing cat and mouse with the sun today because the sun will hide me. There's like two clouds, only two, and somehow the sun will find them, and I'm like, okay, I'll put the blinds up, and then all of a sudden, boom, the sun comes out, and I got to put the blinds back down again. So I'm kind of cut off from reality here a little bit. I do notice they got the lights on already, which is really bizarre. What is it? It's like 5:56, and like I said, the sun is really bright, and we still have I don't know, another good hour and a half of daylight. But yeah, they got the lights on already, so they're ready to go here at Mount Union. Speaking of Mount Union, no Purple Raider games coming up this weekend. They have the bye week, but we will be at Baldwin-Wallace a week from this Saturday, 1:30 to kickoff, as Mount Union will take on the Yellow Jackets of BW. Myself and Ryan Bevere will bring you all the action here next Saturday on AM 1310 WDPN at 1:30. Looking forward to that. Mount's going to have a really good year. I know. Breaking news, right? I think this is going to be a really, really good team. I think this is a team that because they're young in the little spots, but at some spots they got a couple transfers in at wide receiver with Cockrell and Grant. Um, the offensive line is pretty senior junior laden. Mikey Maloney, the quarterback, getting his first year as a starter, looks phenomenal. You got Caleb Brown on the defensive side of the ball. And the fact that you opened up against nationally ranked Wheaton, who is good. I mean, the Wheaton is good. And then you go on the road to play 15th ranked Grove City. Now, just in my opinion, I think if Grove City would play Wheaton, I think Wheaton would beat them by a couple touchdowns. That's just me talking. But the fact that Mount won both those games, and yeah, there was a couple hairy moments there at the end against Wheaton, but then they go on the road the following week and they, 49-14 on the road. And then they get a little weak here to kind of, take care of some of the bumps and bruises, if you will. I think this is going to be a really good Mount Union team. I really do. At this point, obviously you got the whole OAC schedule to go through, and then you have to go through the gauntlet of the playoffs. And who knows? You may see Wheaton again. You might see Grove City again. You might see your old friends from John Carroll. So it's not going to be easy to get where you want to go. But the fact that they've already built up this incredibly strong strength of schedule with their 2 wins in the 2 schools that they beat, I believe are going to go on to have incredible years. I think the path is there for Mount to run the table here in the regular season, and then because of the rankings and strength of schedule and all the other things that go into what the committee looks, I think they could play at home the whole way through, and then the Stag Bowl would be over in Canton at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. So I don't want to get too far ahead, but man, things are looking really good for Mount Union. All right, Guardians and Twins tonight, 8:10 the first pitch. We'll update you on the baseball game during our football games here tonight. Don't forget, Alliance and Central Catholic coming up at 6:30. We also have Massillon and Lakewood St. Ed's coming up tonight on Q92 Radio, plus 5 other big games on Q92radiosports.com. You can catch Louisville Hoover. You can catch Green Jackson. You can catch McKinley Perry. You can get Canton South Northwest. You can get Minerva and St. Thomas all coming up here tonight. That is going to do it for the Sam Bourquin Show on this AWP Safety Football Friday. We are going to take a break. We'll come back a little bit after 6:30 and get you ready for high school football tonight on 1310 WDP. Thanks to Ryan Rainsberg. Thanks to all of you for listening and following along. And we'll take a little break here. We'll regroup. We'll come back at 6:30 for the pregame. So keep it here. Don't touch that dial. 1310 WDPM.
It's time for high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming on the AM 1310 WDPN Facebook page, X, and the Q92 YouTube channel. The best Stark County football is heard right here all season long. Whether you're in a car, at home, or on the go, the action is live on AM 1310 WDPN. This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Here they go. Touchdown.
And good evening, everybody, and welcome to Karis Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. Tonight, it's high school football here on AM 1310 WDPN as the Central Catholic Crusaders take on the Aviators of Alliance. Hi again, everybody. I'm Sam Bourquin, joined by my partner tonight again, Caleb Norick, as we have the 3-1 Aviators going up against the 0-4 Crusaders on a beautiful sun-splashed Friday night. Sunset coming up here in about 35 minutes or so. It is going to be absolutely beautiful for this football game tonight as we are already in week 5 of the high school football season. As mentioned, Alliance comes in 3-1 on the year. The Aviators, this will be you don't see this many in high school, the start of a 3-game homestand, but that's exactly what they've got. They opened the season with a road win at Parma Padua, 25-3. Week 2 against Louisville here at Mount Union, they will fall to the Leopards 30-13. Then they have bounced back quite nicely to win the last 2 at Streetsboro, 46-13, and at Ellett last weekend by the score of 26-0. The Central Catholic football team is very young. They graduated 24 seniors from a year ago. They are starting a lot of sophomores on both sides of the ball. They are on their third-string quarterback tonight. Brock Bourquin hurt. Abbott is hurt. But Brock is actually going to play defense tonight. He's got one of those old-school clubs on his wrist and hand area, and he's going to attempt to play safety tonight. He can't throw the football, obviously, but he's going to attempt to play a little defense tonight and see if he can help out Trucker on that side of the field. The Crusaders, in succession, have lost to Perry, 41-14, Mogador, 22-7, Orville, 28-7, and Salem, 49-20. Rest of the way for the Crusaders after tonight, home to Louisville at Milan Edison, at Warren John F. Kennedy, home to Triway, and on the road at St. Thomas Aquinas. For the Aviators after tonight's ball game, 2 more here at home, Salem and Carrollton on the 26th and October 3rd, respectively. Then they'll go to West Branch. That should be a lot of fun. Home to Minerva, and then on the 24th, their season-ending ball game on the road at the Marlington Dukes. So we're got a big pregame here for you tonight. We'll take you all around the county with all the games we're covering between 1310 WDPN and, of course, the Q92 Sports Network. And then we've got coaches' interviews with Coach Linda Smith and, of course, Coach Goodman. And then we'll tee this baby up at around 7 o'clock here tonight on 1310 WDPN. They let the gates open here tonight at, I believe, 6 o'clock. And some of the crowd has started to file in. Boy, what a beautiful night. Of course, Caleb, this is our second time we've worked out of here this year. We were here week 2 for the game with Louisville and Alliance. And, this is, outside of not being able to open up the window, this is a fantastic place to call a game. And, man, if you're in high school, you're out here able to do your thing at a Division III college stadium, and you never know who's watching. You're right? You never know who's watching you out there.
Yeah, the beautiful weather for football, and it should be a fun one tonight. We talked on your show today. Central Catholic's young, but in many ways that makes it, they got nothing to lose. They go out there and just have fun and control what you can control. Coach Linda Smith talking about just winning every battle, every one-on-one you have. If you win it and your teammates win it, then You got a shot.
Crusaders warming up to our right, the Aviators to our left. And but just as I looked up, Coach could have been a Coach Linda Smith just had a little embrace there and a little handshake at the 50-yard line, and they went back to coach their guys up and get ready for tonight's action. Again, Central 0-4, looking for that first win of the year. Alliance is looking for win number 4, and we think the Aviators have a really, really high ceiling. If they can just stay healthy and just clean up some stuff, they could go on to have a really good year. I was talking to a couple of the Central Catholic assistant coaches, Corey Nest, who was one of the assistants. He said they're just trying to fight every play, just try to win the play, win a series. They're not down, they're not disgruntled. It is what it is, and they're just gonna kind of go out there and continue to play hard. And hopefully they get some of these guys back healthy at some point. I don't know about Abbott. He's got one of those long, big braces on that starts right about the bicep and goes all the way down to his wrist. So I'm not sure what he's looking at. And, of course, Brock Bourquin again had that real scary injury against Perry week 1. Had to take him out on a stretcher. He was down on the field for about 30, 35 minutes that night. So he's out against Mogador. He comes back the following week and against Orville, and then he breaks his wrist. So he's had to kind of go through some stuff, but he'll be out there tonight, we think, and we'll see if they can. Well, you're in trouble when Alliance brings out 6 captains and you take out one guy and the one guy's got a brace on his arm. Yeah. So the Crusaders are already kind of fighting behind the 8 ball even before they have the coin toss here tonight. All right, we will step away, and when we come back, we'll get you all set with all of the game previews around the county tonight, as we're just getting cooking here, week 5 of the high school football season. We'll take a break and come back. The pregame show will continue on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
When it comes to sports, Sam Berkwin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Berkwin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Berkwin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
And we're back here at the University of Mount Union. Sam Berkwin and Caleb Norick on this Friday night. Going to be about 76, 77 degrees here at kickoff. Still plenty of sunshine. They actually turned the lights on about an hour ago, so we'll be good. And lights they'll be good to go, full strength here by the time the sun comes down over here in the Carnation City. Sam Berkwin, yeah, easy for me to say. Sam Berkwin, Caleb Norick with you tonight on 1310 WDPN. Don't forget you can like, follow, listen, share us. Look at all of our social media platforms. If you're listening tonight, we are going to be on the WDPN X page, the Facebook page, and the Q92 radio page on YouTube. So make sure you spread the word. Some folks have been asking, hey, how can I listen to the Central Alliance game tonight? We got you covered here, 1310 WDPN, and of course, Q92 Radiosports.com. All right, it is time to take a little tour of the county, of the 6 other ball games we are covering for you tonight. So let's get those game previews now as our pregame continues on 1310 WDPN.
It's week 5, and we're live from Canal Fulton at Northwest High School, home of the Northwest Indians. I'm Mike Dixon alongside Ryan Rowland. Tonight, the 1-3 Wildcats from Canton South come to town to take on the 2-1 Northwest Indians. Canton South sits at 1-3 on the season after dropping 3 in a row since winning their season opener against Field. The Wildcats come to Northwest after dropping a week 4 game 35-14 to Manchester. Leading the way for the Wildcats is QB Nolan Bonner. Wide receiver Jamarcus Jones leads the offense for Canton South. Northwest is coming off a thriller in week 4, beating Triway on a game-winning 37-yard field goal as time expired by Ben Shantz. The Indians are 2-1 with wins over Marlington and Triway, and their only loss coming in week 3 to Louisville, 10-3. Northwest is a run-heavy team with a trio of backs, starting with QB Braden Venables, Joey Medore at running back, and Connor Stevenson also at running back, are part of this run-heavy attack to sustain long drives. Week 5 is set, and it's here on Q92 Sports Network, presented by Charchone Auto Group. Canton South, Northwest are set to kick off at 7 p.m. Once again, I'm Mike Dixon and Ryan Rowland.
It's that time of year for high school football in Ohio. The competition gets tuned up as conference games are now in full swing. And there may not be a tougher one in the state to compete in than the Federal League, as 2 teams that are looking to gain some ground in the standings will collide tonight. On one hand, you have the Jackson Polar Bears, who are 2-2 and coming off a dominating 33-6 win against Mayfield at home last week. A big reason why is because of senior running back Corey Jacobs, as after losing starting tailback Chase Marr to injury, the former wide receiver is now RB1 and playing like it. He has back-to-back 100-plus yard games on the ground with 2 touchdowns. On the other sideline is the Green Bulldogs, who come off a heartbreaking loss to the unbeaten Hoover Vikings at home, 27-21 in Week 4. Quarterback Tyson Hunka had 3 touchdowns to 3 different receivers, but faced a 21-0 first-half deficit and came up just short in the final moments to complete the comeback against the Vikes. Mark Geis's men come into the contest at 1-3, as a sense of urgency is now within this Bulldogs team, trying to get things back on track with a much-needed road win. Green won this matchup a year ago thanks to a go-ahead touchdown from Hunka and the Bulldogs with 26 seconds left. Find out if the 2025 edition of these Federal League foes will have the same flair for the dramatic as 2024, with Robert Coleman and I streaming live right here on Q92 Radio's YouTube channel. From Robert Fife Stadium in Jackson, Matt Corrali, the Q92 Sports Network.
It's week 5 of the high school football season. We are coming at you live from Wakefield Stadium in Perry for the matchup between the 3-1 Canton McKinley Bulldogs and the 3-1 Perry Panthers. McKinley head coach Renzi Parnell got his first Federal League win last week in a 38-0 win over Glen Oak. McKinley's defense put on a clinic last week against Glen Oak. Senior quarterback Chris Crook had 2 of McKinley's 3 interceptions and held the Golden Eagles to 1 of 12 passing and 42 total yards of offense for the game. On the offensive side of the ball, Darius Hill returned, had 10 catches for 94 yards and a touchdown. He also added a 34-yard touchdown run in the game. Sophomore running back Kylan West continues to be an impact player for the Bulldogs. He's averaging 6.8 yards per carry and has 3 touchdowns on the year. The Perry Panthers enter Week 5, having suffered their first loss of the season, a 31-15 loss to the Lake Blue Streaks. The Panthers outgained Lake 320 yards to 273 yards. The Blue Streaks were done in by 5 turnovers, including 3 interceptions in the loss. Senior Connor Shepard and junior Jonathan Lemon have been the leading rushers for the Perry Panthers as they wait for senior running back Caleb Hunley to return from injury. He is questionable against the Pups. Shepard and Lemon have combined for 835 yards on the ground and 10 touchdowns this season. Shepard is also the team's leading tackler with 33 tackles on the season. Can't wait to see this offensive line for Perry go up against the massive defensive front for the McKinley Bulldogs. Join me, Ryan Keller, and my broadcast partner, Antonio Hall, for the call. Kickoff at 7 o'clock on Q92RadioSports.com. From Wakefield Stadium in Perry, Ryan Keller, Q92 Sports.
Christian Bigglesworth here for Q92 Sports, coming to you live tonight from St. Thomas Aquinas High School in Louisville, where tonight the Knights will be trying to get their first win of the season, and they'll be up against one of the Cinderella stories of the 2025 high school football season, the 3-1 Minerva Lions. You heard me right. The 3-1 Minerva Lions riding a 3-game winning streak with convincing wins over Sandy Valley, Springfield, and Crestwood. Head coach Zach Slates has come over from Perry and instilled his mentality on this team. And they've been running the ball and running it well this season with sophomore running back Timothy Kirkpatrick, who's averaging 175 yards rushing per game with 4 total rushing touchdowns so far. The Minerva Lions are playing a physical brand of football this season, and it's leading to one of their most successful seasons in recent history. The St. Thomas Aquinas Knights, unfortunately, are off to an 0-4 start this season and searching for answers, especially offensively. Numbers are an issue for the Knights, who don't even have 30 players on their team and only one senior among those. They'll look to get their offense going tonight by trying to get the ball into the hands of their exciting junior wide receiver, Jameer Jenkins. They'll also hope for better quarterback play from junior Anthony Powell and freshman Jamari Brisker, who will get time. It's Minerva and St. Thomas Aquinas, and you can hear it all right here at 7 o'clock on the Q92 Sports Network.
The Massillon Tigers host the St. Edward Eagles in one of the top games in the state. The Eagles went to 4-0 with a 28-14 win over Cleveland Glenville last Friday. Brandon White ran for 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns to bring St. Ed's back from a deficit. White ran for more than 2,000 yards as a sophomore, but missed last year with a knee injury. He had 171 yards and 27 carries, including 11 for 88 in the final stanza. He also caught 2 passes for 23 yards. The second quarter fumble was returned for a touchdown by Glenville, allowing them to lead into the third quarter. Senior receiver Zach Hackelman is headed to Toledo. He's the school's all-time leader in receptions. The Eagles defense features North Carolina recruit Mason Wilhelm, a 290-pound tackle. They also have DBs who've committed to Michigan State, Miami of Ohio, and Western Michigan. Massillon got back in the win column with a 35-0 romp over Bennett of Buffalo, New York. The Tigers scored 4 second-quarter touchdowns to blow it open. The entire second half was played with a running clock. Xavier Owens ran 9 times for 91 yards with several carries out of the Wildcat formation. Backup quarterbacks Rasmus Haynes and Eli Moore combined to go 8 of 11 passing. Starter Manny Patterson missed the game with injury. Owens leads the team with 478 yards rushing with a 7.2-yard average and 7 touchdowns. Patterson has completed 71% of his passes for the same number of yards and scores. Giorgio Jackson and Deontay Malone are the leading receivers, though Malone has played in 1 fewer game. The Tigers are surrendering 151 yards passing per game, which could be a concern against St. Ed's high-powered offense. Massillon has won 3 straight in the series and lead the series 6-4. Last year's 10-point win at Lakewood followed 3 and 1-point wins for the Tigers at home. The Eagles' last win in the series came at Massillon in 2021. It's St. Ed's and Massillon from Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. For Q92 Sports, I'm Clint Scroggs.
Good evening, everyone. We are officially at the halfway point of this 2025 high school football regular season on the Q92 Sports Network, brought to you by the Sarchone Auto Group. I'm here live in Louisville as we have an absolute heavyweight bout for you here tonight. The 4-0 Louisville Leopards play host to their neighbors, also sitting at 4-0, the North Canton Hoover Vikings. This is a big one. North Canton enters tonight after a last-second survival at Green last week in their Federal League opener by a score of 27-21. After their first road game of the season last week and their first true test of the season, this Hoover team will look to ride the momentum behind quarterback John Collins and do-it-all senior Jack Andes. The Louisville Leopards easily handled Marlington last week, 45-7, to set up this matchup of undefeated teams. In weeks 1 through 3, they've defeated New Philadelphia, Alliance, and Northwest. Make no mistake, folks, this is a big-time matchup against 2 very good, very well-coached teams, and you can catch it on Q92radiosports.com as myself and my broadcast partner, Mike Voorhees, will have the call for you, with kickoff scheduled for 7 p.m. Live from Louisville, I'm Jay Wilhelm with the Q92 Sports Network.
And nice job by the Alliance High School Marching Band, and great job by all of our broadcast teams tonight, kind of setting the table for you for Week 5 of the high school football season as we get you ready for a lot of big ball games here tonight. Of course, we've got Canton Central Catholic and Alliance coming up at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. Aviator Band now performing the alma mater, and both teams will be taking the field here pretty soon, and we'll have kickoff coming up here right around 7 o'clock. We also are going to hear from both head coaches coming up in a couple of minutes as well, and we'll get those after we step away and take these breaks. You're listening to high school football tonight right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick back with you on AM 1310 WDPN. Our pregame continues here as Canton Central Catholic gets ready to take on the Alliance Aviators here at the University of Mount Union. The crowd continues to come in, and the sun starting to set here a little bit. It is going to be just pristine as far as weather is concerned tonight here in the Carnation City. All right, a couple of minutes ago, our very own Caleb Norick had a chance to catch up with both head coaches before tonight's ball game. Jeff Linda-Smith of Canton Central Catholic, and of course, Tim Goodman of the Alliance Aviators. Let's go back and pick those interviews up right here.
Here with Coach Linda-Smith, Central Catholic Crusaders before tonight's game with Alliance. Coach, what's your thoughts on the season so far?
Well, our season is it's been a lot of injuries. We've went through about 5 different quarterbacks. We lost. We had 6 seniors going in, and we lost 4 already. So we've had some leadership problems at times. But my thought about this young team, and we were going to be young regardless of how many of those seniors that got hurt, but they've been a joy to be around. They practice hard. They play hard. it's just sometimes difficult when you're playing with some experience, some kids that are 18 years old, and you're throwing 15-year-old kids out there. But I've been proud of the way they played. It just, we can't afford little mistakes as things go on in the game. It hurt us on the scoreboard.
For sure. Coach, what's your message to your team tonight?
Hey, we're going to try to win every battle. We make it real simple for them. One-on-one shots every play. Take away big plays against them. They have some really good skilled kids that they can hurt you and put some points on the board in a hurry. So that's what we're going to try to eliminate.
Gotcha. Biddy Sports is looking to recognize the unsung hero of the week. Maybe someone in practice to help you prepare for the Aviators comes to mind.
Sure. Owen Binning would be a freshman quarterback that kind of simulated what their quarterback does. He's on right-handed, not left-handed like theirs, but he's a kid that's worked hard and works every day hard for our scout team.
Gotcha. Coach, good luck tonight. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We're here with Coach Goodman, the Alliance Aviators, before tonight's contest with Canton Central Catholic. Coach, gone on the road the last 2 weeks, got 2 wins. What's gone well the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, our guys continue to work hard week in and week out and understand that they got to continue to get better as the year goes on. So we keep improving, approaching the game the right way, and playing hard for 4 quarters.
Back home tonight, what's maybe a couple things you're looking to see tonight or something that you want the team to do today?
We want to come out with great energy. I don't think we came out with great energy last week, so we want to, as soon as the ball's kicked off, make sure we're firing all cylinders in all 3 phases of the game. And we're 0-1 at home, so we want to give our home fans something to cheer about.
Okay. Biddy Sports is recognizing an unsung hero of the week. Who's maybe a practice team player or somebody in practice just help get ready for the Crusaders?
We got a senior who whenever you turn around and say, I need a guy to do this, doesn't matter what it is. Will Parks is always stepping up. So he brought a lot of energy this week on both sides of the ball with what Central does offensively with their jet game and then flying around on defense to make our guys work. So Will Parks did a great job getting us ready.
Best of luck tonight, Coach.
Appreciate it.
And there's both head coaches talking with Caleb earlier tonight. I tell you what, you got a good microphone on your telephone or your cell phone. That sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. So Coach Goodman giving you a couple of tidbits, and of course Coach Linda Smith from Central. And gosh, I knew they were beat up, but I didn't know it was quite to the point he was talking. They bring back 6 seniors total. 4 of them are out with injury so far, and to have to go through 4 or 5 quarterbacks, we're only in week 5.
Yeah.
That's a little crazy right there.
Yeah, when they came out for pregame, typically teams come out in phases. He told me, "This is it. This is the team. There's 30-something guys," and it's refreshing to hear though a coach in that situation. 0-4. It's been an uphill battle. You got injuries left and right, but that it's been a joy to be around these kids. They're having fun. They're making the best of it. It sucks. There's no other way around it.
Yep.
Nobody wants to be in that position, but to just make the best you can. And you and I have both heard from multiple Central people tonight. Even just take it play by play, and win every snap. You got a 1-on-1, go win it. You got you got a block you got to make, go make that block, and that's all that you can do.
That is all you can do. When you're 0-4, you're trying to get in the win column, and sometimes, man, that first one is the toughest one. All right, we will. What shall we do? We got about 4 or 5 minutes here yet. Tell you what, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll get you ready for the kickoff here tonight. Canton Central Catholic and the Alliance Aviators right around the corner on AM 1310 WDPN.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
When it comes to sports, Sam Berkwin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Berkwin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Berkwin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
Just about ready to go here at the University of Mount Union. Sam Berkwin and Caleb Norick with you, AM 1310 WDPN, and all across our social media platforms here tonight. Crusaders in the white jerseys, white pants, green numbers and letters with the green, a little bit of black and gray trim, and the traditional C.C., interlocking C.C. on both sides of the helmets, and the green stripes down the pants. For the Aviators, these are my favorites. The powder blue jerseys, the white pants, the white numbers and letters with the red trim, the powder blue helmets with the Aviator on each side, and the red and white trim stripes over the shoulders and down the pants. Kicking off for the Crusaders, Elijah Rossetti. He's a 5'11 junior, number 39. He's got the ball teed up. And the Aviators are back deep, respectively, at about the 7 and 8 yard line. And on just another beautiful night for high school football, we are underway. And it's a short kick, bouncing, and it's going to go out of bounds at the Alliance 33-yard line. Don't know if they meant to do that or if they didn't, but the Crusaders kicked the ball out of bounds on the opening kickoff, and the Aviators will have it 1st and 10 as we're just underway here at Cara Stadium. Alliance 3-1 on the season. Canton Central Catholic comes in with a record of 0-4, and boy, they are you've heard the term the walking wounded. That's what the Crusaders are here in 2025. Just have not been able to catch a break at all. All right, here come the Aviators for the first time tonight. J.R. Jackson will get the ball. He'll run it 35, J.R. to the 40, and they'll stop him at around the 40-yard line. So a gain of 5 yards on the play for the very talented J.R. Jackson. Senior, 6'1", 170 pounds. Plays defensive back. He kickoffs. He punts. He does extra points. He handles it all for Coach Tim Goodman.
I think he drove the bus here today, too.
Telling you what, he does it all. Great kid. Got a chance to talk to him during the show today. He and Coach came up to the press box for about 15, 20 minutes. What a neat young man. JR back to throw. Southpaw steps up. He's got a man open, wide open inside the 30. Dropped the ball, incomplete at the 22-yard line. In and out of the hands of Tajay Nicholson. Boy, if he holds on to that, that's a big gain, but it just came off the fingertips, incomplete.
Yeah, what a great pass there from J.R. Johnson, right on the money.
Right there.
Just couldn't bring it in. And credit to the DB, he was right on him and wrapped him up and maybe prevented him from completing the catch. And so 3rd down now for the Aviators.
So Hawkins at tailback. He is to the right of his quarterback, and I think the Crusaders jumped over the line of scrimmage encroachment, and that's going to be an automatic 1st down. Coach Linda Smith just took a walk from the 50 all the way down to the 38-yard line.
Yeah, when your back's against the wall with injuries and things like that, those are the things that you got to be able to control. And Johnson was able to get him with the hard count there, and freshman D-line or sophomore D-lineman jumped across and 1st down.
He in motion. He is fast. He'll come set tight to the right. It's an inside handoff to Hawkins, 45-50, 45. Hawkins gets a block, and he goes down to the 44-yard line. That should be another Alliance Aviators 1st down. Ravon Hawkins, 5'6", about 165 pounds. Very, very explosive out of that running back position for Alliance.
Yeah, this Aviator offense is fun to watch. They got about 4, 5, 6, 7 guys that can seem to break it at any point.
Grady fast. Sanders, Burton, Brisker, Blair, Williams, Belts, Hawkins, Nicholson, they got the whole package. They are back to throw. Slant caught inside the 40, breaking a tackle, spinning and twisting his way down to the 35-yard line. That'll be a gain of around 9 yards on the play, I think.
Looks like Jaron Blair.
Yeah, Jaron Blair, number 8, the senior.
That's another play there. Should have been a bubble pass. Should have been a gain or 2. Made a couple moves. Got 5, 6, 7, 8 yards on it. Looks like they're going to give him 9. It's going to be 2nd and 1.
Thomas Grisey on the tackle for the Crusaders. Thomas, the 5'9 junior, 145 pounds. Aviators now the inverted wishbone. Inside handoff to Hawkins. Hawkins 35, breaks the tackle 30. Hawkins 25. Almost had the ball stripped. He held on to it inside the 20, down to the 19-yard line. A 16-yard gain and another Alliance first down for Ravon Hawkins.
Yeah, Hawkins just following the big boys on the left side there. Let them get downfield. Made a couple blocks. Made a guy miss, and he had a convoy going. Took about 6 Crusaders to bring him down inside the 20 into the end zone.
I see Central wide receiver Tyler Cook is out tonight as well. Number 16, one of their big targets at 6'3", 215 pounds. Here come the Aviators now. Hawkins left guard, 20, 15, 10, 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Alliance Aviators. Ravon Hawkins from 19 yards away. And the Aviators have taken the early 6-0 lead.
Yeah, we talked about all the different guys that can break free at any point. Hawkins, it was a foot race to the end zone, and he took it in 19 yards out for the score.
That play was run just inside the RG Drag red zone, and RG Drag learn, earn, and succeed. Ravon Hawkins takes it home from 19 yards. There's the extra point attempt. Snap spot. Kick is up. It's on the way, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 9:37 to go in the opening quarter of play, the Aviators go right down the field and take a 7-0 lead on a 19-yard touchdown by Ravon Hawkins. That was pretty easy.
Yeah,
Not much resistance there.
Yeah, that's what Clint Smith talks about. Just winning each play, winning your assignments, and linebackers and DBs for Central were exposed a little bit there on that drive, making tackles 8, 9, 12 yards downfield, letting the guy beat you on a simple post route. Those are things you're going to have to get better at if you want to hang in this game.
Lakewood St. Edwards has taken an early 7-0 lead over Massillon at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium. Kind of a pivotal game for the Tigers tonight. I mean, their schedule's been brutal, but man, 3-2 looks and feels so much better than 2-3.
Especially when you're able to tout a win against a really good Eds program that's perennially in the top rankings in the state of Ohio. It's several state championships.
Yeah, they made it all the way last year, lost in the final with Tom Benson. There's the kickoff. Crusaders will let that one go in and out of the end zone. Teddy Seary thought about taking a little stab at it, but decided to let that go in the end zone. And here we go. Crusaders now along the offensive line. They do have a little bit of size. Dane Ostertag is 6'4", 360 pounds. Kind of stands out down there a little bit with the rest of his offensive teammates. And your quarterback tonight is the third-string quarterback. That's Paul Manson, 5'8", 140-pound sophomore. He is in the gun. Manson's going to roll to the right. Looking downfield. Throws incomplete. Pass was intended for Vincent Scaretti. He'll bring up second down and 10. Crusaders along that offensive line. You've got the number 52, Benjamin McKee, 5'11", 230-pound junior. You've got Aiden Wagoner, 5'9", 190-pound junior. One of your wide receivers tonight, Mike Bajordas. He's a sophomore. Told us to Brock Bourquin, who's got the big cast on his hand. He playing safety tonight. They may throw him out there at wide receiver as well. Here's an end around coming this way and down at the 12-yard line. Nowhere to go for the Crusader running back, Patrick Scaretti. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 sky blue helmets in there to make the stop for the Aviators. Big 75 Jaden Lott was in there, 6'2", 235 pounds.
Yeah, they're trying to run a jet sweep there, and it looked like J.R. Jackson, number one, kind of blitzed on that side and forced the sweep to go further backwards, and then the backside pursuit was able to get there and make it third and really long for the Crusaders.
Crusaders 4 wide. Back to throw. Pass caught at the 20 and shoved down at the 20-yard line. Scaretti on the reception, knocked out of bounds by the Aviators. Cash Brisker and Caden Sanders. So they are well behind the sticks. And this is going to bring up 4th down at around 11. And the Crusader punt team will come in. And that'll be big number 59, Axel Estrada. How you like your punter at 5'11", 265?
Yeah, he's got a leg. I was watching him.
He does.
He can kick it pretty far.
If you keep hearing us mention sophomore, that's about all they've got. Very, very young Canton Central Catholic team this year. Estrada gets his foot into it, a wobbler, and it'll take a little bit of a Crusader bounce across midfield inside the Alliance 40. And that will roll and roll and roll, and they'll down it at the Aviator 36-yard line. So 7:57 to go in the opening quarter of play. It's Alliance 7, Central Catholic nothing. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Friends and Family Credit Union. Always a good time to bring a friend into the family.
After all that, Alliance is going to start in the exact same spot they started last drive. The Crusaders in the first offensive possession weren't able to move the ball much. Now the defense got to go back out there and see if they can get off the field here without giving up more points.
$7:45 to go in the first quarter. It's a 7-0 Alliance. Twins to the boundary. Jackson to throw. We got a penalty flag. A false start on the Aviators. So that'll back them up. It'll be 3rd and 10 now from their own 36-yard line. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Morick with you from the University of Mount Union. Good to have you with us on this Friday night. What a beautiful night for football. Boy, we have been blessed. Mother Nature has been really good to us.
We've had really nice weather every week so far.
Every week. A little steamy week 1, but other than that, it's been really nice. Jackson in the gun. You're going to go H-back right, Twins left. JR throws it. Little bubble on the right side. Caught 35-40. And to the 45. First down, the Aviators to the 48-yard line. 12-yard gain. There was 22 bodies over there.
Yeah, they ran.
But somehow, I'm trying to get the number on the young man who caught that. Looks like Jaron Blair again. And he just kind of dodged in and out.
Tunnel screen, and Dominique Bogdan, the defender for Central Catholic, looked like he had a break to bring him down or push him out of bounds about 6 yards short. And Blair just kept working it and ends up getting the first down.
So 5:50 to go in the first quarter of play. Aviators will split the backs, handoff, flag down again. So whatever happens here, you can cross it off the play list. You may have another false start on Alliance.
It was an illegal formation. Yep. They didn't have enough guys in the backfield.
Massillon trailing St. Ed 7-0 in the first quarter of play. Get you a couple other scores here in just a minute. Well, I remember years ago, Caleb, you could just show up and do a game and do the game.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry about posting, texting, videos, photos, streams, links, codes. Holy mackerel, Andy. First down and 15, right? Jackson back to throw, fires it outside, caught inside the 49, down to the Crusader 48-yard line. That pass is caught by Taj Nicholson, number 2 for Coach Tim Goodman. 7-0 Aviators. If you just joined us, the sun is just about ready to go behind the covered stands on the home side here at the University of Mount Union. The Aviator students showed up in good numbers tonight. Looking for their 4th win of the year. Motion to the far side is Hartman. J.R. Jackson to the gun, 2nd down and 7. Aviators going right to left. There's Hawkins on a carry, 50-45, and Ravon will be taken down right there at the 45-yard line. Chase Parker, the junior, defensive lineman on the tackle for the Crusaders.
Yeah, Aviators have been able to get 4, 5, 6 yards every play. It's the penalties that keep setting them back. But I would imagine 3rd and 3 here. They had it on 4th down, moved it back to 3rd down. It should be 3rd down. So we'll see what they can do here on 3rd and 4.
3rd down and 4 Aviators. Play action. JR whistles a pass. Caught inside the 30 by Blair and a first down. I tell you what, you're the Central Catholic defensive backs. You can't play it any better than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just pass and catch. The defender had no chance. He was right there on him, but a slant route, and it was in his hands before the defender could do anything about it. And they pick up gain of 16.
The Alliance already up 7-0, 4-10, opening quarter of play. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick, good to be with you on this Friday. JR claps his hands, gets the snap, gives the Hawkins. Ravon inside the 30, breaks a tackle 25 to the 24, and they'll spin him down to the 24-yard line. Scaretti and Grisey on the tackle for Coach Linda Smith's Central Catholic Crusaders. State champions in Division 5 back in 2016 as they knocked off the heavyweight Coldwater. Matter of fact, it was the 3rd year in a row Central Catholic and Coldwater played for the state title. And the 3rd time was the charm down at Ohio Stadium. The Crusaders got their 3rd overall state championship in football. Flags on the play.
Another full
The
start.
one thing Coach Goodman's got to be a little irked about tonight, Caleb, is the pre-snap penalties on offense.
Yeah, this is a theme that we've seen with them, the couple games that we've seen them. Just the silly penalties that are not even in the flow of action. It's just not being set or not knowing the formation or things that Coach Goodman for sure is going to want to work on and tighten up as the season progresses.
That St. Ed's game, the Eagles scored on the very first snap, 64-yard touchdown run. Here at 7-0 Alliance, 2nd and 9 at the Crusader 29-yard line. Blair in motion, JR to throw it, fires it, caught wide open over the middle 15, down to the 10, inside the 9 to the 8-yard line. 1st and goal for the Flyers. That was Cam Burton, the 5'7" senior on the reception. And once again, we're inside the RG Drag Red Zone. RG Drag Red Zone. Learn, earn, and succeed.
Yeah, the Crusader defenders are giving them a cushion knowing how talented these receivers are and that they can go past them, on a deep post or whatever. So what the Alliance has responded with is they're running quick slants and they're getting, 10, 12 yards downfield. There he makes the guy miss, gets another 5 yards, and now they're 1st and goal.
Aviators up at the line of scrimmage. Jackson throws it back in the end zone. Incomplete, intended for Taj Nicholson. That was a very well thrown ball. Just ran out of real estate. That'll bring up 2nd and goal from the 9. On the scoreboard, Green 7, Jackson nothing. Minerva 7-0 over St. Thomas. Maslin, boom, right back and scored. We're tied at 7 at Tiger Stadium. Hoover has taken a 7-0 lead over Louisville. Northwest leads Canton South by the score of 3-0.
Got some great games tonight across the network.
Oh, man. Tell you what, this is where you want to be. 1310 WDPN, Q92 Radiosports.com. Fair by Jackson. JR wiggles inside the 5. JR Jackson to the 4. JR Jackson to the 3-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and goal. Sun just about setting behind the trees across the way here at Karas Stadium, home of the Purple Raiders. No Mount Union football this weekend. It'll be a lost puppy tomorrow. No Mount Union football.
No Buckeyes.
No Buckeyes either. You know what that means? Yard work, chores,
We got
errands.
2 Guardians games to watch.
I know. Day night doubleheader tomorrow. Guardians go at 8:10 tonight. We'll keep you updated. Motion to the right side, split backfield. Jackson gets the snap. JR is going to run it all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Alliance Aviators. JR Jackson from 3 yards away. And it's Alliance 13, Canton Central Catholic nothing. JR Jackson into the end zone for the touchdown.
Oz Nicholson with a great block on the end there to seal the edge, and Jackson into the end zone for the Aviators.
So the Aviators with the extra point. It's up. And it's good. We got to get a name and number for that young man. They don't have an 89 on here. I know they've recruited him off the soccer team. You know who recruited him? J.R. Jackson. He says, come on, young fella.
I need a breather.
Come on over and kick for us. And he's been perfect tonight. So it's 14-0 Alliance with $1:33 to go here in the first quarter of play. Next, the next 2 Fridays, I think I'm just going to leave the equipment here. Next week, we've got Salem at Alliance. The following week, Carrollton will be here. 7 o'clock kick both Fridays here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Seen Alliance a couple times, all 3 times, different uniform combinations.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm with you. I like this.
I like these.
The Ole Miss style,
Yep.
the baby blues.
These are sharp. These are my favorite. There's the kickoff. Crusaders on a return coming from the 12-yard line. Now back up the middle across the 15 to the 20, 25, 26, 27. That's going to be about as far as we go. Who's that young man on the return? He was surrounded. That was Teddy Seary, who is a freshman. Ugh. I'll tell you what, though. If things go well and they just keep building and working hard, and this team's going to be pretty good in a couple of years. Because all those sophomores now are going to be seniors. You'll have some other kids hopefully come through the program. Bigger, faster, stronger, coaching.
Yeah,
they're going to be they'll be good. They'll be good. But
6 seniors, only 4 of them are hurt. They got 11 freshmen on the roster.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are seeing playing time.
handoff over the left side of the 29-yard line for the Crusaders. That was Kenny Stroud, another sophomore, 5'10", 180 pounds. Kenny's got about over 300 yards rushing so far on the season for the Crusaders, who are looking for that first win. Their season just it took a bad turn for them the first game of the year when their quarterback, Brock Bourquin, went down. And they've just been trying to pick up the pieces. Their backup quarter went down. Abbott is a great young man. Now you're down to your third guy, and he's out there trying. That ball is deflected at the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be ruled incomplete as Manson had that one kind of knocked down, batted up in the air, hit the turf, incomplete. That'll bring him 3rd down and 7 for the Crusaders.
Pretty fast blitzing off the edge there, and quarterback kind of got into panic mode and just kind of threw it up there, and Fast was able to get his hand up and knock it down.
29.
Hoover still leads Louisville by the score of 7-0. Maslin and St. Ed 7-7. 3rd and 7 Crusaders. Manson throws in the backfield, caught. 30 to the 34 and knocked out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Pass caught by Scheretti, number 34. So the Crusaders are going to be about 3 yards short of the first down. And looking down there at Coach Linda Smith, and the way he's talking to his quarterback, I think they're going to go here. 4th and 2. That's not 4th and 2. That's like 4th and 4. Crusaders on their own 34-yard line up to the line of scrimmage. 14-0 Aviators in front here at Mount Union. Are they really going to go for this? Hanson in the gun.
Looks like they're going to take a delay game or call a timeout.
Yeah.
They had no intentions of snapping it, but they lined up to see what Alliance would do, and Coach Linda Smith calls a timeout.
Timeout on the field. Our timeouts are brought to you by our good friends at the Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Well, kind of what we thought so far. 14-0. It's not that Central's not playing hard. They just don't have the horses right now. They'll get better. Next weekend, we told you Alliance will be home here against Salem. Salem just beat Central 49-20. Last weekend, the Crusaders, all they have to do is turn around and play Louisville next Friday. But Louisville, you might catch them they may have a little post-Hoover hangover one way or the other, so you never know. All right. Crusaders going to punt the football away. Estrada back at his 21-yard line. Got a big foot on him. There's the snap. There's the boot. He crushed that one. There you go. That'll check back, though, and it's actually going to go out of bounds and around the Alliance 34, maybe the 35-yard line. That's where the Aviators will go 1st and 10. Sam Berkwood, Caleb Norick, AM 1310 WDPN. Check us out on all of our social media platforms. I see a lot of you tuned in tonight here on X and Facebook page and our Q92 radio page on YouTube. We certainly appreciate that. If you want to drop us a comment during the broadcast, love to hear from you.
Kinley's up 6-0 over the Panthers over in Perry.
Minerva just took a 10-0 lead on St. Thomas. 32-yard field goal by Xander Kirkpatrick. J.R. Jackson back to throw on a 1st and 10. He's flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to run, and now he's going to throw. He got a man wide open. Jaron Blair is open at the 30, and he is gone to the end zone. Touchdown, Aviators. 65 yards. J.R. Jackson to Jaron Blair. Alliance 20. Canton Central Catholic nothing.
And his legs are the difference there. Central had 2 guys get into the backfield that were chasing him. And as Jackson was rolling out, Thomas Grise got beat there by Blair, and it was easy pitch and catch, and Blair was off to the end zone.
Extra point is up. Extra point is good. And with 19 seconds to go in the first quarter, Alliance 21, the Central Catholic nothing. Maslin and Cleveland. Maslin and St. 7-7 in the first quarter over at Tigertown. Louisville Hoover, we mentioned 7-0 Vikings, that ball game at Louisville. I just got a text from a couple of folks that are there at the game tonight. They said maybe, and this is saying something because Louisville got a really nice tradition. And remember the Hoover-Louisville rivalry back in the Federal League. They said tonight might be the best atmosphere they've seen at the new stadium since they built it.
It's awesome.
And I believe it. That's cool to hear. You like to hear that.
2 communities that go way back in tradition and football success, and a rivalry that goes back for many years.
All right, Surrey back for the Crusaders at the 10-yard line. There's the approach and the boot. Line driver, that's returnable. Nope. It went between the Looked like he went between his legs. Like he was trying to go down the field, a ground ball, and it kind of skipped through and went into the end zone. And the Crusaders will take over 1st and 10. Going left to right, down 21-0 here with 19 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. Guardians and the Twins getting ready to go here in about a half an hour in Minneapolis. Guardians a game and a half out of that third wild card spot. 3.5 behind the Tigers in the division. Once down by 15.5 games.
And 3 games left against the Tigers.
Oh, we talked about a possible atmosphere at Progressive Field next week with the Tigers coming in. Holy cow. I might take a day off, get some tickets and go up. That's going to be something.
It's going to be fun.
All right, first quarter in the books here at Alliance. Your score, the Aviators 21, the Central Catholic Crusaders nothing. You're listening to high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
High school football exemplifies the true meaning of teamwork. At Friends and Family Credit Union, our team of local friendly professionals offer the same true spirit for our members with a wide array of products from vehicle loans to personal loans, family secure checking with ID Protect, mortgage, home equity line of credit, and more. For over 60 years, we have the game plan for your financial well-being. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations, online or mobile banking. Now, more than ever, it's time to bring a friend into the family.
Back here in Alliance, Sam Berkwin and Caleb Borick with you, 1310 WDPN. Alliance 21, Canton Central Catholic nothing, just getting cranked up here in the second quarter of play. Crusaders just trying to win a couple of series here. Manson in the shotgun, gives it to Scaretti, cuts his way up, got a first down after the 32-yard line. Needed 1, got 3. Crusaders pick up a 1st and 10.
I don't know if that was good coaching or just a good play by the quarterback there, but Caden Sanders for the Aviators blitzed off the right side, so they ran the ball right to where he was and were able to get enough for the first down, move the sticks, keep the drive alive.
Understand Hoover quarterback John Collins has left the game with Louisville with an apparent left knee injury. We'll let you know what's going on there. Pass out the flat, caught 35 and rolling out to the 39-yard line. Nice catch by the tight end. That's Carter Campetti, 6'2", 195-pound junior. Carter Campetti picks up around, let's give him 7. We'll call it 2nd down and 3.
Second down and 3. May have heard one of the Central fans earlier on complaining about a holding on the Alliance play. Very similar thing here for Central Catholic. Didn't call it either way. The Crusaders pick up, gain of 8.
Manson in the gun, wideouts left, right, slot left, Chiretti in motion, inside, handoff, 40 to the 45 and a first down. That's Kenny Stroud on the carry. Another one of these very talented but young sophomores, and Kenny's got a first down for the Crusaders, 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line.
Yeah, this is exactly what Coach Vin Smith wanted. Go out there, get a couple first downs, flip the field at the very least, give some of your defenders that are on offense a breather at the very least, and just win each play. So here we go. They've got a chance to take it across midfield.
Jonas wide right, Staub wide to the left. Chiretti in a slot down here to the left. Slot right, Chiretti in motion. Jet sweep. Nope, it's going to be a Manson keeper. And Manson will rumble across the 45 out to the 47-yard line before the Aviators finally bring him down.
Alex Hartman there. He was on the far side of the field, pursued the quarterback, and was able to bring him down from behind. What a great effort by that young man.
Well, he's a beast. They got him at 6'3", 200. He looks bigger than that. Number 15 for the Aviators.
Tight end on offense. I was watching him pregame, and he can move.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. So here come the Crusaders now. Trips left. They're going to throw a little bubble out here. It's caught by Capetti. And Capetti is going to lean his way to the 50 before he's taken down. Picks up around, a very late flag. A couple of flags thrown in here after the play was over. So the officials will huddle up and I think it's on Alliance.
Capetti caught a nice pass there, and then he went to make a move. He looked up, and he was surrounded by 4 Aviators. He wasn't sure what direction to go, so kind of just fell forward.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Aviators. Coach Goodman screaming at his defense right now because that's the one thing that they desperately need to clean up if they want to go on to have a really special season. He knows they can play. They have to cut out some of the nonsense, and he is livid. I mean, he is not happy on the other side of the field. Here come the Crusaders now. Manson in the gun. It's a counter inside to Stroud, and Stroud's going to get to the 35 and no further. No gain on the play. 2 or 3 Aviators in there leading the charge. It's like Jackson Yost, number 24, on the tackle. 8:15 first half, 21-0 Aviators here on 1310 WDPN. Halftime activities coming up. Get all the local news and the national and state news and weather with Jeff Mears. Crusaders now going to go 4 wide, twins each way. Against Sheretti in motion. Manson play action, rolling right. Fires, got a man open, incomplete. Stroud was the intended receiver down at the 33-yard line. Ball sailed incomplete, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 10 for the Crew. With 7:57 to go in the third, and the Aviators are on top 21-0 here at the University of Mount Union. Crusaders against hosting Louisville next Friday. Aviators back home against Salem 1 week from tonight at 7 o'clock. Get to see my guy Ron Johnson, former McKinley coach back in the day, now with Salem. Oh, that's in trouble. Nope, they caught it. Stroud caught that screen pass across the 30, and he got down to the Alliance 29-yard line. That looked like it was headed for trouble.
Wow.
I mean, I'll let you explain what happened there.
It was a screen, and 3 Aviators were on top of the quarterback, I think, before he even got the snap. And so he just kind of threw it up and said, I want to get rid of this thing. And Stroud kind of reached out, one-handed it, and then was able to get a couple yards, 4th and 4. An interesting decision here. Do you go for the long field goal? But the kicker has a leg, but it looks like they're going to try and go for it here.
This is within his range. You can say, well, that's 46 yards. No, trust me, it's within his range. Timeout taken by Coach Linda Smith and the Crusaders, so they will have 1 remaining. 7:14 to go in the first half, 21-0 Alliance. Let's see here. McKinley 14, Perry nothing at the end of the first quarter. Middle of the second quarter, Jackson leads Green by the score of 14-7.
Let's get the support of sponsors. Alliance Green and Plumbing, LLC.
Sam, if it were me, I'd go for it. What do you got to lose?
For the first down or the field goal?
I would go for first down.
First down?
Alliance, this would be the best field position for the Crusader defense all game. They've started at the 36-yard line, 37-yard line. And field goal is probably not going to help you the way Alliance has been moving the ball. So looks like Coach is sending his offense out there.
And here we go. Crusaders going to go 4th and 4. Manson in the gun, 4 wide outs. Manson's going to go back to throw. Got time. Steps up. Fires. Caught by Scaretti. Did he hold on? He did. That's the game. Down to the 20-yard line. He picked up 9, and it'll be a first down for the Crusaders.
Really good design play there by Coach Lindesmith. They had a crossing route, and the linebacker kind of tried to come and get the running back, while behind him was another receiver who was wide open and was able to get the first down there for the Crusaders, and are inside the red zone now, looking to get points on the board.
Manson's going to keep it. 15. Manson to the 10. Manson to the 5. He's down to the 4-yard line. How about that? Crusaders inside the RG Drag red zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. And Central Catholic now getting close to putting one in here. Full house backfield. Stroud gets it over left guard. He'll squeeze his way down to inside the 1-yard line. So Central Catholic now, this would be a big shot of adrenaline for them.
Well, it's a long, methodical drive. This is the 15th play of the drive. It's taken over 6 minutes off the clock. And Central knocking on the doorstep here. They got about 21 guys within.
Full house backfield again. Stroud over left tackle. Did he get into the end zone? He did. Touchdown, Crusaders. Kenny Stroud from 1 yard away. And with 5:44 to go in the first half of play, Central Catholic is on the board. It's the Aviators 21 and the Crusaders 6. Kenny Stroud takes it in from a yard away.
The decision by Coach Lindesmith to go for it on 4th and 4 pays off. They passed up the field goal, kept the drive alive on a great pass there, and then Stroud into the end zone. And like that a whole lot more than the field goal at this point.
No doubt. Rossetti on for the extra point. Get the Crusaders to within 14. There's the kick. It's on the way, and it's good. So 5:44 to go in the first half. Crusaders are back in this thing. Alliance 21 and Central Catholic 7. And we will keep it here.
Crusaders got to be happy about that drive. We were able to do some things offensively, control the clock, keep the Alliance offense off the field, and score points. So now they got to be able to do something on defense. Either get a stop here, get a turnover, do something on first or second down to get Alliance behind the sticks and out of this second and 5, third and 3 that they've had the last couple of drives.
I don't want to say Alliance said, oh boy, we got this one in the bag, 21-0, but you can see there may have been just a little bit of a letdown there as the Crusaders took it down the field and got their first points of the ball game.
I mean, the Crusaders on their first 2 drives, they got 0 yards their first drive, 4 yards their second drive. So the Alliance defense is thinking, man, we got this in the bag, and it was.
Estrada's kickoff at the 9. Right hash return to the 10 to the 15, across the 20, 25, 30. Breaking tackles, 30, 35 to the 40, to the 45 to midfield, to the Crusader 40 and out of bounds at the 39-yard line. That's Burton on the return, and the Aviators in business, 1st and 10 in Crusader territory. Well, he just got it and went. He didn't mess around.
He did, yep. And it's like, I think it was 23, Griffin Rohr, if I have my number right. Great pursuit to save a touchdown there and at least give yourselves a shot. But, man, that's one way to respond after a big long drive. Alliance takes the kickoff, and they're already at the 42-yard line of the Crusaders.
So it's 21-7 Aviators. Here comes Alliance now. J.R. Jackson, the quarterback, the southpaw, having another really nice night. Blair and Nicholson will come out here to the right. They're going to go twins left, H-back right for Coach Tim Goodman. 1st and 10 Aviators up to Central 37. Jackson's got it, 40. J.R. inside the 39. Jackson to the Crusader 38-yard line before he's taken down. Let's see here. That was 55 for Central Catholic. That's Anthony Rea, senior, 6'2", 210 pounds. 6'2", 225, I beg your pardon. Coming up on 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Crusaders and Aviators are going at it. Alliance in front right now, 21-7. J.R. Jackson in the shotgun. Inside handoff to Hawkins. 35 down at the 35-yard line. Gain of around 2, maybe 2.5 yards on the play. Looks like Rea was in there again. Anthony, number 55 for Central Catholic. Manson was in there. No, that's not Manson. I beg your pardon. That's 23. That's Griffin Rohr, the junior, 6'2", 180 linebacker for Coach Jeff Linda Smith. 12th year with the Crusaders as a head coach. He's been on the staff for many, many more than that under the dean, Lowell Kleinfelder, for so many years. Hawkins gets the carry inside the Central 35, down to the 33. He's going to be just short of the first down. You mentioned the Central Catholic State Championships. Their first one was back in 1988 as they beat Versailles 21-6. They would get their second state title in 2000 against Van Wert in double overtime at Fawcett Stadium. That was on a Saturday morning. It was about 8 degrees. Ended up being a heck of a high school football game. And their third state title would become in 2016 as they would knock off Coldwater. Just a incredible game as well, as Central came from behind to win that. Get their state title down at the Horseshoe. 5-yard penalty on the Crusaders. And, boy, that's got the coaches
They had it
mildly upset.
4th and 1
Oh.
and a chance to get him off the field. And it wasn't even a hard count. He just jumped off sides. Automatic first down, and the Lions keeps the drive alive.
Aviators 1st and 10. That's going to be a handoff coming around the right side, 30, 25-20. Head of steam 15 inside the 14-yard line. That's Jaron Blair. And that is a 1st and goal. Nope. 1st and 10 at the 13. The Aviators are back inside the red zone. RG Drag red zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. First down.
There's so many weapons on this Alliance offense. Seems like whoever they give the ball to is able to create space and make something happen. That's a great run there by Blair, and gets a gain of 14 there on that play.
Hoover 7, Louisville 7. 3 minutes to go in the first half. McKinley leads Perry 20-7. 6 minutes to go in the first half. Jackson back to throw. JR flushed. Now he's going to try to run around the left side. Steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to fire a pass. Incomplete at the 3-yard line. Try to get it to Blair. Good coverage by the Crusaders.
A really good pursuit there by Aiden Wagner on that. He forced Jackson out of the pocket and forced him to have to throw it away there.
Dominic Brogdon on the coverage for the Crusaders now. Alliance 2nd and 10 at the Central Catholic 14-yard line. 21-7 Aviators with the lead. Jackson in the gun. Hawkins to his right. Give the Ravon Hawkins. Bounces it outside. Now he's going to cut back in. Now he's in trouble. Now he's going to come all the way to the other side of the field. He's got blocking. 20, 15, and Hawkins slips out of bounds and around the 13. So he ran about 30 to get one. He's like, are you kidding me? 3rd down coming up for the Aviators. Maslin, 14. Lakewood St. Edwards, 7. 7 minutes to go in the first half at Tiger Stadium. If that thing goes like I think it's going to go, it might be one of those. Seesaw all night long. Last team with the ball maybe wins. Twins to the boundary for the Aviators. Wide left, slot left. J.R. Jackson looks like he might be calling a little something different here at the line of scrimmage. He's going to go back to throw. He's looking for a deep slant. It's caught at the 5 and into the end zone. Touchdown. Wow. Cash Brisker ran a slant. Jackson put it right on the money. Aviators on the board again, 27-7. How about that young man? He looked up to the line and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. maybe a little audible there.
Yeah,
Got
he
the snap,
looked
went
up,
back.
saw he had single coverage on Brisker there. The safety was cheating on the trip side down here below. Called an audible to a slant route. And as soon as Brisker cut off the DB, he knew he had a touchdown there, and Alliance is into the end zone again.
Extra point attempt is on the way and good. And we'll take a timeout here at the University of Mount Union. The Aviators are off and running again. Alliance 28, Canton Central Catholic 7. You're listening to high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Across the 30, fumble, but he picked it back at the 33-yard line. Central will go first and 10. On the return for Central Catholic was Teddy Seary, number 29. And here comes Manson and company. Crusaders will go first and 10 at their own. Where are they eventually going to put this ball down here? I thought, okay, 34-yard line. Sam Burkwood, Caleb Norick with you from the University of Mount Union, Cara Stadium. Aviators 28, Crusaders 7, 2:19 to go here in the first quarter of play. Inside handoff to Kenny Stroud. Got a little room, 35 to the 40, 45. Stroud to the 50. Kenny Stroud to the 47-yard line of the first down. Ball came out at the end. The Lions says they have it. I think they whistled it down. The Crusaders will hold on to the ball, and they get a first and 10. I'll tell you what, he's a good-looking runner.
Yeah, it was a nice cutback there. The run to the left. You saw there was nothing there. Cut it back. And gain of 16 on the play.
Nice-looking running back, Kenny Stroud. Our first look at the Crusaders this year. Pass out on the flat. Scaretti's got it. 45 inside the 42. Down around the 42-yard line. Minerva 24, St. Thomas nothing. Now we're hearing that Louisville running back Owen Wilson left the game due to a knee injury. So Collins apparently left, and now Owen Wilson has left the game. Boy, you hate to see that. Jiminy Christmas. 1:46 to go in the first half here. Aviators 28, Crusaders 7. High school football Friday night here on AM 1310 WDPN. Manson, third-string quarterback for the Crusaders, playing hard as he can here tonight. Little direct snap for Manson. He'll rumble down to the Alliance 43 for, let's say, no gain. We'll call it no gain on the play. That'll bring up third down. $1:29 to go, first half clock running. You know, it's so fun. You look down there and you see Dane Ostertag, number 71 for Central, and you look at everybody else breaking the huddle.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Manson in the gun, Stroud the setback. Trips left, slot right for the Crusaders. Going right to left here in the Lions. Manson back to throw. He fires it. It almost intercepted. That might have gone the other way. Is that Williams?
I couldn't tell. Maybe
Number 5?
Yeah.
Let's see here. You know, it never fails. They show a replay, and just when the player is ready to turn and show you his number, they pull away from it.
Yeah.
1:06 to go. Crusaders going to go here, and why not? They're down 28-7. 4th and 5 at the Alliance 42-yard line. Trips left, slot right. Manson in the gun. I was going to say there was a little pre-step movement there by Central Catholic, and that'll be a 5-yard penalty on the Crusaders. That'll bring it 4th and 10. They'll still go for it, I'm sure. They just have to get a little extra. Instead of 5, they're going to get 10.
Yeah, Alliance was sending an outside backer blitz there, and the tackle got an early start, and then the Alliance defender was kind of confused because he's like, wait, he can do that? I didn't realize. The officials kind of realized, oh, yeah, we should probably throw a flag.
Yeah. I didn't know we allowed that kind of thing. Oh, that's fun. Back to throw it is Manson. Flag down again. Manson was drilled back at the 50-yard line.
Very fast on the tackle. Flag on the play.
And the Crusaders, they got 3 coaches out there. I don't know if they're yelling at their players or the officials. I can't tell. Dane Ostertag slow to get up. He'll head on back over.
I think it was an illegal formation. They're going to decline it, and it'll be a Lions ball.
Okay, so yeah, illegal formation on the Crusaders. And that's a 5-yard penalty. As Caleb noted, that will be declined. And the Aviators now will take over 1st and 10 at the Crusader 49-yard line. They still have a minute 2 to go, and they have all 3 of their timeouts as well. Here come the Flyers. J.R. Jackson in the shotgun. 4 wides. J.R. is going to go back to throw. Here comes the blitz. He's in trouble. Got out of it at the 50. Spinning away at the 45. Jackson to the 40. He slides down and got the first down at the Central Catholic 39. Boy, he is so talented. And how about the presence of mind to slide down there?
Yeah, save your body.
Save your body. Don't take that hit. 1st and 10 Aviators. Jackson to throw. JR fires over the middle. It's caught. Bobbled, dropped, held on, intercepted. What's the call? That could be a catch. It could be a fumble. It could be an interception. It could be all 3. The officials come out of there and say nothing.
Saying that the Alliance receiver was down.
Okay, so they ruled him down. Clock back into motion. 33. 32, 31. 1st and 10 Aviators at the Crusader 20. Jackson to throw. Deep out. Got a man. Blair's got it. Got a first down and out of bounds at the 9-yard line. 1st and goal. Aviators inside the RG Drag red zone. Learn, earn, and succeed. RG Drag. Don't you dare put that ball outside the 10-yard line. All right, it's right on the 10. I'm not changing my stance here. I'm going to go 1st and goal, and it'll be 1st and goal Alliance at the Crusader 10. This is a huge series for Central here. Jackson to throw. Deep corner of the end zone. Got a man. Touchdown. Wow, what a grab. And that is Nicholson in the left corner of the end zone. A 10-yard touchdown pass from J.R. Jackson. And Alliance has now taken a 34-7 lead with 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Dominic Bogdan was on the coverage there. He was all over the receiver for the Aviators, Nicholson. But Nicholson just jumped higher and was able to come down with the ball touchdown.
And the snap, spot, kick up, and good. And with 20 seconds to go in the first half, it is now Alliance 35 and Canton Central Catholic 7. We'll keep things here for the time being. West Branch leads Howland 21-0 in the second quarter of play. Halftime, Louisville and Hoover 7-7. Late second half, Northwest 10, Canton South 7. A lot of good ball games tonight. You can catch them all over the Q92 Sports Network at Q92radiosports.com. Just click on the game you want to listen to, and away you go. We would love if you'd hang out with us here tonight, too. A little bit of a blowout, but we'll keep it interesting for you. That's our job, right? Aviators set to kick it off. Crusaders will return to deep man back at the 10-yard line. There's the kick and the return from the 13. Left hash mark. 15, 20, 25, 30, and out to the 33-yard line. Nice return by Siri. And the Crusaders will have 14 seconds left to go and a timeout here in the first half. It's a 35-7 Aviator lead. Guardians and Twins going to start here in about 10 minutes in Minneapolis. Halftime, Minerva 24, St. Thomas nothing. So here comes the crew. Paul Manson, your quarterback tonight for Coach Linda Smith. He'll inside handoff to Stroud, and Kenny's going to be taken down at the 36-yard line. And that will probably do it here for the first half. How about we've had 42 points on the board, and it still didn't take an hour in real time. Your score after the first 2 quarters of play, the Alliance Aviators 35, Canton Central Catholic 7. The big halftime report is coming your way next on AM 1310 WDPN.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
From the newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears with this halftime edition of AM 1310 WDPN News. A man accused of kidnapping a woman at knife point at a Jackson Township hotel makes his initial court appearance. 38-year-old Jamie Triplett of Canton was arraigned today in Massillon Municipal Court on charges of aggravated robbery, kidnapping, disrupting public services, and aggravated menacing. He pleaded not guilty. Bond was set at $1 million. Triplett allegedly forced a 31-year-old woman into a vehicle at the Roadway Inn on Sunset Strip Northwest Wednesday night. The following morning, they were found at a hotel in Perry Township. The woman was not injured. Triplett is scheduled to return to court Thursday for a preliminary hearing. He was convicted of rape and kidnapping in 2012 and released from prison in February. A Canton woman is acquitted of a disorderly conduct charge stemming from the assault of her 11-year-old daughter. 34-year-old Paige DeShong was found not guilty Wednesday during a bench trial in Canton Municipal Court. Judge Dennis Barr dismissed a count of obstructing official business. DeShong was accused of attempting to fight a woman who was under arrest for beating her daughter at a park on Stark Avenue Southwest in Canton. 19-year-old Destiny Scott of Canton told police the girl slapped her in the face. She was sentenced to 18 months in prison after pleading guilty in July to a reduced count of aggravated assault. Scott was given credit for 98 days served. A jail cell is now home for an East Canton man who pleaded no contest to one misdemeanor count each of cruelty to companion animals and sexual conduct with an animal. 29-year-old Joseph Domer entered the plea Wednesday in Canton Municipal Court. Judge Mary Falvey sentenced him to 180 days in jail. 60 days were suspended on condition of 2 years good behavior. Domer also is not allowed to own a pet. According to court records, Domer took part in a sex act with a canine in April 2024. The dog nearly suffocated. Domer and 25-year-old Jonathan Cunningham of Alina were sentenced in July after pleading guilty to similar charges involving a different dog. The activity occurred from October 2024 to May of this year. A Stark County grand jury has indicted a man who allegedly shot at an Alliance home. 42-year-old Derek Miller of Alliance was charged with felonious assault, improperly discharging a firearm at or into a habitation, and having weapons under disability. He pleaded not guilty today during his arraignment in Common Pleas Court. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. On July 28th, Miller allegedly shot at a home on East Ely Street. Two people were inside when the residence was hit by gunfire. The grand jury declined to indict two other suspects. Kurt Conrad submitted a surprise resignation email to board members August 6th as CEO of the Stark Area Regional Transit Authority. Thursday, the board approved a severance package. The repository reports Conrad will receive about $100,000 over a 6-month period. As part of the deal, he must drop any legal claims against SARTA and not work for a public transit agency in Stark or an adjoining county for 6 months. Conrad's letter said he would be leaving in August 2026. A week later, the sides agreed he would leave immediately. Conrad had led SARTA since July 2009. He did not give a reason for his resignation. More news after this.
The Q92 Sports Network brings you more high school football and basketball games than anyone else, by far. But did you know that you can go back and listen to our broadcast again? Simply go to the Q92 radio page on SoundCloud. We posted the games we broadcast for everyone to go back and relive. We have playlists filled with our high school football broadcasts from 2016 to this season. So go to SoundCloud now, follow Q92 Radio, and listen. And thank you for listening to all of our sports broadcasts of high school football and basketball on the Q92 Sports Network.
A former treasurer of the Carrollton Exempted Village Schools pleaded guilty to theft in office and records tampering. 50-year-old Amy Spears will be sentenced October 7th. She admitted improperly using nearly $28,000 while serving as treasurer between September 2022 and October 2024. Spears wrote checks to herself for tuition reimbursement for college classes she did not take. She also wrote herself a $5,000 check. Spears was placed on paid leave April 1st. She may no longer serve in public office. Charges are pending in connection with a fatal crash in Rootstown Township. Highway Patrol says a car was southbound on New Milford Road September 12th when it failed to yield at a stop sign. The vehicle, driven by a 25-year-old Bristolville man, hit a sewer truck at Talmadge Road. Neither driver was hurt. A passenger in the car, 81-year-old Dolores Chiappini of Aurora, died at the scene. The truck is owned by the city of Kent and was being driven to Edinburgh auctions by a city employee. The patrol says they were not at fault. An East Palestine man is headed to prison after pleading guilty to child pornography charges. 75-year-old Robert Rogers was sentenced to 5 years behind bars today by Columbiana County Common Pleas Judge Scott Washin. He was given credit for 23 days served. Rogers pleaded guilty in July to 17 counts of pandering obscenity involving a minor. He was indicted in January. The charges resulted from a June 2024 incident in which he allegedly possessed child porn. Rogers will spend 5 years on probation and must register as a Tier 2 sex offender. 19 years in prison is the sentence for an East Liverpool man. Investigators say 32-year-old Joseph DeSaro was involved in drug activity throughout last year. He was sentenced this week in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court after more than 8,000 fentanyl pills, over 30 grams of powder fentanyl, and more than 90 grams of cocaine were found during multiple investigations. Investigators also seized $15,000 in suspected drug proceeds. A man is charged after a child is injured in a shooting in Warren. Police responded to St. Joseph Hospital Thursday after a 2-year-old was brought there with a gunshot wound. Officers concluded the child was playing with a gun when it went off and they lost part of a finger. The alleged incident occurred at a home on Prospect Avenue Northwest. Police discovered 5 dogs at the address that had been neglected. 23-year-old Norrell Frank was arrested and charged with endangering children and 5 counts of cruelty to companion animals. He pleaded not guilty during arraignment today in Warren Municipal Court. Frank was ordered to have no contact with the victim or have any animals. His next court appearance is slated for Thursday. We'll return you to the stadium for the second half of tonight's game, but first a look at the forecast. For the overnight, mostly clear skies with a low around 56. Mostly sunny Saturday with a high of 85. From the AM 1310 WDPN newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM 1310 WDPN.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them, and we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligent.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92radiosports.com, your local sports connection.
This is your head coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
Hey, we're back here at the University of Mount Union. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick on another beautiful Friday night here in Stark County. Halftime activities continue. The Aviators of Alliance lead the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic by the score of 35-7. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick back with you. It's been all sky blue, red, and white tonight here at the stadium. Aviators went out 21-0. Crusaders got it to 21-7. The Flyers checked back in with a couple of scores, one with 20 seconds left to go in the first half, and that's where we stand right now at 35-7. Tonight's game brought to you in part by the Friends and Family Credit Union, by RG Drag, by Robertson's, Lisa's Dream Getaway, and the Pulp on State Street in Alliance. Appreciate those great sponsors being with us all season long. And don't forget to follow us on all of our social media platforms, 1310 WDPN, Q92 Sports on X, Facebook, Instagram, and, of course, the Q92 radio page on YouTube. And make sure you share, like, follow, and subscribe while you're checking us out there, whether it's during our shows during the week or our high school football action during the weekend. Aviator Band continuing their performance here at halftime, week 5 of the high school football season. Don't forget, next Friday we'll be right back here at Carrier Stadium. 7 o'clock. The Aviators will play host to the Salem Quakers. That's next Friday at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. And, of course, a bunch of great games next weekend as well on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. We'll tell you about that as the week goes. We'll check some scores here in a couple of minutes for you. But Caleb, first half, all Alliance here tonight. And the only thing they've done on the negative side is they've had some penalties, 15-yarder and a couple of pre-snap penalties. But for the most part, they played some pretty good football. I'm sure Coach had a couple teaching moments at halftime, and they'll come out and they'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, they've played outside of those pre-snap penalties, one personal foul. That they've been pretty much flawless offensively. And J.R. Jackson putting on the show. He's got 3 touchdowns in the air. He's run for another touchdown, and they just seem to, offensively to be able to just do what they wish. And they're moving the ball right down the field. With little to no resistance, and the Central players are playing hard, and they're playing to the whistle. They're doing all they can, but they're just outmatched, especially on the backs and receivers side of the equation.
I'll tell you what, I'm watching some video highlights of this Massillon St. Ed's game, and boy, the Tigers are just taking it to them. over at Massillon tonight. Let's get you caught up on some scores. A little bit out of the area. CBCA leads Bourquin by the score of 21-10. Some of the other scores going on right now. Told you, Massillon 21, St. Ed 7. Jackson leads Green 17-7. Canton South trailing Northwest 10-7. Bulldogs McKinley lead Perry 20-10. Minerva 24, St. Thomas nothing. And halftime Hoover and Louisville were tied 7-7. I believe you said Lake was beating up on Glenelg pretty good.
21-7. Heading towards the half there. Yeah, that Massillon score surprises us a little bit. St. Ed's came in 4-0, and like Massillon has played a really tough schedule. They played Pickerton North, a perennial power down out of Columbus. They played Huber Heights Wayne, a perennial power down in Dayton, and Glenville. So 3 of their 4 wins are against good teams from throughout the state. Massillon seems to be controlling that one so far. So.
I just looked down and I see we got some highlights here we can run at halftime if you want to do that, or we can hold off and do those during the postgame. I'll leave that up to you. Central just now coming out of their locker room. Oh, my goodness, what was going on in there? Coach might have been getting into it a little bit. Aviators have been out warming up here the last 5 minutes. Central Catholic now just coming out to warm up a little bit before we get ready for the second half of play here at the University of Mount Union.
Well, let's play some of these highlights.
Let's do it. Go for it. 35-7 Aviators, and here's how it sounded earlier tonight. Here come the Aviators now. Hawkins left guard, 20, 15, 10, 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Alliance Aviators. Motion to the right side, split backfield. Jackson gets the snap. JR's going to run it all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Alliance Aviators. J.R. Jackson from 3 yards away. J.R. Jackson back to throw to 1st and 10. He's flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to run, and now he's going to throw. He got a man wide open. Jaron Blair is open at the 30, and he is gone to the end zone. Touchdown, Aviators. Full house backfield again. Stroud over left tackle. Did he get into the end zone? He did. Touchdown, Crusaders. Jackson to throw. Deep corner of the end zone. Got a man. Touchdown. Wow, what a grab. There was the first half highlights, and that's how we got to where we're at. 35-7 is our score. Alliance over Canton Central Catholic. Shout out to Jake back at the studio for getting those highlights for us and getting them sent our way so you can hear those here during the halftime activities. All right, let's see what's going on in Minneapolis, St. Paul, shall we? Top of the first inning, no score.
Rain.
Oh, my gosh.
Jose.
And we got a couple guys on, don't we?
Yeah, lead off. I didn't see what happened. Quan got on. Jose just walked. Manzardo comes to the plate with 1 out. Chance to strike early.
Now, I was checking the forecast.
But it's raining
for Minneapolis. I don't recall. Even on this one app, it says 0% precipitation.
You can see all the fans in the background with ponchos on. And
there's like nobody behind home plate seating wise. It's
all
like a
up under the overhangs.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna have to get it done in the rain. No score, Guardians and Twins, but we got a couple on in the top of the first.
Atlanta's up 6-1
over Detroit
in the 7th. Seattle up 1-0 after the top of the first in Houston, and Tampa Bay's up 2-1 on Boston, top of the third.
Oh, so you're telling me that
tonight's
off to a good start
on the way we want them right now. Now Manzardo rip one's in the gap, but it's going to be caught. Quan will tag up, first and third, 2 outs.
Ooh, double tag up.
Of course, Jose tags up because that's what he does. So.
Nice. Well, that dirt looks soaked on the infield there. Boy, I hope they
can get it in. They're going to be playing double headers Tuesday or Saturday and Sunday. So.
Yeah, already day night tomorrow. I think what 2 and 7 or 1 and 7, and then 2:10 first pitch on Sunday. Shout out to all of you listening tonight on 1310 WDPN on our X page, our Facebook page, and the Q92 page on YouTube. Let us know you're out there listening. Send us a little message. We'll give you a little shout out on the air, as we like to do. 35-7 Crusaders. Got about a minute or so before we get things fired up here in the third quarter. So Don't mind me, but I'm going to watch the Guardians here for a minute. Come on, Bo Naylor. Got a couple guys out there. Let's go. 2 outs. Boy, it is raining. Holy cow. I wonder how long they'll let them play in that. But they already know you got to play 2 tomorrow. So it could end up being a very long night because they want to get the game in. And if there has to be a delay or two. But they could also say, you know what, you're just going to have to play in it. It's not cold by any stretch, but it starts raining too hard, it gets to be a problem, and it gets slippery, and the mound and everything. It's just,
you don't want a guy getting hurt.
No.
You're trying to get a game in.
So the Crusaders come to their sidelines with Coach Trucker. Aviators on their sideline with Coach Goodman. And we got a base hit. We got a couple runs here. You better believe we do. 2-0 Guardians in the first inning. All right.
Took it the other way took it that way into right field, and Jose on second. There was no chance he wasn't scoring the way he runs. And all right, we got a 2-0 lead. All 4 games going our way. Let's get back to some football.
Let's go. Here we go. Aviators will kick off to start the second half of play. Michael Williams, one of the gunners for Alliance. I'm going to watch him on this play right now, number 5. We'll see what he does here. There's the kickoff. That's going to go out of bounds. And Michael pulls up around the 35. Says, all right, that's good. I'm going to get into the defensive huddle and get ready to go. Crusaders will take over 1st and 10. Just getting started here, third quarter of play. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Morick here on 1310 WDPN. Shout out to the crew back at the station. Keeping everything running smooth for all 7 of our high school football games here tonight.
All right, well, we saw Central's ability to drive the ball down the field, a long, methodical drive. So your coach, Linda Smith, that's what you're looking here, get some first downs.
Manson gives it off to Kenny Stroud. Kenny, 35. Kenny got a block in the 40-45 in midfield. Kenny Stroud got a first down at the Alliance. 45. He is a good-looking running back, and only a sophomore, Kenny Stroud.
Yeah, he looks a lot different in running style from Hawkins from the Aviators, where Hawkins is dancing and spinning and juking, and Stroud just puts his head down and keeps moving, and he's a good-looking back.
First down, Crew at their Alliance 47. Give to Stroud. Going to the right, nothing. Cuts back left, nothing. They're going to wrap him up at the 45-yard line and bring him down. 11:19 to go. Just got a text from my son asking me how many Central students made the trip tonight because he didn't come. Now he's going to have to dodge and weave.
Tell them they're -1
criticism on Monday if they find out he didn't show up. Manson passing the flat, caught Scaretti, and he's drilled at the 49-yard line. Nice open field tackle for the Aviators. That's Johnny Belts with the belt.
He read that all the way. And one of the Crusaders was supposed to block him, and he went to block him, and he was already in the backfield. So puts him behind the sticks here on 3rd down.
10:27, third quarter. Alliance 35, Central Catholic 7. Crusaders now going to go wide left. Boundary to the right side is going to be Matt Bajornis, or Mike Bajornis, I should say. Manson back to throw. Looking for Bajornis. Caught it! And he got a first down at the 35-yard line. That's a gain of 14 and a first down.
Yeah, what a route there by Bajornis. Kind of what the Aviator defenders have been doing all day. Just a slant route, steal yourself off from the defender. He's got a long frame there, and he kind of almost basketball style posts it up and pitch and catch first down.
Hoover, 88-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. 14-7 Vikings. Early third at Louisville.
We saw the Leopards do that opening play last week, and
Hand off to Kenny Stroud, and this time the Aviators are waiting on him, and they're throwing him down at the 37-yard line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Aviators in there. I think number 75, Braden, was in there. Kenny says, "You're 325 pounds. No need to drive me into the turf."
And have all your friends help out.
Right. That wasn't a fair fight. 9:15 to go, third quarter, 35-7 Aviators, but the Crusaders are on the march here at Mount Union. Crew going to go trips right, slot left. Manson in the gun for Coach Jeff Linda Smith. He'll go back to throw. Manson looking. Manson running. Manson going to be taken down at the 40-yard line.
Pretty fast, missed him.
Yep.
And but didn't give up, came back and got another hit on him and gets the sack, and now it's 3rd and 15 for the Crusaders.
Yep. Now they're behind the sticks with 8:40, clock running third quarter. It's a 35-7 Alliance lead. Check some other scores here for you in a minute or two. Again, lots of other games going on right now along the Q92 Radio Sports Network. Crusaders 3rd and 15 now with the Flyers 40. Manson to throw. Manson steps up in the pocket. Manson, look, he's in trouble, and they got him at the 50-yard line.
Guess who? Grady Fast in there
Grady
again.
Fast, yep.
Number 15, and they were in the backfield there, 15. Alex Hartman, the two of them.
Well, the trouble there was Central had 3 wide receivers downfield. There were 6 defensive backs, and there was nowhere to go. 4th and 24 for Central Catholic, and the Crusader punt team will come in. Axel Estrada, the sophomore, back at his 38-yard line. Aviators on top 35-7 are going to get the ball back here as we're coming up under 7:40 to go, third quarter of play. Good snap. Estrada boots it, crushed it. All the way across the field at the other end inside the 10, and it will be downed at the 2. Oh, but there's a penalty flag back here at the 48-yard line. I just saw it. Holding on Alliance, it looks like. Well, we can only move the ball another half a yard. So the Aviators, when are they going to mark this ball? Yeah, it's going to be about the 1 or 2 yard line. At the 1. So the Aviators are 99 yards away. 7:28 to go in the third quarter. Alliance 35, Canton Central Catholic 7. Again, Hoover leads Louisville 14-7 in the third. Massillon 21, St. Ed's 7. McKinley on top of Perry 20-10. All these games should be getting cooking here in the third quarter. All right, the Aviators about 5 yards deep in their own end zone. Is your quarterback J.R. Jackson. He'll hand it off over the right side and bowling his way out to around the 4-yard line for a gain of 3 yards on the play. That was Hawkins on the carry. Aviators at home next Friday against Salem. We'll be here, 1310 WDPN. The kickoff at 7. Central Catholic, it just gets tougher for them. They will host Louisville next Friday night at 7 o'clock over at Lowell Kleinfelder Field. Handoff again this time for the Aviators across the 8 to the 9 and down at the 9-yard line. They'll bring up third down and short for Alliance. 6:45 to go third quarter. Aviators looking for their 4th win of the year. Looking to build some momentum, looking to stay sharp. They got some big ones coming up here. Obviously an EBC conference play as they stepped out of the conference here tonight. Officially, it's going to be 3rd and 2 for the Aviators at their own 10. Jackson in the gun. Gets the direct snap. JR, I don't know. He's going to be short. I think he's going to be short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and about a half a yard. Oh, does Coach Goodman dare go for it here? 4th and 1 at his own 11. He might.
It's hard to tell with Jackson being the punter. We've seen this formation, then he kind of takes a step back and punts it. But so far, they're lined up to run a play.
Yeah, they're going to call a timeout now. Jair looked over and said, Coach, what are we doing? So timeout. Aviators, this timeout brought to you by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. 5:41 to go third quarter. Alliance 35 and Central Catholic 7.
28-7, Lake over Perry. I mentioned that kickoff return for the Vikings, 14-7, although of note, Collins is on the sideline in crutches. So it's
that stinks.
Tough break for them.
Man. That's, you just hate to hear that. Minerva 31, St. Thomas nothing. That's a running clock here in the third quarter. 5:40 to go. Lions. Old Coach Slate says restored to the roar over in Minerva. They're going to be 4-1 after the first 5 weeks.
Hoover just scored again, 21-7 Vikings.
I wonder what they're doing quarterback-wise. Meanwhile, the Aviators did go for it on 4th and 1 at their own 11, and they got the first down. So Tim Goodman lined them up, said, let's talk about it. Said, go back out there and get that first down. 4 wide receivers. Blitz throw, right side caught. 18, check it, down at the 17-yard line. It's Burton on the catch. Tackled by the Crusaders. Brogdon, number 21 on the stop. 4:52 to go, third quarter. 35-7 Aviators with the lead here at home. First of 3 consecutive home games for Alliance here at Mount Union. Motion to the near side is Blair. It's an inside handoff. 20, 25. Hawkins to the 27. Ravon to the 28 before he's taken down. That's a gain of 11 and another Alliance first down.
The Aviators just moving the ball at will on offense. They just have so many different weapons that they can tap into.
Yeah.
Hawkins, good, tough running.
4:29 clock running in the third quarter play. Aviators just now breaking the huddle, getting up to the line of scrimmage. Still got plenty of time, though, on the play clock. It's got at 10. 4 wides, JR to throw. Safety blitz. Jackson fires, caught. Blair to the 30, to the 40, to the 45. Blair to midfield. Breaking tackles, and the ball goes out of bounds. At the 48, that will be Alliance ball and another Aviator first down. That's why they tell you, carry the ball in your left hand when you're near the left sideline. That's your friend over there.
Blair did everything right there. Really good-looking play. But at the end there, got it stripped. And good news for the Aviators is he was along the sideline. So it took a couple hops and rolled out of bounds, and they'll hang on to the ball.
.353 clock running here in the third quarter. 35-7 Alliance. Aviators up to the line, 1st and 10. Wide right, slot left. JR gives it to Hawkins. Ravon to the 45. Breaks the tackle at the 40. Hawkins to the 35. Hawkins to the 31 and a first down. He picked up 17 yards. Crusader tackle was by Griffin Rohr, number 23, but not before the Aviators with another first down.
18-yard gain. First down.
15-yard run there for Hawkins. Just cutting left and right. And carried a defender with him for a couple yards. And
Nicholson is going to go wide left, Blair wide to the right. Hawkins the tailback, and the dynamic J.R. Jackson in the shotgun for the Aviators. 1st and 10. Penalty flag. Procedure on Alliance. Stops the clock temporarily with 3:08 to go. If the Aviators push one in here, it'll be a running clock situation anytime the winning team is 30 points or over. It's a running clock until it goes back under 30. They implemented a rule a couple years ago in basketball. 35 points was the rule. Called a couple of those.
Yeah.
First and 15 now, Aviators. Back to throw is Jackson. The blitz is on. He fires it over the middle and drilled at the 28-yard line, but the catch was made. That was Grady Fast, and he got absolutely pummeled by Thomas Grise, but he held on. Wow. That's just a great technique, textbook tackle. But how about Fast? Held on to that ball and got right back up. 2:15 third quarter, 3rd and 6, Aviators now.
It was a hard hit for a gain of 3. Fast is probably
right.
Maybe regretting it a little bit, but he held on to it.
I'm going to correct myself, 2nd and 6 here at the 28-yard line. Aviators going right to left. They lead 35-7. There goes J.R. Jackson off to the races inside the 25 down to the 23-yard line. And he is going to be just a little bit short of the first down. Aviators will need about 1.5 as we're under 1:50 to go, third quarter of play. Guardians 2-zip over the Twins, top of the second inning. Is it still raining? I can't even tell. No, it looks like they filled the seats in, but it must have quit raining. 3rd and 1, Aviators. Slant batted down at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. That was Griffin Rohr, 6'2", 180. Got his big mitts up in the air and knocked that ball to the turf, 4th down.
Well, you went for it inside the 10 on your side of the field. You have to think that Coach Goodman's going to go for it here again, 4th and 1.
No doubt. So here come the Aviators, 4th and 1 at the Crusader 23-yard line. J.R. Jackson gives it to Hawkins. It's going to be close.
One official says yes, the other official says no. We'll see who wins out. Looks like it's going to be a first down for the Aviators.
It'll be a first down. Boy, Hawkins, he slammed his way over between the right guard and right tackle and got just enough for the Alliance first down. 1:15 to go, third quarter. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Friday night. Sam Berkwin and my partner Caleb Norick, High School Football Week 5, 1310 WDPN, and on all of our social medias, X, Facebook, YouTube. JR to throw it. Looking deep, got a man wide open. Overthrew him in the end zone. Jaron Blair had his man beat, but it was incomplete, second down.
It's the first bad pass we've seen from Jackson all night. He's been pretty much on the money.
You know what would be nice? Somebody brought stats up at halftime. Not just here, but everywhere.
Yep, that would be helpful. Of course, it looks like Alliance is going to get a personal foul after this play.
They're going to mark that ball all the way back at the Crusader 36-yard line. That must have been a 15-yarder. I bet Coach Goodman's not happy about that. 58 seconds to go in the third. 2nd and 10, Aviators at the Crusader 36. Handoff coming around the left side, 40. Down at the 36-yard line. And another penalty flag has been thrown in.
Yeah, they're going to get number 7 with the hold there. It's Cash Brisker. Got a little too much of the jersey.
And not to say that anything's going to happen here, but there was some shenanigans in the freshman game a couple of days ago between Alliance and Central Catholic, and actually had to stop the game because it got out of hand. 49 seconds to go here in the third. They'll wind the clock. How about the old 2nd and 35?
Yeah.
From 46-yard
Open up
line.
the playbook, and it does not compute.
I bet you they give it to Hawkins here. 4 wides, Twins each side. Blair in motion, Jackson in the gun. Nope, going to go back and throw it. J.R. looks, going to throw a little bubble out there, caught by Blair 50. Blair to the 45. Blair breaks a tackle down at the 43. So they are well short of the first down. 15 seconds to go here in the third quarter. If you're just tuning in, Alliance 35 and Canton Central Catholic 7 here at Mount Union. Looks like that's going to be it. 3 quarters in the books here in the Carnation City. Your score, the Aviators 35, the Crusaders 7. Caleb and I will be back for the fourth quarter on AM 1310 WDPN.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
J.R. Jackson back to throw on a 3rd and 32. Penalty flag has been thrown. Jackson throws on the run, incomplete. Could be another penalty on Alliance. Well, they're starting to pack them on here. Holding on the Aviators.
Right tackle there. Grabbed a hold of Crusader as he was in pursuit, and the official was right in front of it.
Central has declined the penalty, so that'll bring up. Can you imagine if they'd have taken that penalty? It would have been 3rd down and 42. But now it's. Oh, wait a minute. What are we doing here, scoreboard? Scoreboard's got 4th down and 46. That's not correct.
Well,
Crusaders are actually going to.
Despite all that, it was a 17-play drive for the Aviators. They won 56 yards.
Wow, J.R. Jackson with the punt. That's going to bounce inside the 10. Inside the 5, and it'll trickle into the end zone. 11:45 to go in the fourth quarter. Aviators in front 35-7 here at Mount Union. Start of the fourth quarter, Hoover 21, Louisville 7. That's the good news for Hoover. The bad news is they've lost John Collins. He is now on crutches on the sideline for the Vikings over in Louisville. Well, you hope that's, I don't know what the situation is. You hope it's not going to sideline him for the end of the year. Kenny Stroud gets the carry, and he runs hard out to the 28-yard line before he is taken down by Burton for the Aviators. 35-7 Aviators with 11:25 to go. It was 14-0 Alliance, 21-0 Alliance. Crusaders got it to 21-7. Aviators tack 2 on, and that's where we've been here for a while, 35-7. Stroud on a little counter. And Kenny Stroud trying to push the pile. He'll push it out to the 29-yard line. Going to be just short of the first down. It'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
Over at Perry, the Panthers drove down the field, got to the goal line, but Lanaz Brown interception ends that drive. Bulldogs are up 20-10.
Perry's keeping that, respectable. Lake having no problems with Glen Oak tonight. Massillon 21-7 over St. Ed's. Crusaders going to stack the trips to the boundary. Quick bubble pass out here, caught 30, 35 to the 37. Nice pickup there by the Crusaders. Vincent Scuretti. I'll tell you what, for all the sophomores they've got, they're on their 3rd string quarterback. And yeah, they're down 28 points, but they are playing hard. And you can see glimpses now of the future and what it could be for the Crusader football team and Jeff Lindesmith.
Yeah, there's lots of promise here for the Crusaders.
Same formation. Manson will fire it. Incomplete at the 49. Almost intercepted like 5 different times. But the ball hit the turf incomplete.
Yeah, it was thrown right to Cam Burton. He wasn't able to come up with it. Mikael Williams was there. He wasn't able to come up with it. Ends up hitting the turf, and so it'll be 3rd and 2 for the Crusaders.
Manson is your 3rd string quarterback. Brock Bourquin out with injury. Brock Abbott out with injury. Power I on a 3rd and 1 on a penalty flag.
Well, they weren't set on the left side of the line there.
First time we've seen that formation tonight. Oh, maybe they had it during the touchdown run by Stroud. Yep.
Touchdown. But until they got down to the 1 yard line, even at the 3, they weren't in that formation.
Yeah.
Basically bring everybody in, one guy out wide, and he motions in.
10:28 to go in the 4th quarter. 35-7 Alliance. Crusaders now after the penalty, 3rd and 7 at their own 33-yard line. Scaretti in motion. Manson to throw. Blitz is on. He fires it over the middle. Scaretti's got it. 35, 40, 45. He's to the 47-yard line and got a first down. 14-yard gain. And they'll move the sticks for the Crusaders, 1st and 10.
Yeah, the coaches in the box are probably seeing the same thing that we're seeing. When they get into that 3rd down situation, Alliance has been bringing a little extra heat, especially the linebacker on the far side of the field. And so quarterback just kind of backpedaled and waited and got it to the halfback on the screen pass, and they get a first down.
Mike Majorna's going to go wide to the right. Twins to the boundary. Direct snap to Manson, the quarterback. He'll keep it, and he'll spin and twist, and he'll be driven into the turf at the 50-yard line. Gain of 2, we'll call it 2nd down and 8 yards to go. 9:48 to go in the 4th quarter of play. Stick around. We'll have a quick post game for you after the game. Caleb will catch up with the winning coach and a player or two. Those will be up on all of our social medias later on tonight. You can check those out. Second down and 8 for the Crew at midfield, going right to left. Manson throws it out in the flat. Scaretti got it. Got away from a tackle. Got to the whoa, look out. Got drilled at the 50-yard line. So no gain on the play. That'll bring up 3rd down and 8 yards to go. 9:10 clock running here in the 4th quarter of play. Guardians lead the Twins 2-0 in Minneapolis. Northwest leads Canton South 17-3 as they start the 4th quarter of play. You know, the Guardians have come back so far. I'm getting greedy now. I want the division. Forget the wild card. Manson to throw. 5-step drop. He's running for his life now. Fires it. Caught at the 45-yard line. Great catch by Vincent Scaretti. Going to be short of the first down, but it's a much more manageable 4th and 3 now at the Aviator 45-yard line.
4th down 3.
Yeah, Cleveland keeps getting these. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. They get these pitchers, just never heard of them.
Yeah.
Carl Willis just works his magic. Misnick again tonight. He's 2-0 on the year, 1.83 ERA. And he just got out of a jam in the 2nd. We're going to head to the 3rd now.
Power eye for the Crusaders on a. Oh my goodness! I think they moved early again.
Offsides, but we'll see if they call false start.
I think the left tackle for Central. Yeah. Feel bad for him. Some of his teammates are getting after him a little bit. It's Brandon Eagleowski, the 5'10" junior. So Central now going to have to work a little harder on this 4th down play. 4th and 8 at midfield. 35-7 Aviators if you're just joining us. 7:45 to go here in the 4th quarter of play. What a beautiful night. And everybody that did come tonight is still here. It's too nice to leave and go anywhere else. Yeah, some people will have to take that bet. Manson back to throw. It's a jailbreak blitz, and it's intercepted at the 49-yard line. Picked off by Brody Fast, number 21, And the Aviators will take over at midfield with 7:29 left to go.
Yeah, we talked about the coaches for Central Catholic seeing what Alliance was doing, and with the blitzes there on third down, well, Alliance responded there. They did send a blitz, but they sent the safety up, and then the linebacker kind of peeled back, and so Brody Fast was just sitting there waiting, and he got it to the halfback, tipped off his hand, and it was intercepted. Either way, I don't think that Central Catholic was going to get the first down, even if he caught it. There was 3 Aviators there to make the tackle.
Aviators first and 10 at midfield. Fake jet, inside handoff. Here comes Hawkins. 40, Hawkins to the 35. Ravon Hawkins to the 32. A gain of 18 yards and an Aviator first down. 7:20 left to go in the ball game. 35-7 Aviators.
We didn't get an official running clock, but it seems like a running clock with
right
all the offensive plays that have been run, and they're just moving up and down the field, although there's been no points here in the second half.
Yeah, we've been stuck on 35-7 for quite a while. Hawkins again inside handoff to the 30, to the 25. Hawkins breaks free to the 27. I'm sorry, to the 22, maybe the 21, and that's another first down. Ravon Hawkins on the carry. Running hard tonight for Coach Tim Goodman.
Yeah, you can see the Crusaders are just
wow. 1, 2, 3. It took them they're tired. A couple of guys, well, more than a couple going both ways. Of course, the injury situation.
They all got their hands on the hips, especially the D linemen.
Yeah,
got some relief coming in here, but both the guys coming in just got done with the offensive series, and they were on the sideline getting water, trying to catch their breath. And
Dane Ostertag and Axel Estrada said, really? We're going to go back in here now? Hand off down to the 15-yard line. That's a gain of 6 yards on the play. 6:20 to go. Yeah, it's tough. Anytime you got more than a handful of players going both ways, it's tough. Now, thankfully, a night like tonight, it's not, crazy humid, hot, and everything, but still, it takes a lot out of you when you're out there. You just don't get a break. 2nd and 4 Aviators at the Crusader 14. Hawkins on the carry. Ravon spinning away and going to be taken down at around the 13-yard line. Nice play down there by Dane Ostertag, number 71.
Dane Ostertag with the tackle.
Mom Tricia will be happy to see that. 5:35 left to go in the ball game. Third and 2 coming up for the Aviators, who will be home a week from tonight against Salem at 7 o'clock. We'll have it on 1310. Crusaders will be home to Louisville next Friday. Jackson, play action. Pass caught inside the 5 to the 4. First and goal for the Aviators inside the RG Drag. Red zone, RG Drag. Learn, earn, and succeed. 5:15 to go, and the Aviators on the cusp of putting another one in here.
Thomas Crusade, Michael Pajonas.
Nice pass and catch down there. The Alliance is getting closer and closer to that purple and black painted end zone here as we're at the home of the Mount Union Purple Raiders tonight. Jackson in the gun, first and goal at the 4. Everybody set. JR gets the snap. Hands it off over the right side. To the 2. To the 1. And to the goal line and just short of the end zone. Don't know if that was Ravon Hawkins. Yep, it was Hawkins. Tried to sneak his way in there, and he'll be taken down just outside the goal line. 2nd and goal with 4:28 to go in the ballgame.
2nd and goal from the 1.
Week from tomorrow, Mount Union and Baldwin Wallace on WDPN. Kickoff at 1:30 from Finney Stadium in Berea, Lee Trussell Field. Hawkins again gets the carry, and the Crusaders bring him down at the 2-yard line. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the guys down there in green and white, led by Griffin Rohr.
Yeah, if I'm Alliance, I'll take a shot here on the edge and make it be a foot race to the corner, and I like my odds there because some Catholics just load in the box.
Yep. And they got the big beef down there too. Crusader coaches would love for their guys to rise up here and make a defensive stand. They know they're tired. They know they're dragging. They're down 28 points, but they're out there fighting. Aviators break the huddle. They're up to the line. 3rd and goal from the 2. Give the JR, I'm sorry, that's a backup tailback into the end zone, scoring a touchdown. Boy, they snuck Caden Sanders in there on us. He got the direct snap in the Wildcat, took it right into the end zone. And it's 41-7 Alliance, and we're in a running clock with 3:10 to go.
Well, a little baseball news for you. I won't tell you the score, but I'll tell you that Zach McKinstry is currently pitching for the Tigers.
I love it. I love it.
10-1 going into the bottom of the 9th.
Think they're getting a little tight up there in Detroit?
Yeah.
Huh? Boy, they were just running away with things. 15.5 game lead. And now tonight, after tonight, it could be down to 2.5. And all of a sudden, the folks in Motown are asking, what is going on? 42-7 Aviators over Central. We're in a running clock now. Once we get the kickoff here with 2:41 left to go. Post-game show when we're done. Don't forget, check out all of our social medias tonight for all of our photos and videos and interviews after all of our games, all along the Q92 Sports Network. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Check those out. It's a 42-7 ball game. Aviators in front of the Crusaders.
Angelo Fisk on the kick.
Central going to drop to 0-5. Alliance will go to 4-1. I don't know the last time Central Catholic started 0-5. Been a long time.
Yeah, it's just.
But they're just going through some pains right now. Scaretti on the return to the 20 to the 25. Running hard out to the 27-yard line. That's where Central Catholic will go 1st and 10.
You know, Coach Linda Smith will keep building. And 12 seasons, got 74 wins, state championship. He certainly knows how to coach. And, you know, he commented just this is kind of uncharted territories, which is the number of. I mean, you think about it, you got 28 juniors and seniors from last year's team that are no longer able to play. They graduated
24 seniors.
24 seniors. They got 4 seniors from this year's class that are now out for the season or not playing right now. And that's a lot of leadership.
Manson gets the direct snap, and Paul will bring it out to the 31. Gets a gain of around 4 yards on the play. Minute 35 left to go. A lot of the crowd has gotten up and heading to the parking lot. Hey, head on over to Pulp. Grab yourself a little smoothie or something after the game. Proud sponsors of our high school football coverage here with the Alliance Aviators in 2025. Here come the crew. 1:10 to go. 2nd and 6 Central with their own 31-yard line. Stack trips left, wide to the right. Manson, bubble out here. Caught Scaretti. He's going to be taken down. Back to the 25-yard line. Again, that's Johnny Belts on the tackle for the Aviators. Had a couple tackles tonight. 50 seconds left to go. Well, have you ever done a high school football game in 2 hours? It's about to happen, my friend.
Yep, 34 seconds left on the clock.
Wide right, slot right, Twins to the boundary. 3rd down at 11. Manson get the gun. He's going to step back and throw. Now he's going to run. Now he's going to throw. He fires incomplete at the 37-yard line. That'll probably do it.
Bulldogs strike again, 28-10 in the 4th quarter over at Perry.
Pups will be 4-1.
Final in Detroit. Guardians now 3 games out of 1st. Tigers fall.
I love it. I love it. And the final seconds. have run off the field here at the University of Mount Union. And tonight's final score, the Alliance Aviators 42, the Crusaders of Canton Central Catholic 7. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the postgame show on AM 1310 WDPN.
High school football exemplifies the true meaning of teamwork. At Friends and Family Credit Union, our team of local friendly professionals offer the same true spirit for our members. With a wide array of products from vehicle loans to personal loans, family secure checking with ID Protect, mortgage, home equity line of credit, and more. For over 60 years, we have the game plan for your financial well-being. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations, online or mobile banking. Now, more than ever, it's time to bring a friend into the family.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise, credit, cabin, or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
And welcome back to the University of Mount Union. Final score, the Alliance Aviators 42 and Canton Central Catholic 7. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Morick back with you on WDPN. The Crusaders 0-5 now. They will go to Louisville, or they'll host Louisville next Friday. Aviators back home against Salem. They are now 4-1. The Quakers will be here next Friday night for a 7 o'clock kickoff. All right, no reason to dig deep into this one. 42-7 Alliance, but I will say Central, I thought they played hard. There was glimpses. You could see some of the sophomores and juniors. They're getting better every game. Hopefully they'll get healthy here at some point, but Alliance too much, and they're 4-1, and they're getting ready for the beef of their conference schedule coming up here pretty soon.
Yep, J.R. Jackson, another great game, and of course, we don't see all of it, but it appears that they came out healthy. They came out and executed on a high level on offense. There's obviously things to work on. Again, personal fouls, false starts, illegal formations. But those are things that the coaching staff will look at and work on this week and get ready next week.
And next week, we'll be here quick enough. You know how fast the first 5 weeks have gone. Now watch it fly. I mean, it's really incredible. 42-7 your final score. Alliance over Canton Central Catholic. Let's check the scoreboard one more time before we bid you adieu. Hoover leads Louisville now 31-7 with 6 minutes to go in the game. Minerva beats St. Thomas 31-0. McKinley up over Perry 28-10. Maslin starting the fourth leads St. Edwards 21-7. The Tigers are on their way back, folks. Northwest leads Kansas South 17-14 early in the fourth. Lake was up heavy on Glen Oak early tonight. And I haven't seen much on the Jackson Green game. Last I saw was Jackson 17-7. That was at halftime. So all the scores. Check them out, all of our social medias. And again, later on tonight on X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, we'll have interviews and photos and videos of all of our games. Make sure you check those out, 1310 WDPN, and, of course, Q92. Caleb, your final thoughts before we say good night from Alliance?
Alliance, there's definitely exciting things happening and to work on. Look forward to next week for Central Catholic. It's tough sledding, but the glimpses of hope are there, and I think Coach Lynn Smith will get them coached up and look out in a year or two from now with this young team that's getting lots of experience against good competition.
Yeah, no doubt. Better days ahead. All right, good job, my man. I'll let you get some quick interviews, and you will be in your car before 9:30 tonight. That's going to wrap it up for Mount Union. The score, the Alliance Aviators 42, Canton Central Catholic 7. For my partner, Caleb Mark, all the crew back at 1310 WGPN. And most of all, thanks for listening, everybody. Sam Berkman saying good night and so long from Cara Stadium. The Aviators 42 and the Crusaders 7. So long, everybody.